Wow. Woo.
That's the shofar. Hashiram Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinya. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shua. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha, Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabah, Labakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. Ba'ah, Thalatazak, no and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Thakanab, no and not thou murder. Ba'ah, Thakanab, no and not thou steal. Ba'ah, Thayonah, Shakar, no and not thou testify falsely. Ba'ah, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. No and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
Hashiram Tazama.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise
Hi.
Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes. Romans 11.
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, my Yah is so dope. Hey, my Yah is so dope. Torah, 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 Yah, Torah, Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praise.
All praises to the Most High. Okay. All right. I think we got volume. Y'all, give me a second. I'm going to look at the chat in 1 second. Let me get myself set up. All right. I think we got volume. Let me see. Let me come to you. Oh, hold on. They got me small on the screen. There we go. Shalom, everyone worldwide. There we go. All right. Now, let me come to comments. Make sure they'll let me know. Shalom, Sister Phyllis Richards. Shalom, Brother Chuck Taylor. Shalom, Donna Yaz. Shout out to Germany in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building so far. Sorry, I can't scroll up so far. See who's in the house. Sister Kelly Perry is in the house. The assembly is in the house. All right. Thank you, everybody. Yes, please hit the like button if you kindly will, so that more people can find out that we're alive. And as y'all know from let's get started from the intro. The title. Sorry. Sorry. Y'all know I am just straight unapologetic. I'm just straight raw and truth uncut. I don't even mute myself. All right. The title of the video of the live stream is the most shocking live stream I've ever done. Tonight, we're going to be exposing and breaking down one of the most powerful of them ever. Thank you, Donna Yas. One of the most powerful ever live stream that we've done. And that's shocking because we've done a lot. We've done a lot. And a lot of shocking things, a lot of revelations. But tonight is it's one. we own one tonight. All right. We got praise the Most High. Let me put my invite so my brothers and sisters can join me on the screen. Invite, copy, bang, Control V, enter, make sure that shows up. Okay, now they supposed to have, there you go, show comments on stage. Uh-oh, they got a new feature. I don't know, but StreamYard is doing some mess. StreamYard want to keep us as a customer. They smart because they sure enough up the price. They doubled their price out of nowhere a couple of months ago. So I used to pay, I think it was like $29 or $24.99 a month. And one day, it was about 7-8 months now. One day it just jumped up to $50 a month, $49.99. They ain't warn you, they ain't tell you, they ain't give you an option to say, no, I don't. That's bad business practice though. StreamYard, they just upped the price, and a lot of people quit. But I was already doing these live streams, and I got all my stuff set up, and so I've been meaning to try to I found some others, but you got to get it all set up and everything. And so I've been meaning to switch, and because they got others that's like $29.99. They charge me $50 a month for us to do this. And so now they trying to do new features. That's smart. They better, because I'm sure enough gonna be out of here in a minute. All right, once I get enough time. Sorry guys, I'm getting myself together. Gotta get yourself together. Yeah. Sorry, that's that old brass construction song. All right. I look a little bit more presentable now. Getting all that new growth crazy looking, so I'm not looking all crazy. All right. So now they did a new feature, everybody. We about to explore this new feature for the first time together. All right. We're gonna explore this thing together. Yeah. Why did the old singers say whoa? And then in hip hop they said rah. Back at the beginning of hip hop, Millie Mel and them, we used to rah. I was a rhymer in the beginning of hip hop. We used to put rah in our rhyme too. Rah. Hoo ha. We used to do that one too. Hoo ha. Hoo ha. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. All right, so let's get started. Thank you, Sister Phyllis Richards. All right, so we're going to test out this new feature. All right, they need to give us more features than this, Donnie. They doubled. I've never seen a company ever do it. No warning, and they lost probably 60% of their base just for the disrespect of not even telling the customer or grandfathering us in, and they just one day, and then they build you. So this the thing. They didn't even tell. I guess they sent it in an email or something. I don't know. But all I know is one day I did something and I went and looked something I did, and I said, $49.99. I never signed up. That was the most expensive one. And I looked, and now that was the cheap one. And the most expensive is 100. And so I said, these crooks. All right, so my volume. Okay, let me see. Is my volume up? It's up, Sister Roberta. It's up all the way too. Thank you, Naya. Because I can't put it up anymore because it'll flatline. Y'all tell me, everyone else, is it fine for y'all? Is the volume fine for y'all? Because I'm looking at my meter. It could be messing with us. And so the stuff, the things, shout out to those in the assembly. Hanya, who's that? Hanya Magyala. So the thing's supposed to be here tomorrow. Some of the products are supposed to be here. All right. So Mike and for the audio inverter and all of that. All right. So as long as it's good for everybody else, because if I turn it up right here, I can see the mirror, it's gonna peak like crazy. All right. and then I'm gonna get loud in a minute. We definitely gonna get loud. All right. So now I'm gonna try the new feature. I'm gonna talk a little louder right now, for Sister Hayazak. So, because if I turn it up now, then later I'll forget. All right. So we're gonna try this new feature together. We're gonna all do this together. It says this is the new feature. It's in beta. They got a question mark. Lets you, such as says, please note that some specific platforms like Twitch may have specific guidelines limited. Make sure to, okay, let's see if it works. All right, here we go. This is going to be dope. All right, I'm going to turn it on. Turn the switch on. From viewers, I don't see it. I'm, do y'all, do y'all see anything happening? I don't see it. Oh, there you go. Uh-oh. Y'all look, y'all see down in the right corner? Look. So what y'all write is now showing up on the screen. The chat. Look at that. Yeah, sugar now. They they need to they need to have been doing that. Right? But all right. Okay now. Okay now. We got the chat on the screen like the streamers do. It's kind of hot in here, boy. Woo! All right. So here we go. So that actually worked. All right. Like y'all said, pretty. All right. All right. So cool. The chat is on the screen. Oh, it doesn't go all the way up. It should go all the way up. It stops right there. Maybe they working on it. So look, it's fading out. It should go all the way to the whole side of the screen because it looks really small on my end. But anyway, maybe the people, the users would tell them, stretch it, make it even, yeah, make it bigger where it goes all the way up the side of the screen. All right. So that was the new, one of the new feature. All right, let's go. So let me add my brothers and sisters to the screen. All right. Shalom Taj Balaya. Let me add my sister. Shalom. Well, she'll come in. Shalom Hakyama when she comes in. All right. Here we go. So let's get started with tonight's show. All right, here we go. What do I do? Share screen, right? Give me a second. Present, share screen, window, yeah, it's that one. Share. There we go. Now I'm trying to make that full screen. There we go. Here we go. All right. Oh, it got smaller. Let me make it go back that way. Right there. There we go. Let's see. All right. Now we're cooking with olive oil. All right. So now, this is the thumbnail. The thumbnail is shocking revelation tonight. I didn't want to give information on what it is because I wanted to surprise. Okay? So I titled it the most shocking live stream that I've ever done tonight, one of the most powerful ever. Okay? And for everyone, I worked I worked tirelessly putting this together. So all praise to the Most High for stamina and stuff and endurance. And hopefully you guys enjoy and respect all of the work that was put in for us to expose what's going to be exposed tonight. It's going to definitely be some shocking information. Okay? Tonight, the information blew my mind, so I put it together. It's a truth explosion. Okay? You guys will have a lot to say. Please add your chats, express yourselves of what's going on tonight. Some of the things revealed will leave you speechless. Some of them might usher up some emotions, maybe even some tears. Okay? we are a warning. It's very we're just gonna get into it. We're just gonna get into it. All right, let's get into it. Here we go. Let me set my stage. Make this smaller. Pull this over here. Now, the thumbnail have relevancy. So I know you're like, all right, what does Denzel Washington, right? Denzel Washington, and that dude right there is what's the name? What's his name? He looking good like a like a Hebrew should. What's his name again? Somebody write his name in the chat. Frank Lucas. Thank you, Donna Yas. It's Frank Lucas, an old Harlem drug kingpin from Bumpy Johnson, all the way back from the 50s and 60s and stuff. Right? Shout out to Soulfully Sowing Seeds. Now, Denzel Washington played Frank Lucas in the movie American Gangster. So that's Denzel Washington with the chinchilla hat and the chinchilla coat. And that's Frank Lucas, where they got the movie from, with the real chinchilla hat and the real coat. And I think that's back in like the 80s or something when he had this on? No, 70s, because he got locked up in the 70s. So this is the 70s. I think he was at the Muhammad Ali fight or something. And this is Frank Lucas. So I know you're like, well, what does that got to do? Y'all will see. Very shocking information that's going to come out tonight. All right. So, yeah, Frank Lucas. All right. So now, let's go. Thumbnail. I mean, the title of that's in my way. The most shocking live stream we've ever done. Here we go. Let's get started. Be early. All right, here we go. Shout out to Who Dat over on Facebook. Shout out to Mathematics over on Facebook. So even for my Facebookers, so what they're saying now, over and Math, if you could you give me, could you type peace or something over on Facebook and see if it shows up? Because they're saying that if even those on Facebook, now when you write a chat, it should show up on the screen. So we're gonna see if Math can write peace or whatever you want to write, and we can see if it shows up on the screen. Because that would help, because I don't see all the time. I don't see the chat, and sometimes people be writing on Facebook and it never shows up on the YouTube stream. But we'll see. So they say it should work. All right. So I'll see once he write it. All right, if he does. All right, so here we go. Let's get started. Let me set my stage. Make this smaller. So I'm only gonna see the chat. I won't see my brothers and sisters on the screen. So if y'all want to say something, raise your hand. All right, here we go. And go to stop share. Stop share. Bang. All right. Present. Present. Share screen. There we go. Bang. Share. Now make it full screen. All right, we got action. Let's go. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to these videos for reactionary purposes. We are reacting to the videos. Copyright disclaimers of the patents of whatever, those copyright disclaimers are in effect for this video for reactionary purposes only. All right, here we go. All right, let's go. You can see a little bit as it scrolls up. I know, just a little bit. They should have had it scroll let you see everything all the way. All right, here we go. All right, Donna Yaro. Uh-oh, it showed up. I see it. Thank you, Donna Ya. See it down there? It says Donna Ya, and it got a little Facebook a little blue Facebook thing. All right, that's pretty dope. That's good. So now at least, uh-oh, that could be good and well, that could be good and bad. I gotta get I gotta get my Facebook New Yorkers to make sure make sure. But they when I first started streaming over there in New York, they rough around the edges. They still in the streets. They be just saying something. They be saying something. I can see it in the back office, right? But now everybody, I've been streaming over there for not years now, so they understand like I used to be Rashawn. They're like, no, he's really, he really, a man of the Most High. He's really righteous. He ain't just faking. Because at first they were like, man, knock it off. They cussing and everything over there. I'm like, listen, we really a ministry, guys. This is for real. Like, and they're like, man, miss me. They thought I was down here in Florida. All right, let me not make this about me tonight. All right, let's they thought I was down here still getting money. Man, you ain't tricking nobody, boy. You down there in Florida. It was like the kilos is cheaper down there. I'm like, boy, y'all crazy. I'm like, but now, now they understand, like, oh, he for real. Yeah, this is for real, for real. All right, so here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes only. Let's go. Let's start, children of the Most High.
I think he played a role in that. I think that even if we don't know our parents, we still have.
First of all, I know y'all like, oh my goodness. What is the what is the devil doing on the screen? Well, let's see what's going on. All right, let's see what's going on. All right.
Their DNA in us.
Yeah, down y'all. They thought I was down here getting it for the low, and down here, like, come on, man, come on, Ra, come on, man, stop playing, man. We know how you, you. I'm like, listen, guys, ain't nobody. This is for real. All right. So anyway, let's go back. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers in effect.
I think he played a role in that. I think that even if we don't know our parents, we still have their DNA in us. We have their genes,
That is true. Even if we don't know our parents, we still have their DNA going through our blood. There's still a thing called repentance for the generational curses and stuff going through. Now, this is a group that Diddy put out. Some of y'all might know this, but this going to be information that's coming in here that most people have never seen before. Most of y'all probably never. I'm shocked what's about to come out tonight. All right, y'all know I try to give information that's not all over the place. Now, this group is, I think they call something day 6 or something, day 7 or something like that. And so this was a couple of years ago, about 3 years ago or something like that. And they're clowning, right? Diddy's day 26. Thank you, Laria. They're clowning Diddy's stuff that's going on with Diddy. So these one of the making of the band. This when Diddy had that MTV shows, and this group they made it to #1 on the charts. But Diddy was taking all the money for the deal, right? So they are I never knew them, but they made it to #1, a boy band group, and they right here they're exposing, well, they're making jokes about what's going on. But this character back here, this young man right here, he's really telling what's really happening, but they're making jokes. All right. And this is going to have relevance. So this is just the intro. So I saved the biggest part of the shocking revelation tonight. It's going to come after a couple of, because I want more of the people in the lives. Right now we probably got 60 something people. I wanted to get up to 70, maybe 80 or 90, wherever we get to, right? And I want the bulk of everybody on the live to be here when the most shocking part happens. I ain't going to do it right at the beginning. All right, here we go. But this leads up to it. It makes a lot of sense. Now, remember, Diddy at the beginning, he was saying about, our parents' stuff is in our DNA. That's true. If your dad was an alcoholic, you can have that genetic marker within you. Or if your dad, or mom had anger issues or had some of those genetics are passed down, the sins of the father, right? Sins of the mother and father passed down to the children, right? And that's why we're called with free will to rebuke that and repent it and break generational curses. Okay? Now, this group is, all right, let's do it. Let's play.
I think, there were a lot of expectations to some things that, never mind.
Simple. Oh my! When you sign up for a job, you try.
Yeah, that's right.
Money. Entertainment is for sex. So certain people, get their money differently. I'm talking about like something like, you want to get paid for, shit. Maybe I'm different, and that's why I probably don't have friends.
All right, hold on. Now, something strikes me a little odd because it's way too much laughter. Like the laughter don't match the context, right? They're falling all down and right? It's like what do they call that? Sometimes laughter is a coping mechanism, right? And it doesn't match. If you could see, this dude next to me ain't laughing like this, okay? So it doesn't really match the context about how much they're laughing. Oh yeah, he was laughing like that, okay? All right, so let me play it again.
I'm talking about like something.
Okay, let's go back a little bit more. It's going to bring context, and y'all know how we do. This is going to be really, really powerful tonight. It's going to be really powerful. Praise the Most High. All right?
I think, there were a lot of expectations to some things that, never mind.
So they're bringing out, they said, they're talking about Diddy and the making of the band and their contract. There was a lot of expectations that they had to fulfill. And then somebody started laughing. He said, never mind.
Simple. Oh my! When you sign up for a job, you try.
Yeah, that's right.
Money.
He said it's simple. When you sign up for a job, talking about the record contract, you sign up for money.
Entertainment is for sex. So certain people, get their money differently.
You see? He said entertainment is for sex. So, because, right, they sell sex. I mean, sexual images, that's why they want the girls to look sexy and everybody, And he said, so, and then they all laughing like that was all that. Yeah, it's mad trauma going on, right? They like, yeah, cackling too, right?
I'm talking about like something like,
And he's trying to be serious. So all this cackling, he's trying to be serious, but then, he laughs a little because, he's trying to be serious. And they are, literally masking it over. It's too much laughter. It doesn't fit the scenario. All right? Yeah, these are grown men cackling like this. All right? All right.
Get their money differently. I'm talking about like something like, you want to get paid for, shit. Maybe I'm different, and that's why I probably don't have friends, or I don't have anybody really agree with me because.
You heard what he said? He's kind of crying out right here. He said, maybe I'm a little different, and maybe that's why I don't have a lot of friends. Or I don't have friends. And they are in his group. They're bandmates. They're supposed to be like one, like brothers. And he said, or No, they're not really listening. Let me see what he said. Nobody really listening to me. He's actually crying out in there.
Maybe I'm different, and that's why I probably don't have friends, or I don't have anybody really agree with me because.
There you go. I probably don't have friends. I don't have anybody really agreeing with me. Now he knows, he like, to a certain extent, y'all know what I know. Y'all see what I'm seeing. But he like, that's why I don't have any friends or nobody agreeing with me. Right? And they're just trying to laugh and joke all this off. And y'all gonna see the fruit in a second.
And that's why I probably
Never mind.
simple. Oh my God. When you sign up for a job, you try.
Yeah, that's right.
Money. Entertainment is for sex. So certain people, get their money differently.
I gotta go.
I'm talking about like something like, you want to get paid for that shit. Maybe I'm different, and that's why I probably don't have friends, or I don't have anybody really agree with me because, certain people sign up to get fucked. Certain people, if you're gonna keep it real, certain people.
Woo. He says certain people signed up to get, I'ma keep it real. Now I want to show y'all something. He got targeted from this video right here. And these videos back here, there was a time where he still he had his innocence. He was regular. After this, he got targeted. Okay? Because he was the one that was telling the truth and exposing it. Now watch this.
Maybe I'm different, and that's why I probably don't have friends, or I don't have anybody really agree with me because, certain people sign up to get fucked. Certain people, if you're gonna keep it real, certain people.
With all the other crazy stuff that.
Okay, that was them 3 years ago. This is them 3 months ago. That's him, right here, the one who was talking. Now watch this.
It came out. Like, for example, were you guys around Cassie at all?
Yeah. She's our close, good friend.
Good friend. Did you see any of the abuse?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Yeah.
I want y'all to keep your eye on him. So, copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. Vlad asked him, were you around Cassie? Because now this 3 months ago. Diddy's locked up, all the news is out. They said, were y'all around Cassie? Yeah. Really good friend. Did y'all see any of the things? No. Watch his face. You see his smile? Look at him smile. He smirked. Watch this. All right.
Really agree with me because, certain people sign up to get fucked. Certain people, if you're gonna keep it real, certain people.
With all the other crazy stuff that came out. Like, for example, were you guys around Cassie at all?
Yeah. She's our close, good friend.
Good friend. Did you see any of the abuse?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Yeah.
When you saw that video in the hotel hallway.
Did you see him smile? They all know, not at all. We didn't see anything. He just sat there and smiled, and then his leg starts rocking.
Yeah, that was man. That could be any man and any woman. That was not deserved. You know what I'm saying? No matter whether it was Diddy.
Now, this dude, he got an earring in this ear, hanging earrings, 2 hanging earrings in this ear, and black fingernail polish on his. All right, but anyway, y'all know these people, they want to be rock stars and stuff. I don't know what all that's about with men's manhood now, but anyway, all right, now they're about to. Let me prerequisite so that I don't have to keep stopping it as much. They are going to deny everything, right? So they going on a campaign. Oh man, nah man, this ain't nothing. No, this ain't this and this ain't that and this ain't that. And then he gets to a point where he can't take it no more. And once he can't take it no more, you're going to see all of their demeanor switch. Now, this is not the exposing clip, but this is walking it down. Y'all know how I do. I take time and effort to put it together. So this is a precursor. All this is a precursor to what's about to come out. Okay? The big revelation that's going to come out tonight. This is a precursor. So for those who've seen this, just sit back, relax. We're walking it down. All right. So now they're going to go on this rant defending Diddy right here until he can't take it no more. Okay? Right? Because this is when he's first locked up and all that type of stuff, right? All right, here we go. This is about 3 months ago. This is 3 months ago when they did this interview. All right, now I'm going to let it play.
Hallway.
Yeah, that was man. That could be any man and any woman. That was not.
For example, were you guys around Cassie at all?
Yeah. She's our close, good friend.
Good friend. Did you see any of the abuse?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Man. When you saw that video in the hotel hallway.
Yeah, that was man. That could be any man and any woman. That was not deserved. You know what I'm saying? No matter whether it was Diddy and Cassie or whoever it was, that just is ridiculous, bro. I can't. Yeah, that was horrible.
I mean, that video was awful. And I mean, he's being held right now under a RICO. But I've said this publicly. I don't quite understand how one person could be a RICO. And I understand the freakiness and, you know, he likes to see other dudes sleep with his woman. And, you know,
allegedly.
Whatever. Like that's, you know. Allegedly. About it. You know, he may or may not be bisexual, whatever. All that's legal. I don't quite understand what exactly he's being charged with.
I remember these are all the ones who was doing all that laughing. That's them who was all on, right? They're like, oh, I don't know nothing about it. Allegedly. No. And look at him. Remember? That's the one who was exposing it 3 years ago. While they was cackling and doing all the laughing, right? They're doing the same thing now. Instead of the laughing, now they're, oh, we don't know nothing. Oh, you ain't do nothing to us. Oh, no. But this whole time, I want y'all to keep looking at him. You see, you seen his body language line, y'all? He straightened up, then he put his leg up, then he's just like, okay? And they're like, oh, no. Oh, we see no evil. We know nothing. And this fool said, that could have been anybody in that hotel room. The devil's a lie. It couldn't have been me in that hotel room because I don't beat on no woman like that. I wish I would. I wish I would even see somebody. You know, in New York, we got a thing where we don't interfere in domestic stuff, but I'm just going to have to, like, you know, even if it's a big dude, I might have to pull out a knife or something, be like a big man, big security or something. We need to stop this. You know, that ain't that. Diddy was punching and kicking on her and stuff. Like, come on, bro. That can't just be no any man or woman. Nah. All right, so anyway, I'm going to go back a little. Now I'm going to let it play. So look at his demeanor and listen to them. They denying everything. We don't know nothing. We don't know, no.
That video was off. Crazy stuff that came out. Like, for example, were you guys around Cassie at all?
Yeah. She's our close, good friend.
Good friend. Did you see any of the abuse?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Yeah.
When you saw that video in the hotel hallway.
Yeah, that was man. That could be any man and any woman. That was not deserved. You know what I'm saying? No matter whether it was Diddy and Cassie or whoever it was, that just is ridiculous, bro. I can't. Yeah, that was horrible.
I mean, that video was awful. And I mean, he's being held right now under a RICO. But I've said this publicly. I don't quite understand how one person could be a RICO. And I understand the freakiness and, you know, he likes to see other dudes sleep with his woman. And, you know,
allegedly.
Whatever. Like that's, you know. Allegedly. About it. You know, he may or may not be bisexual, whatever. All that's legal. I don't quite understand what exactly he's being charged with.
Me neither.
Do any of you really understand?
I mean, other than him beating, other than that.
No, but he's not being charged for
exactly.
That. That's past the statute of limitations.
Paid off or whatever, right?
Yeah, she settled.
Yeah. I don't know, because you can't. I don't think you can go to jail for Vaseline or baby oil.
Yeah, but now you got baby oil back on the shelves again. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He hasn't been buying out the world supply anymore.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
think he's a danger to the world right now.
I think trafficking. They said sex trafficking and
Did y'all see that? You see what he did? He raised his finger. He said, I think he's a danger to the world right now. And then he cut him off. And he said, trafficking. I think they want him for... And then he just got quiet again. Right? Now y'all watch. Watch the body language. Watch everything.
right?
Yeah, she settled.
Yeah. I don't know, because you can't. I don't think you can go to jail for Vaseline or baby oil.
Yeah, but now you got baby oil back on the shelves again. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He hasn't been buying out the world supply anymore.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
think he's a danger to the world right now.
I think trafficking. They said sex trafficking and I think it's racketeering.
I mean, that's the RICO part.
Yeah. Racketeering.
But I don't. Like I said, we don't know nothing about none of that. We hear with the same thing y'all hear from social media.
Like when you start traveling, and people start traveling, and there are a bunch of like moving parts.
Yeah.
And a person is being accused.
They are lying. And big man back here know they lying because he quiet and Q is sitting there. I didn't know he was in 112, Sister Hayazah. He's sitting there. They're lying. They're masking it. It's like they was doing with all that cackling laughing.
Of that, like, you know, yeah. It's just.
I mean, there's a million stories and conspiracy theories out there right now. So me, I'm just waiting on the judgment day because I don't know. I've never really experienced none of the bad stuff that everybody talking about. You know what I'm saying? And I do see some stuff that's weird. Like you can't go to jail for baby oil. Why is this even a part of the? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like it's just certain things that don't ring right to me. And I'm not one of the people that's gonna believe everything I hear anyway. But.
Nice.
Well, I was with Dirty Money, and I sung background for them when I wasn't a part of Day 26.
Mm-hmm.
So I was able to be around them through the album process of them creating Last Train to Paris. And what I witnessed was a sober Sean and a regular Sean. Like when he's regular, he's very cool, very giving, like it will invite you to dinner, you know.
Look at him. From when he was before and what he is now. He was holding his tongue that whole time while they're sitting up there lying and masking it. And he's like, well, I was there before I was a part of this group. And I noticed two puffies, Diddies. One was nice, Sean, giving, seemed to be caring. Okay? Let's go. He can't take no more. You know, he doing a pop-out. That's all I can stands, and I can't stands no more.
That's weird. Like you can't go to jail for baby oil. Why is this even a part of the? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like it's just certain things that don't ring right to me. And I'm not one of the people that's gonna believe everything I hear anyway. But
well, I was with Dirty Money, and I sung background for them when I wasn't a part of Day 26.
Mm-hmm.
So I was able to be around them through the album process of them creating Last Train to Paris. And what I witnessed was a sober Sean and a regular Sean. Like when he's regular, he's very cool, very giving, like it will invite you to dinner, you know what I mean? Feed you around this table. What up, Playboy? What up? Be very excited. Then I saw a high Sean too, which was very dangerous. So that's why I said I feel like he's in jail, and I'm not judging anybody because I think he needs prayer and help, but he's in jail because he's a danger to himself, first of all, and he's a danger to the world right now. And I think there's a lot of people that are scared that didn't come out in the beginning, that are very scared because it's a scary situation. It's not just him that could possibly hurt you, it's people around him.
Hear his voice? You see his eyes? You hear his voice? This is a different individual from the one 3 years ago who was speaking out, trying to speak out. He said, I ain't got no friends. All right, listen to his voice and listen what he's saying. He said he's a danger to the world.
To himself, first of all. And he's a danger to the world right now. And I think there's a lot of people that are scared that didn't come out in the beginning, that are very scared because it's a scary situation. It's not just him that could possibly hurt you. It's people around him that are still close to him that could hurt you, or it's just really deep, man, with Sean. So I would say I think he's in jail right now just for a good reason.
Well, I did an interview with Roger Bonds, who was in security. Was he around you guys?
No.
No?
I don't think he's around.
You see, he said it ain't just him that could hurt you. It's the people around him too that could hurt you. Shaliyam Yashiyaha and Ahabaya. Okay? So he's, as they're masking it over and doing all this stuff, he's like, yeah, let's continue.
Well, you was around him.
I was around Roger Bonds.
He was around him, right. And he witnessed all the abuse.
Yeah.
But, what you're saying is, basically consistent to what he was saying was that Diddy was, over time became a drug addict.
Yeah.
He would go on these drug binges. Him and Cassie would lock themselves in these hotel rooms for 3-4 days, go on these binges. And during the binges, that's when allegedly the freak offs happen or whatever else. And then they would go and get IVs.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying?
Hold on. This little dude with his little black nail polish, as Vlad's talking about the Roger Bonds, Diddy's head of security, is saying all stuff. He like, yeah, they shaking their head, yeah. Just a second ago, they said, we don't know nothing. We didn't see nothing. We don't know nothing. Nothing happened. We don't know nothing. Then they just said the such and such with the freak offs and IVs. He like, yeah. Oh, but you just said you didn't know nothing. I thought y'all, that's why I said this going to switch real quick. Something happened to all these boys. That denial is crazy. You can see it. It's so evident that all that denial.
All the abuse.
Yeah.
But, what you're saying is, basically consistent to what he was saying was that Diddy was, over time became a drug addict.
Yeah.
He would go on these drug binges. Him and Cassie would lock themselves in these hotel rooms for 3-4 days, go on these binges. And during the binges, that's when allegedly the freak offs happen or whatever else. And then they would go and get IVs.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? Try to rejuvenate themselves.
That's a fact.
And then a week or two later, go
He said, yeah, that's a fact. But you said you didn't know nothing before.
go through the same type of thing.
He's also the person that said that Diddy said that he never cared about making a band, and he never planned on using, making a band successful. Like it was
just basically like a lick for him.
Yeah. Like he never really had a business mind.
That was James said that.
Well, my thing with Roger Bonds was like I had an issue with him, and I was kind of like nervous around them because I was in the email, and I saw some things in a personal email that threw me off guard.
Like what?
I don't want to go into details right now, but it just threw me off guard. You know what I mean? To make me be like, you know what I mean? Like I understand you crying now and of the trauma that you've seen, but what about me, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what about the trauma you put me through when I read that email?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why it's just not like Sean that's guilty. They're all fucking guilty, man. Like, and I don't just put the blame on Sean. I blame everybody that's in his circle. They're all millions and they want to be like him. And if they can't be like him, they try to come against him. If they don't got the money or they can't get it as quick as him or whatever he's doing to get it, then all of a sudden it's like, let's turn against him now. You know what I mean? Because I guess whatever. I don't know.
Well, you said that you've seen the drugged out Diddy.
Yeah.
He said they all guilty. All right, let's continue.
What would happen during those times?
Well, I mean, I'll keep it very short. Things felt very sacrificial.
Shit.
Okay, explain.
I can't. I don't want to sound like I'm a conspiracy person too. You know what I mean? Because I'm not. But
hold on. He said things seem sacrificial. Sacrifices. All right. Now, y'all see they changing up their tone now, right? They're like, But before y'all ain't know nothing. Ain't nothing happened to y'all. Ain't nothing, y'all ain't see no evil seat, right? He said sacrificial. Yeah, what a word. Now all of a sudden, yeah, they was not, they would see no evil, hear no evil. Now all of a sudden they're right?
Get it as quick as him or whatever he's doing to get it, then all of a sudden it's like, let's turn against him now, you know what I mean? Because I guess whatever, I don't know.
Well, you said that you've seen the drugged out Diddy.
Yeah.
What would happen during those times?
Well, I mean, I'll keep it very short. Things felt very sacrificial.
Shit.
Okay, explain.
I can't, because I don't want to sound like I'm a conspiracy person too. You know what I mean? Because I'm not. But when you're under a power, man, it's just you. I can't go into details now, but sir, like I'll tell you, it felt like some sacrificial stuff was going on, man. Like it felt very scary and weird to where I ran to get help. I ran to my doctor. I spoke up with my family. I spoke up to people around me because I was like, if this is true, and I'm caught missing or dead or something, I want you guys to know facts and the truth of what I'm going through and experiencing.
Did you have this conversation with the rest of the group?
Yeah, they know.
So when you guys heard this,
we was in tears. Like,
oh,
yeah,
wow,
in tears, real. I love my brother. What's going on? Tears, real, hurt, pain. Like,
hold on. He said, so did you guys know this? Yeah, we were in tears. You just said, y'all see? Y'all just said y'all don't know nothing. Ain't nothing ever happened. No. This ain't nothing happened. Now we were in tears when this, okay? All right, let's continue. May the Most High cover and bless this young man. May he be healed for
they know
that happened to him. This is not okay, guys. He said principality. Yeah, he said when powers are over you. He said sacrifices. He said powers and principalities. Okay? If you've seen his old image, he don't even look the same. His eyes, everything is different.
Like, I'll tell you, it felt like some sacrificial stuff was going on, man. Like it felt very scary and weird to where I ran to get help. I ran to my doctor. I spoke up with my family. I spoke up to people around me because I was like, if this is true, and I'm caught missing or dead or something, I want you guys to know facts and the truth of what I'm going through and experiencing.
Did you have this conversation with the rest of the group?
Yeah, they know.
So when you guys heard this,
we was in tears. Like,
oh,
yeah,
wow,
in tears, real. I love my brother. What's going on? Tears, real, hurt, pain. Like
I got to get an injection in my arm every month for mental health now for the rest of my life.
What's the?
They diagnosed me as schizophrenic and bipolar. The same thing, kind of like what Fred said he was going through, but it's just, I didn't experience suicide thoughts. I experienced other thoughts of being harmed and stuff.
Yeah, I have people in my family who are both schizophrenic and other people that have been bipolar.
Yeah, it's real scary when you got to keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
You start doing things. I was like walking around Rochester, bro. Like it's like I really like lost myself for like years. And I don't cry about this no more because I'm stronger. But it's like I was going crazy, bro, trying to figure out like what is going on. And the things that I was feeling are coming to light now. And I'd be like, whoa, that had to be God, intervening and removing me from that situation because it could have got really, really bad. So,
yeah, man, I'm sorry to go through that.
It's okay.
Yeah. But at least they found something that actually helps you out to stabilize you. I think a lot of people, they self-medicate, whether it's with pills or whatever else. Yeah, man, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Not good, though.
I'll give you guys a minute.
Yeah, I guess like if this would never came out, I still would have been secret about it. I wouldn't just like snitch.
Yeah.
Cause I'm not no snitch. Like I was gonna just deal with it. And I don't know why somebody that evil would.
She broke my glasses.
I don't get it. I don't know why somebody would do that to a talented, passionate people.
Yeah.
Like, we talented, passionate people. I don't understand. No, it's okay, bro. I don't understand why someone would sit down and think about hurting someone. I don't know. Or laugh about it after they do it, Like, I don't get it. That's why I said none of them are innocent. I'm not here to expose anybody, but none of them are innocent, man. Like, none of them are innocent. Y'all all coming after this man for millions of dollars when y'all were a part of it as well. Y'all were down too. Like, that's not fair. That's not fair to him. It's not fair. Fair to me.
It's not fair.
If this doesn't touch your heart, then you don't have a heart. They broke this man. And I need y'all to understand from the stuff that's coming out in this trial, this ain't even the shocking part, what's about to come out, what's going to be revealed tonight. It's allegedly that Diddy was drugging them. They would get drugged and wake up in a situation with all these men doing stuff. They broke this man's soul and drove him insane. They say he was walking through the city of Rochester. I think that's upstate New York, if that's the Rochester they're talking about. And the people in the comments of this video were saying, we were all happy for Q when they made it and did all that. And to see him walk around the city like a crazy man later, the whole city felt so sad. He says he takes medication and stuff. They did things to this young man that shouldn't be done to nobody, no man, woman, or child. And it wasn't his agreement. The first clip I showed y'all when he was exposing what was going on, it was, okay, I'm tying in stuff because I done research. All this is allegedly. The first clip was 3 years ago when he was exposing stuff, right? Or 3 or longer. I think it was longer than that. And that, what people saying now allegedly is when you would try to expose Diddy stuff, then they would prey on you. He would send people to get you. You could end up unalived. And then because they would work with the company, it's like you could be in their house or office something. And, as in the trial, they say they was open that you would ask for a bottle of water and the drugs would be in the bottled water. Not that you're trying to drink liquor or party with it. And allegedly, and they did things to this man that broke him mentally, physically, and spiritually. And he still, in this interview, was still trying to pray for him. And he's trying to hold his man. He said, I'm not a snitch, right? He said, I wouldn't have said nothing if people wasn't coming out because I'm not a snitch, right? I would have held my tongue with all this trauma and everything. It's not because as men and as manhood, we think, I'm not a tattletale, I'm not a snitch, I'm not this. And he was holding all the trauma. But as you see now, they're crying, right? He put his glasses on. But when they started, oh, we don't know nothing. Oh, no, everything's all right. Oh, yeah, nothing. We don't see nothing. Remember the first clip, they're all laughing and when he was exposing it back then.
People,
yeah.
Like, we talented, passionate people.
As you think, a lot of people, they self-medicate, whether it's with pills or whatever else.
Let me go back a little.
Yeah, man, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
He's taking.
I was going crazy, bro, trying to figure out what's going on, and the things that I was feeling are coming to light. now, and I'd be like, whoa, that had to be God, intervening and removing me from that situation because it could have got really, really bad. So,
And he said ended up dead. Because remember he said that's what he was telling his people and his family. And he saw his doctors and stuff that he could end up dead.
Who are both schizophrenic and other people that have been.
Yeah.
Wow.
In tears. Real, I love my brother, what's going on, tears. Real hurt, pain. Like that.
I got to get an injection in my arm every month for mental health now for the rest of my life.
What's the
they diagnosed me as.
And do not allow these wicked sorcerer doctors. He needs herbs from the field. He needs love, protection, and administering of truth to heal, and not more pharmakeia drugs. But he says for the rest of his life, he got to get a shot in his arm once a month of whatever. That he does not need that. That's more Diddying. You see, from the institution, Diddying. But it's so sad that some people don't have a covering. He apparently don't have a family to really cover him and tell him, yeah, he need prayers. Thank you, Donna Yah. He needs the truth. He need prayer. He need a strong support, man, woman, and children. He needs covering and love. He needs the right proper food and diet and exercise, and then and therapy, administer therapy, not going to these to talk and walk him through. He needs healing, not drugs. Diddy pumped him with drugs to do these things to him, and now the system want to pump him with more drugs to make him into a walking vegetable. Come on, Hakyama, he needs the Most High. But you see, he says, he says, he's calling him God. He says God got him out before it even got worse. So all the stuff he's seen, he said he glad that now he's away from Diddy in the situation. He said God did it and bringing it out to light before it got worse. But I'm not a snitch. He still is trying to, his manhood.
I'm caught missing or dead or something. I want you guys to know facts and the truth of what I'm going through and experiencing.
Did you have this conversation with the rest of the group?
Yeah, they know.
So when you guys heard this,
we was in tears. Like,
oh,
yeah,
wow,
in tears. Real, I love my brother, what's going on, tears. Real, hurt, pain. Like that.
I got to get an injection in my arm every month for mental health now for the rest of my life.
What's the?
They diagnosed me as schizophrenic and bipolar. The same thing, kind of like what Fred said he was going through, but I didn't experience suicide thoughts. I experienced other thoughts of being harmed and stuff.
Yeah, I have people in my family who are both schizophrenic and other people that have been bipolar.
Yeah, it's real scary when you got to keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
You start doing things. I was like walking around Rochester, bro. Like it's like I really lost myself for like years. And I don't cry about this no more because I'm stronger. But it's like,
see that? I don't cry about this no more because I'm stronger while he's crying. This is what I mean. Yes, Donna Yaz. It's not snitching. But as men, we're told to bottle everything and you can't expose. You can't be vulnerable. I had spent my whole life never crying, and now the Most High has given me tears because I'm healed. But I spent my whole life never crying. I told y'all twice. One time when Jazz brother died, and then that's that one time. And then what was the other time? That was the one time. Oh, the other time when I was so frustrated and I had no help. And that was it. 2 times in my whole life growing up, because told that you don't cry, you got to, take it everything. And so he's trying to hold on to that. He said, I don't cry. I'm here, like but while he's crying, he's saying he don't cry.
Years. And I don't cry about this no more because I'm stronger. But it's like I was going crazy, bro, trying to figure out like what is going on. And the things that I was feeling are coming to light now. And I'd be like, whoa, that had to be God, intervening and removing me from that situation because it could have got really, really bad. So,
yeah, man, I'm sorry to go through that.
It's okay.
Yeah. But at least they found something that actually helps you out to stabilize you. So I think a lot of people, they self-medicate, whether it's with pills or whatever else. Yeah, man, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
He's not okay, but he's trying. Shaliyah Marawiyah. Yes, Yasharallah. So many victims. And most of the men are not coming out because of them. Of course, you're going to tell them they took your manhood and stuff. So a lot of the sisters are coming out and speaking out and getting, but the men are still. All right, let's continue. And this still ain't the revelation yet. The revelation is going to be shocking. All right, let's continue.
Not good.
So that laughing line, y'all, that's a form of masking trauma. Some people, it's a form of, all that. Remember at the beginning of this, they was like, oh no, ain't nothing happened to us. Oh no, ain't this. We don't know nothing about it. We ain't see nothing, all that. Now they talking about, yeah, we crying real tears when they're like, so it's lying to mask the truth. And he doesn't hide from the truth. And they signaled him out. Diddy and them signaled him out after he exposed that years ago. All right, let's continue.
Medicate, whether it's with pills or whatever else. Yeah, man, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Not good, bro.
I'll give you guys a minute.
Yeah, I guess like if this would never came out, I still would have been secret about it. I wouldn't just like snitch.
Yeah.
Cause I'm not no snitch. Like I was gonna just deal with it. And I don't know why somebody that evil would.
You broke my glasses?
I don't get it. I don't know why somebody would do that to a talented, passionate people.
Yeah.
Like, we talented, passionate people. I don't understand. No, it's okay, bro. I don't understand why someone would sit down and think about hurting someone. I don't know. Or laugh about it after they do it, Like, I don't.
He's telling, when they was doing this stuff to him, he said, and then laugh about it while they're doing it. Guys, they said that there was people who was on their deathbed from what Diddy and them was doing to them while they were raping them, gang raping them. 10 men. And remember, they had IVs. They would do this for hours and hours while they drugged up. And he said, laughing at them. And then they would need an IV drip because so they don't die, those who are doing it, because of the drugs having them. And the other one, the drug, the one that makes the men hard forever, that Viagra stuff and all that. Sorry, guys. I mean, if this don't touch you, then you're not human. I'm human now. Praise the Most High. And for me to see a brother broken like that, there's no way I cannot feel like Diddy is the devil, bro. He needs to go, bro. May the Most High will be done to this dude, bro. And you see him crying. He said, why would you do this? Look, this young man came to him innocent, and they were young. They were young. And he destroyed his mind, body, and soul, and did the most wicked violation, splintered and shattered that cavity, that portal at the end, that the forbidden zone. And he said, laughing while they're doing it, while he's probably laying bleeding. And it's like what they do in prison when they grape the people. And it's just This is just insane, bro. This is insane.
Would sit down and think about hurting someone, I don't know, and or laugh about it after they do it, you know. I don't know why somebody that evil would.
She broke my glasses.
I don't get it. I don't know why somebody would do that to a talented, passionate people.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we talented, passionate people. I don't understand. No, it's okay, bro. I don't understand why someone would sit down and think about hurting someone. I don't know, and or laugh about it after they do it. You know, like I don't get it. I don't. That's why I said none of them are innocent. I'm not here to expose anybody, but none of them are innocent, man. Like none of them are innocent. Right. Y'all all coming after this man for millions of dollars when y'all were a part of it as well. Y'all were down too. Like that's not fair. That's not fair.
So he's like, they all, the bodyguard, security, all, he said, y'all all want to come after him for millions and lock him all up. He's saying they were all down with it. He like, y'all all did this to me. Laughing about it. He exposed, he's like, they all did it.
Now, it's not fair. Fair to me.
It's not fair to people that with actual story that actually been affected by that, because then it make everybody seem like they just try out to get something or, you know, whatever, opposed to it being real people that went through real stuff, you know?
Shut up. I don't want to hear nothing from you because y'all were just sitting there cackling and laughing and lying all about it. Now you want to be crying and coming out because this man is the man that will stand in truth. Just shut your mouth, right? Shut up. Don't. Sorry, guys.
Did you ever confront Diddy about this?
I kept trying to get in contact with him because all I wanted was an apology. All I kept saying, like, could you apologize? Like, could you just apologize for what I can't talk about right now? But I just wanted to apologize because something was wrong with me, man. Something was wrong. And like on your last Vlad interview, you could look at me and tell like something was wrong. Like I wasn't the enthused person. I wasn't cute. I looked like stressed. I looked like I was in a dark place.
Look. So the first clip I showed at the beginning, when they was all cackling and laughing, and he was exposing, this was after that. Diddy and them, they got him. And he says, this is 2017. This one is 3 years ago. The other one's probably older. This is after they got him. They started to look at him. He said, it was happening to him there. But the first clip, he was just exposing what he was seeing they were doing. And they got him. That's how they get you. Got to protect your children, protect men, women, and children, your brothers, your uncles, your sisters from these industries. That's how they get you, bro. All they got to do is they got stuff they can give you a handshake and stuff. It'll go into your bloodstream. Next thing you know, you wake up, you bleeding, and they got videotapes of you and stuff. Okay? And he was legend, they send them emails and stuff about all the stuff and showing that they were exposed. But he's saying here, he was already, this is when he was being broken. You got to protect. Oh man, I'm so glad the Most High protected me from these record deals I had. And we had one with Diddy too. Not the deal. It was through, what's his body? Wolf. Shout out to my man Robo from the Bronx. Robo and Wolf, they from North Bronx, and they were best friends growing up all through school. Big Wolf, the one that's dead. And so when I had he set it up. Robo set it up with Wolf and the lawyers and everything. And something happened. I'm going to tell that story in the 25 of Life chat, my testimony. Something happened, I don't remember. And then we didn't make that meeting. Then something else happened again, and we didn't make it. And then we started messing with some other label or something. And I'm so glad that none of that, no. But again, as men, as I could say, none of that would happen to me. But what if they drug you? That's what they did to people. Meaning you didn't know. right? You're gonna celebrate, and they like, okay, celebration for the thing, and they, they pop the crystal or something and everything. We're gonna take a drink for sign of celebration, and you take the drink, and next thing you know, you wake up. Okay, so you could be all tough you want. Everybody could claim tough because no, consciously none of that would ever happen, right? But there's some of these victims that did not agree, and they woke up to this. All right. I'm just thankful the Most High covered me and stopped every record deal. Now it's not a better time to be a regular person than now, bro.
Guys, because something was wrong with me, man. Something. Apologize, but
he said, "I just want an apology." This young man is actually a really good young man, and it so sucks that the bad things can happen to the best of people. You see, all he said, he wanted to pray for him. He don't want to be, he just want an apology. This is a genuine good young man, to be breaking a beautiful soul, bro. It's just, this young man has a beautiful soul, and now he's broken like this. I wish he could just find somebody that can help him, like find some people that can really help him. He don't need the drugs, bro.
Kept trying to get in contact with him because all I wanted was an apology.
Opposed to it being real people that went through real stuff,
Did you ever confront Diddy about this?
I kept trying to get in contact with him because all I wanted was an apology. All I kept saying, like, could you apologize? Like, could you just apologize for what I can't talk about right now? But I just wanted to apologize because something was wrong with me, man. Something was wrong. And like on your last Vlad interview, you could look at me and tell like something was wrong. Like I wasn't the enthused person. I wasn't cute. I looked like stressed. I looked like I was in a dark place. So like you could tell like something was wrong. Like,
yeah.
I didn't mean to go there. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. It's
I'm
all
so
good.
sorry.
This is real.
Yeah.
And
We gotta take a break.
yeah, let's take a break.
Oh man. Shit. Yeah.
You.
That shit funny too.
Man, guys, even raw and tough as I was in the street and none of that, my heart breaks for the innocent, bro. I'm honestly, man. Yeah, I'm tearing up because this young brother is so pure and innocent. You can hear it, you can feel it. He didn't want no money. He just wanted an apology. He just wanted to heal. And man, may the Most High will be done over this dark devil, bro. These devils, man. And wait till y'all hear what's about to come out. Wait till y'all hear what's about to come out. This thing runs deep. These devils, bro. Yeah, something happened to all of them. Now I can explain. Do y'all know that they say, I'm not sure if it's going to come out in this one, they say that they got trafficked, that they were trafficking them. So after, what they do is they'll drug you and catch you and put videos of you in compromising positions, and they say allegedly Diddy was trafficking them, selling them in their contract, and because they got the tapes, everything, that they'll expose you, and it's just, yeah. So the reason why all that extra crying and stuff is because, yeah, things happen to all of them, but they, masking it for their, their manhood and stuff.
We gotta take a break.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Oh man. Shit. Yeah.
You.
And they were all young. He said it. He's like, young, we were talented. We just want to sing and make music and do this. And how could he's so broken because he's like, how could you do this to anybody? He can't even understand. He's so pure that he just wants an apology. That's like asking the devil to apologize for his wickedness. You see, that's when you know that you have a level of purity, of innocence, that he should have been protected from these monsters. You got to protect your family, guys. And I don't care that they 19, 20, 21 or whatever. Everybody ain't street sense tough, and everybody ain't men, women, and children. You got to protect them, sisters, brothers, everything. Yeah, didn't he want to name himself Love and all that?
That shit fucked up.
Okay.
And I just broke my glasses, so I can't even cover my face. I can't even cover my eyes. I just broke myself, dog. I can't even cover my eyes now.
Yeah, god damn. Damn, I'm chasing the car. Run me one more tissue, bro. Yeah, man. Oof.
You see him?
That's just fucked.
You see him? He's hiding a lot. He's holding in a lot. You see him back there? He's been the one really quiet through a lot of it. He's holding in a lot. They're trying to mask stuff, but laughing and stuff, but they don't fool me, but him. Look at him.
Yeah, man. Oof. That's just fucked up. What? Yeah. That's you? That's your home? Yeah. What you on, lad? What you on, man?
Yeah.
Hey.
I wasn't expecting. This has never happened on camera before, has it?
Nah. We was just chilling, man. We thought, but I mean, it always feel the same way because we do know, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
So whenever you want to express yourself,
yeah, that's all good. Take as much time as you want, man.
That's just not cool.
Wait till y'all hear what's about to come out. This is almost finished, and now it's getting started. The revelation is coming now.
Brian, you good with them?
Yeah, we good. I need to go outside.
No, you good, bro. Okay. You always good, man. When you ever got to release it, bro. Just warn me next time. I just might choose the exit so I don't fuck out of here. Yeah, we gonna go ahead and let you take this spot.
Day 26, take 2, Mark.
All right, we just took a short break. It's one thing to see you go through it, but then to see the rest of the group go through it with you is just very emotional to see from my point of view. So I'm sorry.
It's all right.
She had to go through it.
Because there's been times where she was in front of her dad and
now he's spoken about, he dated one of the members, Dawn, who testified on the trial. And he's going to say this really quick.
And Puffy has disrespected them. Like saying like
Diddy would disrespect Dawn
in front of her
father.
Yeah. Like he'd be like, yo, you I don't give a fuck about your dad being here. You my bitch. Y'all my bitches. I don't give a fuck about
Oh, you get your ass whooped off my daughter like that. I ain't got no daughter.
Very, very weird. That's why I said he's 2 different people when he's high and then when he's regular. So like I know she's not lying, but the truth is not all coming out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
I remember when I interviewed Roger Bonds, he told me he saw a situation where he was getting into an argument with Cassie, and I think like her father called. Yeah, and he got on the phone. He's like, I'm her papa now.
That's like kind of what I'm trying to say.
Like I'm your daddy now.
Yeah,
who said that too?
That's
Cassie's father.
That's the kind of language he would talk to the girls and stuff. Like he's the pimp. Like he's the man. Not
Puff
just him.
Daddy,
Puff Daddy. Yeah. But not just him. It was like I said, like I had issue with Roger too, from what I had saw in the email, and I've been told them all about that long time ago.
All right, here we go. He said not just him, all of them. The head security, Roger Bond, all of them. Now, this is the revelation clip. All right. That tug on your heartstring a little bit. I needed to set that up. So now, because I needed to set up the level of darkness that Diddy has been doing. And now, copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is the revelation right here. Generational spirits and curses. Where did Diddy get it from? This goes back further. This goes back deeper. It's all coming out from the trial. With everybody, it's coming. This goes back generations. We're going back to the 70s. Let's go.
Being that my father, he was killed when I was 3 years old. I don't have like a lot of memories of my father. You know, they say, you know, you can't miss something you never had. So that's only a little ways right, you know. There's definitely been times as I've gotten older that I've missed my father, and you know, his presence not being there. I think he played a role in that. I think that even if we don't know our parents, we still have their DNA in us. You know, we have their genes. And my father's name was Melvin Combs. You know, Melvin's son, Sean Combs.
His father's name is Melvin Combs. Introducing everybody worldwide, the real source, Melvin Combs.
My father was a hustler. You know, he was a drug dealer. He was a hustler.
This is Harlem. Welcome to America's backyard.
New York City in the 70s. Let's go back in time. Come on, House of Y'all. Y'all know what we do. Let's get to the root. Come on, Trent Gang. His dad was working with CIA in the system, but watch what come out in a second. Let's get to the root. Y'all know how we do. Praise the Most High. Expose it all. Y'all expose everything from the foundation. This is the 70s in New York City. Broken glass everywhere. You heard? Afros. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers in effect.
Melvin Earl Combs was born on April 15th, 1938 in Harlem, New York. He was born to his father Isaac Combs Jr. and mother Helen Combs. Melvin was well educated and he served in the United States Air Force. Once the Vietnam War ended in 1973, the soldiers didn't come home to any parades or jobs. Most soldiers was left unemployed and some turned to the streets, which was exactly what happened in Melvin's case. During this time, heroin was taking over the streets of Harlem and you either sold or was a user. Melvin being a hustler, he became a drug dealer.
Now, during the 70s in New York City, a lot of them went to the war, the Vietnam War. And they came back, Frank Lucas, all of them. And you was either on just when they pumped heroin before crack and everything into the people of the book. They pumped heroin to the hoods, right? This is the destruction of the people. So they would come back. And then you had the mafia. You had these institutions. So you had the system, even the systems of the police. Everything was making money off the slaughter of the original seed people. Okay, now, so when he came home, all right, he came home. Now, remember, these are people, they're trying to fight for the country and they're trying to do the right thing. But these curses, these things are happening to this set of group of people. All right, this is now, we get into the root, the foundation, the source. Melvin Combs, Diddy's dad.
United States ain't doing nothing for us, man. We busted our ass. We went over there to an army to kill, and 99% of us got killed, and we didn't get nothing for it. They give us a piece of paper that says to us, we're Vietnam veterans, and we can get disability, and we can get this, and we can get a job, and we ain't got nothing.
He would hit the streets of Harlem, dealing heroin, and would start to make a name for himself. He was an associate of the notorious New York drug kingpin Nicky Barnes, and was rumored to be Nicky Barnes' muscle and hitman. In 1972, Barnes formed a council, a 7-man organized crime syndicate that controlled a big part of the heroin trade in Harlem. Melvin was also friends with the notorious New York City drug kingpin Frank Lucas.
Me and Melvin Cohen were good friends. We did a lot of business together. Of course, it was not a legal business, but we did a lot of business together.
Frank Lucas operated in Harlem during the late 1960s and early 1970s. He was known for cutting out the middleman in the drug trade and buying his heroin directly from the source in the Golden Triangle in Southeast Asia. In 1976, Lucas was convicted of drug trafficking and sentenced to 70 years in prison, but he had his time reduced after becoming an informant. Denzel Washington portrayed Frank Lucas in his biofilm American Gangster, and Jay-Z did the soundtrack.
All right, let's go. Thumbnail tied up, Unc. Denzel played Frank Lucas. That's how he look now.
Reduced after becoming an informant. Denzel Washington portrayed Frank.
That's how Frank looked in the 70s. The destruction that they tried to just totally destroy, some people turn to wicked means to survive. All right, let's go.
Frank Lucas in his biofilm American Gangster, and Jay-Z did the soundtrack.
You gonna keep that hat on all night? And don't miss a fight. You paid for it.
With friends like Nicky Barnes and Frank Lucas, Melvin had to be heavy in those streets. But while in those streets, he would find love. He fell in love with Janice, who was a model and a teacher assistant. The two would get married and they would welcome their first child, a baby girl, Keisha Combs. Even though Melvin was in those streets heavy.
That's Pup older sister. Oh, it's about to get deep in a second. We about to go somewhere that people don't even see coming. A slingshot about to happen in this live tonight. That's why I said one of the most shocking lives we did so far. Let's go. Expose it all, Father. Come on, y'all. Expose everything.
He was a family man, and he made sure his household was taken care of. Years later, they would welcome their second child, a baby boy, Sean Combs, born November 4th, 1969, who the world would get to know as P. Diddy. Melvin's murder was never solved, but per Frank Lucas, the guy who killed Melvin didn't last long on the streets, and he got what he deserved.
I was sorry to see what happened to him. That shocked the hell out of me. And the guy who did it, I'm glad he got what he got.
After Melvin died, Janice left Harlem and moved to Mount Vernon, New York, to ensure her kids was brought up in a safe environment. Janice worked 3 jobs to provide for her 2 kids. Her hard work paid off. She kept her kids on track, and P. Diddy would eventually attend Howard University. It was when he was at Howard he learned the truth about his dad. Growing up, his mom would tell him that his dad died in the car crash to protect him.
I realized there's nothing great.
Y'all see this woman? This is the devil. When y'all see Diddy at the beginning of that screen, that's the devil. This is possession. Y'all will understand later why I say this is the devil. Let's go. Yeah, Trent Gang, I know all about everything. And that's why tonight I'm bringing out one that most don't know. Other stuff will come out. Yes, y'all see later why I'm saying this. Y'all looking at the devil right here in the flesh.
Than a mother's love and desire to protect her child.
Hold on.
That hustle Melvin had for the streets, Diddy had his dad. Growing up, his mom would tell him that his dad died in the car crash to protect him.
I realized there's nothing greater than a mother's love and desire to protect her child.
That hustle Melvin had for the streets, Diddy had that same hustle, but instead of using it in the streets, Diddy decided to use it in the music business.
I decided to embrace the entrepreneurial spirit of my father, but in an honest way. God bless you, Melvin Combs. I could feel you right next to me, but in an honest way, in a legal way.
You see what he said? Chose his father, the spirit of his father. We tying it up. Let's go. Come on, y'all, expose it.
By earning, scraping, working harder, believing in myself.
This is the verbatim federal courtroom testimony of the Sean Diddy Combs trial.
This is yesterday. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Live yesterday.
As reported by Inner City Press. When Chewy Thompson, the grandson of Elvis Presley, walked into the courtroom, no one expected what was about to unfold, but what he revealed would shock even the most hardened reporters. Under oath, Chewy claimed that his grandfather, the great Elvis Presley, had once been trapped in a horrifying underground world, a world controlled by none other than Diddy's father, Melvin Combs.
Bingo. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Now understand. Now we about to take a trip. Okay? This goes back further than most people realize. Okay? Later, I don't want to give it out. I got more stuff coming out on another lives whenever y'all tell me to bring it out. This goes back to the 70s. We going back. Let's go to the dad. The sins of the father. All right. Yo, we going somewhere. Y'all come on. Elvis Presley's grandson took the stand. Y'all hear? Let's go. Let's go.
But what he revealed would shock even the most hardened reporters. Under oath, Chewy claimed that his grandfather, the great Elvis Presley, had once been trapped in a horrifying underground world, a world controlled by none other than Diddy's father, Melvin Combs. He said Elvis knew him personally, and what he witnessed at those infamous freak-off parties wasn't just disturbing, it was soul-crushing. Chewy brought evidence, including a never-before-seen video of Elvis at one of Melvin's parties, visibly terrified and out of place. Then, Chewy told the court that he too was invited to a modern-day Diddy party, where he saw something so disturbing, he confronted Diddy and knocked him out cold. As Diddy sat silently listening, the look on his face told the world everything they needed to know. The truth was out, and his empire was collapsing. The courtroom was silent as Chewy Thompson adjusted the microphone in front of him. He wasn't a singer, wasn't a politician, wasn't a media figure trained to give sterile answers. He was a grandson, a witness, a young man bearing the weight of a legacy, and a secret. What he was about to share didn't just shake the case. It shattered generations of silence. "My name is Chewy Thompson," he began, "and I'm the grandson of Elvis Aaron Presley. I'm here because my grandfather didn't die of addiction. He died of exposure to something he was never supposed to see."
Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go. Open it up, right? Open it up, Michael, open it up, Prince, open up, Whitney, open it up, everybody. Open it up, what's my dude there? I was born by a shady river. What's all them singers? Open it up. Elvis. Everybody's supposed to be dying from these addictions. Okay. He said, my granddad ain't died from no doggone drug addiction. He died because he saw something he wasn't supposed to see. You heard? Let's go.
Because my grandfather...
Yeah, Sam Cooke, everybody, come on.
...didn't die of addiction. He died of exposure to something he was never supposed to see. He didn't need to convince the jury. The gravity in his voice said enough. Chewy began by explaining something few knew, that in the early 1970s, Elvis Presley met a man by the name of Melvin Combs, father of Sean Diddy Combs. Melvin, he said, wasn't just a figure on the edges of the entertainment world, he was part of the underbelly, a man who moved quietly through music, politics, and organized crime.
Now let me tie in something for y'all. Now, listen clearly. Diddy's mom was part of the music industry. Yeah, Otis Redding, all of them, with Patti LaBelle in them. Okay, and tied to the Supremes too, but Patti LaBelle in them. So Diddy moms was in the industry. So when he met her, she was in the industry because the dad has something to do with the industry. Remember, the powers that be, the serpents, they always got us through the industry, right? Through the music industry and put them on drugs. And they all supposed to have died from these overdoses, right? And they all started doing drugs. The same thing as these rappers and stuff doing now, right? They get these contracts, everything. Next thing you know, they all strung out all over drugs looking like zombies, right? When before they wasn't zombied. The industry. Come on, the industry. All right, let's go back a little. All right.
The early 1970s, Elvis Presley met a man by the name of Melvin Combs, father of Sean Diddy Combs. Melvin, he said, wasn't just a figure on the edges of the entertainment world, he was part of the underbelly, a man who moved quietly through music, politics, and organized crime. He wasn't the guy in the photos, Chewy said. He was the guy behind the curtains. According to Chewy, Melvin and Colonel Tom Parker, Elvis's infamous manager, had more than a passing connection. They shared mutual contacts, favors, secrets. Melvin was a broker of shadows, Chewy testified. He made things disappear, people, scandals, even entire nights. And somehow, Elvis got caught in it. Chewy revealed that his grandfather had once confided in his grandmother, Priscilla, about a string of exclusive parties in Los Angeles.
Now, he got the connection that Melvin was connected with Elvis's, I think he said his manager, Colonel something. Now, I'm not sure if that Colonel was because he was in the military when Melvin was in the military. Do you understand? Oh, yeah, it goes deep. I got other stuff going to come out, all right? So yes, this is his ties. Come on, Just Darling. To the letter boys. That's what Trent was talking about. So I had been start doing the other stuff, but when his grandson testified, bro, he just broke open a whole floodgates and stuff. Hold on, it's just getting started. Okay. Now, yes, Nipsey. Oh, yo, wait till this. This thing goes deep. This thing is shattering the whole entertainment industry. Everybody's coming out. All right.
That his grandfather had once confided in his and somehow, Elvis, secrets. Melvin was a broker of shadows, Chewy testified. He made things disappear, people, scandals, even entire nights. And somehow, Elvis got caught in it. Chewy revealed that his grandfather had once confided in his grandmother, Priscilla, about a string of exclusive parties in Los Angeles and Miami that he had been pressured to attend. He said they weren't parties. They were something else, something cold, something dark. Elvis, at the time, was on the verge of a spiritual crisis. According to Chewy, he'd told his family he felt ensnared in a world where power was bought with flesh, silence, and blackmail. He met Melvin through music, but he stayed in Melvin's world out of fear. By the time Elvis realized how deep he was, Chewy said he was too famous to leave and too scared to speak.
Guys, ain't this exactly what's happening to all of them? By the time they too they get caught up and too scared to get out. They're too entrenched, and then the drugs and stuff start. All right, let's continue.
Silence and blackmail. He met Melvin through music, but he stayed in Melvin's world out of fear. By the time Elvis realized how deep he was, Chewy said he was too famous to leave and too scared to speak. As Chewy continued, the courtroom watched Diddy, seated at the defense table, start to tense. This wasn't about his actions. This was about his legacy. And suddenly, the sins of the father were front and center. Chewy described Melvin Combs not as a military hero, but as an operator, a man who played both sides between CIA liaisons and organized criminal networks embedded in the music industry.
Come on, Trick Gang. Come on. Let's go.
Melvin knew how to control artists, Chewy said. He wasn't interested in fame. He was interested in leverage. Using documents obtained through a private investigator and family records long kept sealed, Chewy outlined a disturbing pattern of behavior. He described Melvin's ownership stake in multiple shell properties in California and Florida, places linked to gatherings known internally as Red Doors. These were early versions of what would later be coined freak-offs, and in attendance at one of them, according to Chewy, was a reluctant and frightened Elvis Presley.
They called it Red Doors before these parties, before now they call freak-offs. And in Diddy's story's testimony, they have a room with a red door. And one of the people, one of the artists, and a couple of them said that you make sure you don't go through that red door, what happens behind that red door, all right? So what Elvis' grandson is bringing out is tying in from that is not that is still going on. He's going to point out that it never stopped from the 70s, from this COINTELPRO, from the these portals, from the heroin and all the drugs.
Stake in multiple shell properties in California and Florida, places linked to gatherings known internally as Red Doors. These were early versions of what would later be coined freak-offs, and in attendance at one of them, according to Chewy, was a reluctant and frightened Elvis Presley. Elvis wasn't a guest, Chewy explained. He was an asset, a trophy. His presence legitimized these parties for other nervous stars, but behind closed doors, he hated every second of it. Chewy said that Elvis wrote letters begging to be removed from the scene, many addressed to his manager. He called it a hell with chandeliers. He said Melvin had a smile that never reached his eyes.
Okay, so now in this testimony, his grandson is going to pull out videos and letters that Elvis Presley wrote and give them to the judge to read, right? Documentation. He said Melvin had properties and shell companies in Miami, California, and the places where these red doors would take. That's what they called the parties for the industry, the music industry, celebrities. And they called them red doors back there in the 70s. Now they call freak-offs. In the same locations where Diddy did them, okay? He said Melvin had a smile that never reached his eyes. That's a hell of a statement. I'm saying hell right there. I don't cuss. But a smile. Y'all ever known somebody? Be very careful. Make sure a person's smile reach their eyes. What Benny Siegel had a rhyme when he says, what he says? He said the handshake ain't matching they smile. The handshake ain't match the smile. That's in that song, I see it in the air. That song, that's my joint. When the handshake ain't matching they smile. Igga they foul, something he said. That's what you got to make sure the person's handshake match they smile. Make sure they smile reach their eyes. You're looking past the physical. That's how you won't be able to see these serpents who come to you with a handshake and a smile. But behind it is a serpent. Okay? All right, let's continue. We going to the foundation where it come from. You heard?
He called it a hell with chandeliers.
Elvis called it, these parties, a hell with chandeliers in these mansions. Okay?
But behind closed doors, he hated every second of it. Wasn't a guest, Chewy explained. He was an asset, a trophy. His presence legitimized these parties for other nervous stars, but behind closed doors, he hated every second of it. Chewy said that Elvis wrote letters begging to be removed from the scene, many addressed to his manager. He called it a hell with chandeliers. He said Melvin had a smile that never reached his eyes. In one passage from a recovered journal, Chewy read aloud, "I saw a child walk into the room and a man close the door. I couldn't move. I wanted to scream. Melvin just stood there, watching, grinning." The courtroom was visibly shaken. Melvin created this world, Chewy concluded. Diddy just inherited it. He made it bigger, louder, and even more dangerous. As Chewy flipped through a worn leather-bound journal, one of Elvis's last, he read the entries slowly, methodically.
He said Elvis said one time he seen someone take a child into one of those doors. He said Diddy inherited it and made it.
Jury stared in disbelief. From a recovered journal, Chewy read aloud, "I saw a child walk into the room and a man close the door. I couldn't move. I wanted to scream. Melvin just stood there, watching, grinning." The courtroom was visibly shaken. Melvin created this world, Chewy concluded. Diddy just inherited it. He made it bigger, louder, and even more dangerous. As Chewy flipped through a worn leather-bound journal, one of Elvis's last, he read the entries slowly, methodically. The jury stared in disbelief. "If I leave, they ruin me. If I stay, they own me." Melvin said the camera's always on, even when you can't see it. "I saw things I can't sing about. And I don't think God will forgive me for staying silent." These weren't lyrics. These were cries for help.
Bro, this goes back all the way back. They was doing this back then. And Clive Davis was back then. All of this industry was back then. Elvis said, "I can't, if I leave, they'll ruin me. If I stay, they destroy me spiritually." Wow. I was like, Elvis? His dad.
Methodically. The jury stared in disbelief. "If I leave," and even more dangerous. As Chewy fought to scream, Melvin just stood there, watching, grinning. The courtroom was visibly shaken. Melvin created this world, Chewy concluded. Diddy just inherited it. He made it bigger, louder, and even more dangerous. As Chewy flipped through a worn leather-bound journal, one of Elvis's last, he read the entries slowly, methodically. The jury stared in disbelief. "If I leave, they ruin me. If I stay, they own me." Melvin said the camera's always on, even when you can't see it. "I saw things I can't sing about. And I don't think God will forgive me for staying silent." These weren't lyrics. These were cries for help. Chewy explained how his grandfather became a pawn in Melvin's twisted game. Elvis was manipulated into attending event after event, each more disturbing than the last. These weren't Hollywood parties. They were pressure cookers, designed to see what and who would break. According to Chewy, Elvis was placed into compromising situations on purpose. They fed him pills, liquor, then they watched and filmed. He testified that he found documentation from a hidden vault in Graceland containing letters and torn film reels labeled with names. Some of those names are still stars today. Others vanished. And then came the video. Chewy paused, then handed a USB drive to the prosecution. The lights dimmed. The courtroom monitors flickered. Grainy footage appeared. Time-stamped July 1974. A lavish mansion. Guests in masks. Bodies moving rhythmically under candlelight. Then, a close-up. Elvis Presley, slouched in an armchair, face pale, expression hollow. Sitting next to him was Melvin Combs. He wasn't singing. He wasn't laughing. He was trapped. The video showed enough to make the jury uncomfortable. Faint moaning, movement, a whisper of a child's voice. Then static. Chewy faced the judge. "That's why I'm here," he said. "That's the real reason my grandfather died. Not because of a heart attack, but because his heart broke from what they made him be part of. What do you think that black helicopter outside Graceland the night he died was? Now you know." He turned to Diddy. "And you knew because he told you. And instead of ending it, you brought it back." The air in the courtroom grew thick as the lights dimmed. All eyes turned to the screen as the prosecution played the footage Chewy had submitted. A black and white reel that looked like it had survived fire and time. The timestamp read July 19th, 1974. And in the bottom corner, in faded ink, the name of the estate. The White House, Bel Air, California. But this wasn't political. It opened with candlelight. Not romantic, but ritualistic. Figures moved through a marble hall dressed in masquerade masks. In the background, soft music echoed. Not Elvis music. Something darker, ambient, chilling. The camera panned to a gathering in what appeared to be a ballroom. Dozens of men and women. Some seated, some standing. Others leading barely dressed individuals into back rooms behind curtains. Then the frame locked in. Elvis Presley, unmistakably him, sat in the corner, slouched in a gold-framed chair, wearing a suit, but visibly uncomfortable, sweat on his brow, eyes scanning the room like a caged animal. Beside him sat Melvin Combs, laughing, holding a cigar. At one point, he leaned in and whispered something into Elvis's ear. Elvis flinched. "I want everyone to understand," Chewy said as the screen froze on his grandfather's face. "That man sitting there is broken. You're not looking at the King of Rock. You're looking at a prisoner." Chewy explained that the footage had been hidden in a sealed Graceland storage room for decades, misfiled among old fan reels. He never told anyone he had it, but he couldn't destroy it either, because he wanted us to know the truth, someday. The video then cut, mid-movement, to another brief scene. A hallway, dark. A young girl walking past the camera with her head down. A voice off camera, unmistakably Melvin's, calling her name. Then silence. Gasps erupted in the courtroom. One juror covered her mouth. Another looked away. Diddy, seated at the defense table, visibly tensed. For the first time, he looked genuinely rattled. He leaned to his attorney and whispered furiously. Chewy turned toward him and said into the microphone, without emotion, "You recognize the furniture, don't you?" The courtroom went completely still. "That's because you still host parties in that same house." Chewy shifted the focus from the footage to the aftermath. What happened to Elvis after that 1974 party, and the others that followed, wasn't just physical, it was spiritual collapse. The man who once sang about love, about heartbreak, about rebellion, he stopped singing. On the inside, he was already dead. According to Chewy, Elvis tried to break away from the inner circle after a particularly disturbing event in 1976.
Now, we know that all of these people proliferated off of the accomplishments of the people of the book, right? And we know of curses, right? So they stole music, they proliferated. But the common thread is that you see most of them as well become junkies, right? And then die from overdoses. So all of this is allegedly, right? And but as the Most High, we tie the dots. Remember, you always eat the fruit and spit out the pit, no matter what it is. Okay? I just want y'all to keep your discernment and always know that no matter what is coming out in these alleged things, there'll be a thread that ties and weaves. Okay? But then you'll have people that'll put out stuff. So take everything with a grain of salt. Eat the fruit and spit out the pits, allegedly. But the ties, as we know, the connections for those who have done the research, I knew the connections of Puff's of his father, right, with music, because that's how he met his moms, through the music, and with Frank Lucas, with Nicky Bondsman, with the drugs, because they had the cartel from Harlem, the Bronx, and Mount Vernon. And that's why after he died, Puff's mom moved into one of his houses in Mount Vernon. Okay? So that was the heroin ring connection that Melvin Combs was in charge of. It's from Harlem, the Bronx, and Westchester, Mount Vernon, Yonkers, all that. He was in charge of that section. And that was, remember, Frank Lucas was getting it from from overseas, and they were military. So the connection of Melvin and Elvis, of Elvis Presley's manager being that colonel. I'm not sure if his name was colonel, if that colonel was like a title, something military, and the connection, but we see the different strings and connections. So take everything with a grain of salt, right? Allegedly and stuff. But what we do is connect dots. You understand? Everything I don't just receive everything and digest everything, right? Because I'm hearing things, I'm like, man, that, right? I don't receive that. Just like we are to do with everything else. Discernment, okay? Discernment. But these things all tie in, okay? Because you have a lot of the celebrities as well, right? So you could see someone as even Elvis, who in his younger, he was what they would call a handsome white man, right? And you know, the industry is all about the men. It's, you know, the women are abused too, but that's an actual byproduct. It's all about, that's the serpent seed, fallen angel stuff. It's all about the men, desecrating the men, right? So as you would get this power and become a celebrity, you have to pay. That's why Elvis, look how he looked. Y'all remember, I don't know if y'all know, but y'all remember Elvis was fat on stage. He was like hucka-bucka burning love. His belly was out here with all the crazy, he looked drugged, looked like, you know how Lil Wayne, you know how they look crazy after, it's like, it's the devil comes back to collect for these contracts, this record deal stuff, right? Yeah. So so it's like you could see it. They literally fall apart in public to the point where it's like it's kind of they do a humiliation ritual before they make him go out, right? Yeah, he was sweating. He's sweating on this, dripping sweat, just I mean, looking crazy, and then they end up dead. It's like a Hasatan coming to collect. They do it with all, okay? Especially you go to the top. So whether this is all true or not, we eat fruit and spit out pits because we can see behind the lines. They do it with them all. You understand? Then they end up dead from some overdose, or they'll make up some old story. But before these people end up dead, they usually say that these people are trying to kill me. You understand? They usually speak it out before they end up dead. All right.
he was already dead. According to Chewy, Elvis tried to break away from the inner circle after a particularly disturbing event in 1976. A party in Palm Springs that allegedly involved multiple underage individuals and high-profile guests. He came home that night and told Priscilla, "I've seen the devil in silk sheets, and he knows my name." Chewy revealed entries from Elvis's final personal journal, pages never seen by the public. In one, dated just 3 weeks before his death, Elvis wrote, "They offered me silence in exchange for peace. But peace isn't peace when you've seen what I've seen. They have footage. They have files. They own the people who write the news. I can't fight them, but maybe one day my blood will."
These are facts. You can see it. You see them change from healthy to world in their hands, everything, to all of a sudden be a sweating drug addict. It's like they can't unsee what he said, the things that they see. Okay? They can't unsee it. He said, "I've seen the devil in silk sheets and he knows my name." But some of these statements is crazy, crazy work.
In one, dated just 3 weeks before his death, Elvis wrote, "They offered me silence in exchange for peace. But peace isn't peace when you've seen what I've seen. They have footage. They have files. They own the people who write the news.
They own the media. They own the news." Who that? Right? We ain't gotta say it. Who that? Yeah, lukewarm Christian, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. And it's like all of them. If you go through the list of them, I mean, you could just go through the list of they all, and remember, it be you're worth more when you're dead than when they're alive. It's like the contracts have an expiration date on them. You understand? And it's like, yeah, y'all know who, right? And it's like, and that's who owns, the whole entertainment, media, new everything. Okay? And it's always the same story. That's why I say, we eat the fruit, spit out the pits, allegedly, but I can see truth within, within everything. That's what we're called to do, discern truth within everything. And you can spiritually connect dots. Okay? Absolutely.
The public. In one, dated just 3 weeks before his death, Elvis wrote, "They offered me silence in exchange for peace. But peace isn't peace when you've seen what I've seen. They have footage. They have files. They own the people who write the news. I can't fight them, but maybe one day my blood will." Chewy said Elvis began withdrawing from everyone, relying more heavily on drugs not out of addiction, but desperation. He was trying to forget, not party. Chewy testified that the same people who promised him security, powerful execs, government friends, and entertainment moguls, had turned into his prison guards. He couldn't go public.
It's the same stuff that happened to Michael Jackson. All of them. It's like the same thing. It's literally, they turn to drugs to mask, to cope what happened. You understand? Like the brother from the 70 whatever that group was, Q. He's like, I take a shot once a month. He stayed, right? It's like, yeah, it's crazy, the level of history repeating, and it's a continuation. And it makes sense from the 70s and all that type of stuff.
People who promised him security. One day, my blood will.
He said his blood will, because the blood cries out from the ground. You heard? Facts.
They own the people who write the news. I can't fight them, but maybe one day my blood will. Chewy said Elvis began withdrawing from everyone, relying more heavily on drugs not out of addiction, but desperation. He was trying to forget, not party. Chewy testified that the same people who promised him security, powerful execs, government friends, and entertainment moguls had turned into his prison guards. He couldn't go public. Every major tabloid back then had ties to the machine. If he spoke, they'd spin it or bury it. Then Chewy dropped a chilling detail. The week before he died, Elvis had a heart-to-heart with a family member. He said, "If anything happens to me, don't believe the headlines, and don't trust anyone in a tailored suit." On August 16th, 19...
I know that statement because I said that statement to Unique and Dowlex and them. I told it on the 25 to Life and they laughed at me. I said, if something happened to me, if I die in my sleep, or if I die somehow, I was telling them my baby mama did it. I didn't know. Now I know, because she's not wicked. She's not wicked and evil, but they would get, the devils would possess the woman I would get. And on my 25 to Life channel, Unique was on it, and he said in the chat, he said, and we laughed at you. I remember that. They thought, because to the world she was so innocent and she was just, nice and all that. And I'm like, because that's all I could say. I know what's happening behind closed doors. And I'm like, if I end up dead, then she's going to say, and everybody's going to believe her. But I'm trying to tell my best friends, Unique and Dow and them, my crew, Nasty Four, and they laughed. Well, they didn't laugh in my face. They told me afterward. So this is on the 25 to Life channel, my testimony TV channel, my life. An event happened where she tried to shoot me with a gun. All right. I told the story on the testimony TV, right? But it was my gun in a bag, because this is when I was a drug dealer, so I never went nowhere without. We kept a gun because I wore all this gold. Remember, y'all know my story, my Benzes. I was rich on my cars. It's the crack era. This the 80s, and this is the 80s actually, because it's the 80s, because I had my Audi 5000 with Fendi on it, right? So we driving in my Audi 5000, and she had a Fendi bag. They used to call my name was Fendi. I used to wear Fendi suits, and I had Fendi all on my brown and gold Audi, Fendi roof, Fendi interior, and all that. Now, she tried to shoot me. She pulled my gun out, and she actually pulled the trigger, but it was on, safety was on. So before she could figure out to take the safety off, I smacked it out of hand. Bang. And then she started trying to fight me, attack me, all the way till she passed out. Like these devils took over, and she passed out. And then the people, and we was at my grandmother's building. She was on Totten Street in Hempstead in the old folks home. So my grandmother's in the Oval. We was visiting my grandmother before that lady killed my grandmother. And so the people and the old people, they start, we're going to leave that girl alone. We're going to call the cops, because they thinking it's a fight, but we trying to stop her. She's trying to kill me. She's fighting. And I'm like, yo. And when they're sitting there like this with their mouth open, because they knew her as just this nice, calm, right? I don't want to say her name. It's on the 25 to Life, because she's not wicked and evil. It's a devil would possess any woman I got with. Y'all got to watch the devils possessing these devils that will possess your husband, your wife, because they're trying to stop you from the Most High calling your purpose. They'll use people, right? I had to learn what this was later, because now if y'all see it, she's normal. She ain't did that to nobody before that. It wasn't like the only was it with me. Now I know my purpose, why he been always trying to take me out. So I'm trying to tell them, I'm like, yo, because she's screaming, I'll kill you. And I'm like trying to grab her and everything. And they just sitting there with their mouth open like this, because they're so shocked, because they can't believe she's acting this way. And I'm like, I told you, idiots, right? Because I tried to tell them, if I end up dead, she did it. I don't care what it looked like. I don't care what she's going to be crying. Everybody's going to believe her, but it's a lie. She killed me. I was trying to tell them. Later, they said, now, this story. So after the old people started going into a window, because old people are always in the window, right? And it was middle of the daytime, summertime. It was like 1 p.m., 2 p.m. in the afternoon, and so everything is, and they like, get off her, and they yelling, we're calling the police, and that snapped them out of it. When they calling the cops, they got a gun, there's a gun, and they called the police. I smacked the gun on the ground, and then she tried to grab it, so I had to grab her, and I knocked her down. I went and grabbed the gun before she could grab it and try to take the safety off, and then by the time I grabbed the gun, she jumped on me, hit me and everything. I'm trying to put the gun away and stop, right? And they calling police. So now she kept attacking. I'm like, stop, and trying to stop and everything. And I'm trying to hold and stop. I'm like, yo, help me. And they just sitting there like this. And I'm trying, and then she hyperventilated till she passed out. Like she fell out. She was so, now I know it's a possession. And she was trying to kill me and fight me and screaming and everything until she just, poof, she just fell like a dead body. Poof. And we're like, and now the people, what did y'all do to her? The police are coming. And we like, now I did time for all the crimes I committed. I was a drug dealer. I got plenty drugs in the car. I got my Fendi big gold on, big, we got, Dow got, we all drugged, we all selling drugs. We young. I'm probably like 19 at this point, 19, 20. You know what I mean? I got a brand new Fendi Audi. Like I served my time for all the crimes I committed. This is my life back in the days. Now we're in the 80s in New York. We're in Hempstead, Strong Island. Now when she passed out, and she had a little leather skirt on and all that, and her thick leg, and I had to pull the skirt down because I just said her name. it's on the 25 to life. I didn't mean to say her name, but she was gorgeous, right? Another thing, I'm like, I had to pull her skirt down because she just fell like she dead. You know what I mean? So the old people in the window, oh my goodness, they killed her. And then I'm like, yo, the police is coming. There's a gun. So I'm like, oh my goodness. So I'm like, come on. So I'm like, snap out of it. So we had to pick her up and put her in the car because we had to flee. And her body was with a dead body. This is my first time ever lifting like what you could consider a dead body. It's impossibly heavy. You won't know what it's because the body, it's like she was passed out. And so she was so heavy, bro. And it's hard to carry a dead body. I never knew that. She wasn't dead, but she was passed out. So we trying to carry her, and it took all three of her. We carrying it. Now we carry it to the car. They like, the police is coming. We know, you put her down. And we trying to, so we put her in the back seat. We jump in the car and we take off. And we take her to Unique's house in Lakeview. And I told the story in the 25 Life, and Unique was like, and he told Lady, he said that after y'all, when I told them before that if I end up dead, that she did it. Do not believe what nobody said. I did not kill myself. I did not die. She did it. And he said they laughed at me. He said after I told them that, they was getting high, smoking like, wow, talking about she did. She's a sweet girl because she is sweet and beautiful butterfly. She's a right. And I'm saying, and they laughed at, and they said they wouldn't have laughed in my face, right? Because I carried that level of respect and everything. But he told me later until that incident happened. So Unique wasn't there. Dow was there, and somebody else was there in the car. So we took her to Unique house. So when we got to Unique house, we get to the front door. We carrying her like a dead body. We begging on the door. And Unique opened the door. He's like, what? And then Dow freaking out. Yo, she crazy. She crazy. They still freaking. They cannot believe. So we take her. We like, okay, we put her in the bathtub with all her clothes on, right? She had the a burgundy leather skirt and all that short, not a little right above the knees, right? And she thick thighs and all that, right? So we put her in the bathtub and turned on the cold water and got a bunch of ice. He got all the ice from the ice cube and stuff from the refrigerator, and we tried to make the water as cold as possible and put her in. Because we've been trying to wake her up, and because she would not, and we scared she gonna die, right? So we panic and do not die. We like, so we drove there, and then it's 3-4 times heavier. It's insanely heavy. You cannot carry it by yourself. It's crazy. So we get her there and we turn, and then we kept smacking her and in the ice water, and she snapped out of it. And when she snapped out of it, she had no idea what happened or where. She don't remember to this day. I told her the story. She don't remember not one bit of it. She snapped out of it and was like, and she didn't know where she was at. And we like, and she all in his clothes. And she didn't know what. And then we got her out, and then we tried to tell her she had no memory of none of it. So anyway, I told that story. I didn't think I was going to tell that. So I told the story because I know what that feels like to have to say, try to tell people or leave a letter and say, if something happened to me, I did not kill myself. I did not die in my sleep. I did not overdose. I did not, I'm not depressive. I did not kill she killed me or he killed me. And most won't believe it, right? Because you'll think the person is so innocent. All right, sorry that not sorry. It's real life, I have testimony. That's just, and then after that, I remember after we got her up and everything, the next time I saw them again, they was tripping. Yo, we sorry, bro. That's what they told me. We didn't believe you when you told us. We was joking. That's when they told me, man, we was like rock tripping. We laughing, thinking he thinking she this and she that. She's a sweetheart and this. He's like, yo, we believe you, bro. I'm like, I said, so if y'all stupid, you little stupios, right? I'm like, so she would have got away with it, right? If I would have ended up dead, y'all wouldn't have believed me. Y'all didn't believe me. They believed it after that. After that, they was on, every time I see her, they be like, hi, Pam. No disrespect, I'm sorry, but this is a true story. It was a devil possession over. Pam is a good girl. She never did nothing like that before that. And now she was about it. She, rough and all that, but not like that. Not, but these are devil possessions. I didn't know this till later, that these devils would try to get into any woman that I would have to try to kill me. Okay? Yeah, Maya, I'm like, I tried to tell these fools, and I didn't know they didn't believe me, Maya. I thought that they believed me, so that hit different too. I'm like, so y'all idiot juices sitting up there? He's like, yeah, bro, we was making jokes and laughing and all this stuff, and I'm literally in danger, right? I'm literally about to get myself killed. Okay? Praise the Most High. Thank you, Zazaya. All right, so now these things. This stuff be real life stuff, guys. And some of y'all might be in these situations. Some of you sisters and brothers. Write me. If anybody who watched these lives later, my email is UncleYahshuaTrueTV@yahoo.com. Yahshua spelled with an H at the end of Yahshua. Write me and I'll believe you. Okay? Because most people won't believe you, right? They might be like, your wife is just innocent, or your husband is, or your child, right? Because it could be your children, right? Some people are elderly and right? Write me and email me and I'll have it on record. And I'll believe you. I'll say that you wrote this. I come from a different, man. I've seen spiritual world. I know devils, man. I haven't seen stuff. All right. So let's continue. Let me go back again. Remember, take all this testimony with a grain of salt. Hanya said, my mom is dealing with that with our family. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it's some real stuff, bro. People living through some real stuff, and they don't have nobody to really believe them. Okay? Nobody to really believe them. I'll believe you. Just email me. I'll be your receipt if something happened to you. Facts. And I'm a citizen now. I'll take it. I'll go to court and everything with your email and everything. All right?
The week before he died, Elvis had a heart-to-heart with a family member. He said, if anything happens to me, don't believe the headlines, and don't trust anyone in a tailored suit. On August 16th, 1977, Elvis was found dead. The cause was ruled a heart attack induced by drug use. But Chewy suggested the story was far more sinister. He wasn't killed with a weapon. He was killed with fear, with silence, and with the weight of secrets too heavy to carry. He paused. They didn't just kill a man. They killed a witness. Decades later, Chewy thought his family's nightmare had died with Elvis, until 2022, when he received a DM from a well-known music producer inviting him to an exclusive event in Los Angeles. He realized later it was the same property. He was handed a drink he never asked for. Escorts whispered to him about the gold room upstairs. And then he saw him, Diddy, holding court in the center of the party like royalty. His eyes scanned the room like he owned every soul in it. What happened next shocked the courtroom. Chewy testified that he saw Diddy aggressively grab a young man, someone who looked barely legal, by the arm and pull him toward the hallway. The boy looked terrified. It wasn't a handshake. It wasn't mentorship. It was control. Chewy stepped in, told Diddy to back off.
I don't know about all this part. I don't know. Some stuff sounds, I don't know. So like I said, eat the fruit and spit out the pit of all of this, right? Allegedly or whatever, right? Because we have no proof of all of this, but I know that that there are things that we can get that ties that the truth will reveal itself and you can feel and see it. And there's certain things I don't really receive all that, right?
Chewy said Diddy got in.
Yeah, it's talking about he hit Diddy and stuff. I don't know about all that stuff. I don't know. I'm just trying to go with the story of the 70s and the ties of the music and all of the, yeah.
You should have known that blood remembers, and mine never forgot. After the altercation at Diddy's mansion, Chewy thought it was over.
So they saying allegedly that he had an altercation with Diddy. I don't know about all that. I don't even know if all this stuff. I'm just going by. I'm eating fruit and spitting out pits. All right.
He thought walking away from that party meant he was safe. But the machine that protected Diddy, the same machine that once destroyed his grandfather, was still alive and still hungry. The next day, Chewy testified, I woke up to 5 missed calls from numbers I didn't recognize. Then came the DMs, messages that just said, you messed up, and you should have kept your mouth shut. At first, he laughed them off, but within 72 hours, things escalated. His car was vandalized. A family member received a fake call pretending to be from the hospital, claiming Chewy had been in a fatal accident. It was psychological warfare. They weren't trying to kill me, Chewy said. They were trying to make me kill myself. Just like they did to his grandfather. Chewy told the court he started connecting the dots. The property he had been invited to wasn't just owned by a holding company, it was still in Diddy's trust. The woman who had taken his phone at the door? An assistant connected to Diddy's event production team. The party wasn't spontaneous. It was a ritual, Chewy said, a continuation of something older, sicker. But what broke him wasn't the threats. It was the discovery of a voicemail. One evening, while combing through old archives in Graceland, he stumbled upon an unlabeled cassette. On it was Elvis Presley's voice, low and broken. If something happens to me, don't let them rewrite it. Don't let them say it was pills or weakness. They wore me down. They cornered me with cameras, with secrets. And Melvin, he said one day, his boy would take the throne, and I'd be a footnote. That voicemail shattered Chewy's heart, but it also cemented his mission. They killed his legacy with lies.
Again, I don't know how much of that is true or not. All right. Yeah.
But they won't do it to me. So he called his lawyers. He reached out to prosecutors. And when they offered him the chance to testify, he said yes, not as a celebrity, not as a victim, but as a witness to a system that has operated unchecked for decades. As Chewy wrapped up the timeline of horrors, the judge allowed him one final statement before cross-examination. What he did next wasn't just testimony. It was history. He reached into his bag and pulled out a sealed envelope. Inside was a typed transcript from a private investigator. The document detailed witness accounts, unreleased footage logs, and internal texts between Diddy's team, discussing how to contain the Chewy situation. He read one line out loud. If this kid connects Elvis to the original freak-off blueprint, we're all Ed. He needs to be silenced, discredited, ruined. The courtroom gasped. One juror audibly said, "Oh my God." Chewy then turned to Diddy and said, "You didn't just inherit your father's fortune, you inherited his evil." Then he dropped the biggest bombshell yet. In the Graceland archives, we found a sealed envelope from 1975. It was addressed to the FBI. It contained a list of names, people Elvis claimed attended Melvin Combs' freak-off parties. One of the names on that list is Clive Davis. Another, Quincy Jones. Another, Russell Simmons. And at the bottom, scrawled in pen, Melvin said one day his son would run the entire empire. Chewy handed the letter to the court. Verified handwriting, postmarked.
See, that's what I mean. Russell Simmons. Let me see. Let me go back a little. Because I thought he just said, hold on, let me go back.
Higher. Chewy handmans, and at the bottom, scrawled in pen. Land archives, we found a sealed envelope from 1975. It was addressed to the FBI. It contained a list of names.
Bingo. Y'all know, I don't, everything I just don't receive everything. Come on. He said the sealed envelope was from 1975. How could it have Russell Simmons' name on it? You see? If it was sealed and it was supposed to be from 1975, it could have Quincy Jones. It could have Clive Davis. But it wouldn't have Russell Simmons. Because how old was Russell Simmons in 1975? Def Jam, that wasn't started till the 80s. That's come on, Maya. I mean, yeah, I'm Unc. That's why I say eat fruit, spit out pits. You heard? All right. So I understand, right? But you just can't pull wool over my eyes, or no matter what it is, where it come from. We're supposed to do that with the Bible and everything else. Rightly divide and discern and connect dots. So Russell was 18 in 75. But you would have to connect, because how old was it when they started Def Jam? Because I know they was in college. So they was in college when they started Def Jam, him and Rick Rubin. Russell wasn't in college, but Russell was deep into drugs. So it's close. It's a tight timeline. That's real tight, right? Now let's just think hypothetically, right? Let's just think that in 1975, because that's right when he would have been probably starting college or something. Def Jam was started in 84. Exactly. That's what I thought. Thank y'all. Yeah, somebody looked it up. So in 75, I mean, he was doing management, because I know Russell's story. So that's during, but remember, that's the beginning of hip hop. That's the era of disco fever and stuff. He was young. He was still in Hollis in the streets. He wasn't even in the industry. But he was a manager before, but 75 is going, that's almost 10 years earlier. I don't know. But again, we don't know, I don't know. Would it be could it have been he met something way back then and it was a grooming thing and then by the time he did Def Jam 10 years later, because he had the management before, because he managed, what's his name? Curtis Blow. So, and Curtis Blow and them, so this is the beginning of hip hop. Curtis Blow had Christmas rap, and he was the biggest rapper back when Christmas rap, and this we at the beginning of hip hop. And Russell Simmons managed Curtis Blow. So, yeah, it's close though. It's cutting it real close. Okay? Now we know Russell Simmons is still part of all that. That's why Russell Simmons is the only smart one. And what I mean by smart, Russell Simmons is in Bali somewhere. He the only smart one that bounced early. Rest, I give him that. Not saying he righteous or good. I said smart. You could be smart in wickedness or smart in righteousness. Be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. He was wise enough to get to be gone before it all, right? So he's somewhere watching it from an island that he can't do no extradition. So that was a smart move. You understand? That's what I'm saying. In their darkest wickedness. Okay? He's somewhere eating with the monks with no shoes on. Right? Now we know he did some wicked stuff too, right? Allegedly and stuff, right? All of them. But that timeline with his name being in that envelope, that's real tight. So I'm not sure, if, again, I'm eating fruit and spitting out pits, with all this stuff. Because yeah, he probably has some, or I don't know. But again, I'm not taking all this as, you know what I mean? Because, people today's age, they come out with anything, you know what I mean? So, yeah. So anyway, again, all this stuff is allegedly, okay? Allegedly, all of it. But I know the fruit. I know I'm connecting the 70s, Melvin, Diddy following footsteps, all these different things, the entertainment connections. There's a lot of connections, but I just want you to know I'm just not receiving all this stuff just because they saying it on YouTube and the internet. The devil's a lie. I don't just receive anything. That's not my style. I've never been like that. All right, eat the fruit, spit out the pits. I tell y'all, I teach that all the time. All right, let's continue.
Yet. In the Graceland archives, we found a sealed envelope from 1975. It was addressed to the FBI. It contained a list of names. People Elvis claimed attended Melvin Combs' freak-off parties. One of the names on that list is Clive Davis. Another, Quincy Jones. Another, Russell Simmons. And at the bottom, scrawled in pen, Melvin said one day his son would run the entire empire. Chewy handed the letter to the court. Verified handwriting, postmarked, never mailed. He then told the judge he had one final piece of evidence, a photograph. On the screen flashed a black and white image of young Diddy, around 9 years old, standing in the same Bel Air mansion hallway from the 1974 video. He wasn't just continuing the legacy, he was raised in it. The gallery was in chaos. Reporters ran from the room. Diddy's attorneys begged the judge to strike it from the record. But it was too late. the public had seen it. The jury had seen it. And Diddy, once the untouchable mogul, was now the face of a dynasty soaked in generational exploitation. As Chewy stepped down from the witness stand, the courtroom was frozen in time. Diddy sat motionless, his jaw clenched, hands shaking, eyes fixed on the floor. For the first time, the mask cracked. Not with rage, not with arrogance, but with a quiet, soul-deep knowing that this was the end. Chewy stood just a few feet away, and in front of the jury, the press, and a global live-stream audience, he addressed him one final time. "You once said no party is like a Diddy party, but I've seen your parties. I've seen what happens when the music stops and the doors close. My grandfather saw it too, and it killed him." He paused. "You made the industry your playground."
You see, I caught another piece. It said in the courtroom in front of the press and there's no press in the courtroom. That's the whole point why nobody have footage. Okay? So again, just
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
When they gave the list of names in that envelope, did he say it was from Diddy's first freak-off party?
No. They said that was Elvis Presley. It was from Graceland. So the letter was from 1975 from one of the freak-off parties that Elvis Presley went to.
But it wasn't run by Diddy, it was run by his father.
No, run by his father.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. They're talking about, so all Elvis was talking about his father. So Elvis, he said one of the letters said that that his son would continue the legacy or something like that. Melvin's his baby boy. So yeah, that's why I said there's no press allowed in the courtroom. So to make that statement about in front of the press. So that's why I'm like, so that's why I'm saying always, we are doing allegedly, and I'm eating fruit and spitting out all type of pits. You know what I mean? So, but the tie-in of Melvin with this whole thing with the music industry and all the other stuff, right? So this and that's my thing. So this channel is, these things are getting millions of views, and this channel is supposed to have been doing all of the courtroom trial, right? So but you are right, there are reporters there. But so I don't know. Yeah, I thought it's no press supposed to be allowed, but they are reporters. That's correct, because they outside. I follow another one that right afterwards they talking about all the reporters are there, and then they come out on the break of the court and they do live streams. So they're all there, but yeah, she said careful with the pits. Yeah, and I rightly divide. But the reason why we're getting into it, yeah, he died in 1972. That was at the beginning of the video. At the beginning of this video, Hakim told when he was born, who his grandparents are Melvin, when he died in 72. He died when Diddy was 3 years old, because Diddy's supposed to be born in 69. And that's the pictures he got with him. All right. So yeah, they take all the notes and they go outside and then they report. And that's what this person is supposed to be doing. This and they get the most views out of all, but I still don't. I mean, I'm the type, if I can't see it, you just gotta take everything with a grain of salt today. You know what I mean? We don't just receive anything from anybody. That's why I say eat fruit, spit out pit. You know what I mean? All right. So yeah, exactly. Yep, I know about her too, and all the rest of them too. And this one is one of the big ones. This dude's channel, and but everything is not. There's still the internet. Okay. All right. All right. Let's continue, so we can get to the next part.
But every playground has a reckoning. Every king has a fall. And every secret eventually screams for light. The courtroom fell into a silence so thick it felt like pressure in the chest. And then Chewie said, "You didn't just lose your empire today. You lost your silence. Forever." The judge nodded. This testimony will remain part of the public record. As Chewie turned to leave the courtroom, Diddy finally looked up. Their eyes locked. For a moment, nothing was said, but everything was understood. Chewie gave him one final look. Not angry, not triumphant. Just the look of a man who carried the pain of a bloodline. And finally, after generations of silence, let it roar. He walked out into a swarm of reporters, microphones, and flashing cameras. But Chewie didn't stop. He just whispered to himself, "Rest easy, Granddad. We said what needed to be said." And behind him, inside the courtroom, Diddy sat frozen, a ghost in a suit, surrounded by lawyers, but utterly alone. Because, for the first time in his life, the truth was louder than him. As Chewie stepped through the courtroom doors and into the sunlight, the noise of the outside world came crashing in. Camera shutters clicking like gunfire, news anchors shouting for statements, and protesters holding signs that read, "Protect the Truth" and "Justice for Elvis." But Chewie didn't say a word. He kept walking, straight ahead, like a man with nothing left to prove. Reporters scrambled for footage. Some questioned if the moment would change the industry. Others wondered how deep the rot really went. But inside the courthouse, Diddy remained still. His lawyers whispered, strategized, spun, but none of it mattered. Because no PR team could erase the image that had just burned itself into America's collective conscience. The grandson of Elvis Presley standing in court and accusing one of hip-hop's most powerful men of carrying forward a legacy of evil. Back at Graceland, Chewie's family waited. He had told them everything in advance, showed them the tapes, the letters, the voicemails. But it wasn't until he walked through that front door that they understood what he had done. He didn't just defend Elvis's name, he freed it. From decades of rumors, from watered-down documentaries, from lies. Later that night, Chewie stood alone in Elvis's old music room. He placed a hand on the baby grand, the same one his grandfather had played during sleepless nights. Then, he lit a candle. One flame. For closure.
See, that's what I'm talking about. It sounds like a Harlequin novel. I'm type guys. I eat fruit, spit out pit, but you can't piss on my leg. Tell me it's raining either. I'm sitting there like, man. you know when they start saying they walked into a room. And the sun was glistening right through the window. At 4 o'clock, the shadow of the sun went right against the wall, and the gleam of the right, it sparkled over the glass of his orange juice. As his organic glass of orange juice, he took a sip, and it's like, man, it's like, come on, bro. Boy, people know they be doing too much, right? I'm like, come on, bro. It sound like, it's like we read them. This is it's too much. Who did all this? It's way too much. That's what I'm talking about. Nah, that's why I said, guys, take all all this with a grain of salt, bro. That's a eat fruit, spit out pits. I'm like, man, I'm telling you guys, you can't just piss on my leg. I ain't never been like that. I'm always listening. I can hear the slightest little bit of foolishness, right? I catch it early too. Okay? I'm like, I catch it early. I'm like, who in the this I swear, I never played no games, man. I wouldn't survive where I was from if I let people just say anything and I'm just believing anything. One flame for closure as he whispered, and the whisper floated through the room of the house, and he said, Granddad, watch this. Watch it probably end it like, Granddad, this is for you. Let's see. And this we gonna get to the fruit.
He whispered, "They didn't erase you, Granddad. They just hit pause. And today, I pressed play." Behind him, a photo of Elvis smiled on, no longer a ghost, but a legend finally heard.
Later that night, right? I'm like, come on, bro. Later that night, as the sun was setting in the west or the east, in the room, the moon lit through the sunlit chandeliers of Graceland's mansion, he went into his old. That's what I'm like, come on, guys. They said he opened up a sealed envelope in 1975, and it said Clive Davis, Quincy Jones, and Russell Simmons. I'm like, that's what I'm like, hold on, Russell Simmons. Okay, I'm like, this is y'all. It's an Elvis picture. Smile back at him, right? I'm like, you know what? I might be able to take some of Melvin. I don't know about this Elvis crap. I'm sorry, guys. So the internet is just a crazy place now. And this is funny because this is the discernment we're going to have at the end. You know why? Because everything is getting so smarter and so much more human that you won't be able to tell between a human or an AI or between a lot, right? Even, I'm like, hold up, is they trying to Diddy us? Yo, so y'all, did they just try to Diddy all us? They're not gonna let us get Diddied. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. You ain't got one thing. You ain't got to worry about me. I might sip your little Kool-Aid I might smell it. I'm sure enough ain't drinking it. I might grab the thing and listen to you while you saying the thing about the Kool-Aid, but I'm like this. I was like that little kid. I smell everything. I don't even like, No, I was that little kid. Mikey, you want it? Nope. I don't want nothing. I don't know who that is. I don't know what it is. I ain't just receiving nothing, y'all. I'm like, they try to Diddy us. That's hilarious. You won't Diddy the house. This is too funny. I love it. I'm so glad this happened. This is actually really freaking comical. And check out what's funny. Most of us was going. Where we going? That's hilarious. Maybe think of this, guys. What if the Most High took us on what you call that? A test, a pre-test. He preparing. It's like he preparing us, right? Because they got Blue Beam and Skynet. Everything is coming. So he preparing us, right? And I'm like, because we was definitely drinking the Kool-Aid, right? Everybody in the chat, we was like, oh my goodness, this is so good. It was good too. Oh, you can't make this up. Yo, this is hilarious. I love this. I really love this. Praise y'all. Yo, we was definitely eating it up. I was too, right? I'm sitting there like, oh, this is some good stuff, right? This is, right, we early, right? This is some good stuff. And as it's going, I'm like, hold on, man. hold on. I'm like, is that rain? What is it? That's somebody pissing on. Did he try to Diddy us? Yo, Todd, they they had us all going for a minute too. I'm like, hold on, bro. Stuff. I start to get quiet. Once I get quiet, I'm thinking and stuff. Y'all have no idea. It's hilarious. So, yo, later that day, right, he said he stood up in the court. This is for you, Granddad. As Elvis' picture was smiling down on it. This is for our legacy. And in Graceland, is Graceland even lived in? Do they even have Graceland where his family is living in it? Ain't Graceland a museum? No. This is hilarious. Oh, I love it. This is funny. We just said this was a test. This has been a test by the Social Service broadcast system. This is only a test. Oh, that's hilarious. That is fun. I would have loved to be it's a museum now, right? That's our thing. They don't live in it. Yo, this is so funny. I really wish I was on the other side and I could have just been testing y'all and just been like, see guys, I'm teaching y'all, we cannot. But I was in it with y'all. I was in there with y'all. Y'all know I'm transparent. I'm not going to sit up here and be like, nah, I knew I was just testing y'all. And nah. I'll never lie. I don't lie. Right? I was in the car with y'all. We was all in the car together. Yo, they had us on the Diddy bus. We was headed to Diddyville, and I was like, oh, I'm sitting there, hold on. Look, as I said, Graceland been going, and the family turned it over to the same company that Princess Estate is under. That's hilarious. Praise y'all, we in together. We all out the bus. Took over the bus. We took the bus over. Now let me give you. Oh, it's so hilarious. Y'all don't know, but earlier in the thing, it was a couple of times that I got quiet. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, you kind of turn. I'm like, hold on, man. And I'm like, okay. I don't know, but that's only eat fruit, spit out the pit, right? I'm like, but I don't know, man. Something's off, right? They were doing good. They would have toned it down and not. They went too far. We doing a Holocaust novel, I swear. And then guess who else figured it out too? Guess who else picked it? Yasha. Yasha called me. Yasha's like, are you feeling something? I'm like, I know, King. I'm like, I kind of got. I got silent a couple of times, right? He's like, I don't know, because, and I'm like, I know. I'm like, I know me. When I get silent, I'm listening, right? So I'm listening, I'm receiving, I'm like, that's what man, we got to eat fruit and spit out the pits. Like, this spit out the pits, because we got to discern through everything, the Bible and everything. Okay. Yeah, if they didn't take it too far, they would have had us for a minute. It was really good too. Everybody was like, everybody was sipping that tea. We had some juicy. We was like, oh shoot. Oh, shook it now. Oh my goodness. All right. Now, cautious as a serpent, facts, wise, you gotta be wisdom. Okay? That is hilarious. All right. Right? That was good. That was good work. Praise y'all. Thank you, Father, for allowing us to understand what's happening, what's coming, and all of it, so that, because if even the elect will be fooled, right? In the scripture. Okay? If even the elect should be fooled. All right? Yeah. When he said that, he said at the freak off house back then in the 70s, when Puff was 9, he saw the young Puff was at the house, and he said it was still in the trust from his lineage trust, but that ain't right either. That's how I'm like, hold up. Did they just say Russell Simmons' name was on the envelope from 1970? I'm like, hold on. Enough is enough. We are, that's why I'm like, ding, ding, ding. We on the Diddy bus. Everybody get your, I'm like, you know, people in the back of the bus singing Kumbaya. We all in the bus. We thinking we going to the wilderness or something. They taking us to a freak off party. I'm like, hold up. I stood the bus. Mashiach Assembly. Activate. Right? Activate. We off the bus. We on the wrong bus. No, he always do it. That's the Most High, guys. I never discernment, bro. Wise as a serpent. You understand? And stuff will be getting darker. And so now, you know, we got to learn. You know what I mean? It's like we were all on the Diddy bus. All right? Now, she's correct. Janice could have had him at one of the parties. Now, remember, just because it doesn't eat fruit, spit out pit, there's a lot of connecting dots in that story as well. Okay? Now, the real foundation, the real darkness behind Diddy's madness is this.
Yeah, my mom's gorgeous. Let me introduce you to my mom, called Mom Dukes.
Hi.
She's getting a drip with me. She's hydrated. What's up, Mom?
Everything's good, baby. I'll be with you.
Yeah.
I love you.
He said, my mom is getting a drip with me. There's the IV bags, and they're out in the sun. No, this ain't that video. That video's we done with that AI. This now we back to the really real. Okay. Now, remember we brought this out before, but I don't think I caught so much of it now. Now, listen. Him and his mom are sitting outside getting an IV drip. And when did they do the IV drip, guys? They did them after the freak off. So they did the IV drips to recover after they did their long freak off sessions. So him and his mom is getting an IV drip, hydrating themselves. Okay? Now, he's talking about in here, his mom is a big freak. In the testimonies, they're talking about the mom was participating in the freak-offs. Now, the mom got more to do than most people think. Okay? More to do.
What's up, Mom?
Everything's good, baby. I'll be with you.
Yeah.
I love you.
Love you too. Mom, freshly dipped though. I was trying to show you shoes. Yeah, my mom's is single. Mom's is single. I ain't gonna hate on my mom's. She's single. Me and my mom talked about one time doing a dating show with her. And she's so picky. She's so picky, they don't stand. But yeah, that'd be the funniest show in the world.
It will be. Especially with me.
I don't even want to get started if she was doing that. We're not doing that. Cause yeah, my mom's single. Yeah, for real. Mom do know how to have a good time. She ain't sitting in the house playing. They outside moving and shaking, baby. She come with me to the strip club. I don't care. For real. It's my dog. You know, I want to live life. Be out here moving and grooving. So my mom told me, she just said, keep moving, baby.
That's right.
Keep moving.
Don't stop.
She could touch the floor with her palms. You know? Flat. Oh! Take pew, pew, pew.
Have you ever been ripped off in such a bad way that you had to file for bankruptcy or anything? Because I've talked about you a lot, but I don't recall financial talk.
Yeah, no, my mother really wouldn't have that. My mother that's my safety net. She stays on top of making sure that her vibration and what she feels, and she tells me like, I'm not feeling this, I'm not feeling that, and she makes sure that I sit down.
Diddy's mom, Janice Combs, is being sued, and the streets are buzzing with claims that she's not just his ride or die, but the mastermind behind his alleged criminal empire. Whispers of stolen publishing rights, shady financial deals, and a mother-son bond that's raising eyebrows have thrown her into the spotlight. And let's not forget her recent courtroom stunt, dressed like she was hitting a red carpet while victims were left in shambles. Word is that she enabled Diddy's worst behavior, shielding him from the consequences and creating the chaos we see today, and the disturbing downfall of his son. If you're wondering whether Janice is the real puppet master behind it all, well, buckle up, because we're about to find out.
You told me he wanted receipts. Let's start with your mother. Your mother got the receipts. Everything is in your mother's name.
If you thought Diddy was the only chaotic force in his family, you're in for a shock. His mom, Janice Combs, isn't just in the picture. Allegedly, she could be the reason his chaos even exists in the first place.
You heard about how Diddy mom came out defending him? She made a comment saying that Diddy is not a monster.
Yeah, he not a monster. She is. But I don't want to go there. But she is. She's the fucking monster.
Now, single motherhood is no joke, and Janice stepped up in ways most people wouldn't dare. She took on multiple jobs to provide for Diddy, and on the surface, it sounds like your classic mom sacrifices everything for her kids story, but y'all, things get really dark when you dig a little deeper, and as you're about to find out, this is where Diddy's character was built. You see, rumors have so whirled for years that Janice wasn't just clocking in at ordinary jobs. Allegedly, she was involved in less than traditional work to make ends meet. And by that, I mean she's rumored to have been a S worker. Now, I'm not here to shame anyone's hustle, but it is what allegedly happened behind closed doors that has people raising eyebrows. Some sources claim Janice brought her work home, and guys, Diddy was right there in the mix. Imagine growing up in an environment where things that should have been private were out in the open. And here's where it gets even wilder.
Again, this stuff is allegedly, but the testimonies from the actual people, like the brother who just said she is the devil. A lot of them are testifying that she was the one that was behind it. And yes, she was a known prostitute. And they're alleging that Diddy was introduced to all this stuff at this young child age.
Some people believe that Diddy wasn't just a passive observer. Theories suggest that Janice might have forced him to watch her sessions. If that's true, that's not just messy, it's downright disturbing. You can't help but wonder how much of Diddy's current behavior, his infamous freak-offs, his obsession with control, stems from witnessing all this as a kid. Fast forward to Diddy's adult life and you'll notice some unsettling patterns. Remember Cassie's lawsuit where she exposed Diddy's freak-off sessions? She claimed he had an obsession with women wearing white nails during these events. Well, guess what? Diddy's mom had a thing for white nails as well. Let's talk about their mother-son dynamic because honestly, it is not giving healthy. Diddy and Janice have always been unusually close and not in the wholesome family bond kind of way. From kissing on the lips to sharing way too much personal information, what kind of mother-son bonding happens over lap dances and bottle service? And to think that Diddy is so proud of it, he even once mentioned that Janice still has moves, saying she can touch her palms flat to the ground.
Okay, now that is some creepy stuff right there.
In case you didn't know, that move is usually part of exotic or pole dancing routines meant to show off flexibility and strength, but imagining Diddy's mom doing that right in front of him? Yeah, the whole thing feels so awkward and downright mind-boggling.
Do you see he's celebrating that? Do y'all see that? And then he was on when they was getting the drip, right? They was getting the drip, and they say they take the drips after the freak-offs, and he was saying, that she goes with him to the strip clubs. That's when he kissing her on the lips, and he's talking about she can touch her palms. Why are you so happy? That, bro, this is some real dark stuff, some real next level of, and then he's celebrating that she's doing this in front of him and doing fist pumps in the air like this is an accomplishment or something. Look how he's smiling looking at it.
Her palms flat to the ground. In case you didn't know, that move is usually part of exotic or pole dancing routines meant to show off flexibility and strength, but imagining Diddy's mom doing that right in front of him, yeah, the whole thing feels so awkward and downright mind-boggling. It's moments like these that make you question where the line is in their relationship and if there even is one.
Hi.
She's getting a drip with me. She's hydrating. What's up, Mom?
Everything's good, baby. I'm here with you.
Yeah.
I love you.
Love you too.
Mace has claimed that Janice holds all the receipts. He alleges that Diddy has hidden most of his assets under her name. Think about it. Why would a billionaire mogul put everything he owns under his mom's control? It's giving, I know the feds are watching.
Yo, I did this. He want receipts. Let's start with your mother. Your mother got the receipts. Everything is in your mother's name. That's the one who got the receipts. You need more proof? Biggie ain't here, so Big can't give you no receipts. He dead. Craig Mack can't give you receipts. He dead. What are you talking about? Who else? Black Rob can't give you receipts. He dead. And everybody else you made sign paperwork so they can't talk about what I'm talking about. I'm the only one with the guts. You're not signing. Because I ain't need the money. All money ain't good money. Remember that. Remember that.
And another thing, fans believe Diddy knows his mom would never betray him. She's his ultimate ride or die, the person who will always protect him no matter how messy things get. But that loyalty comes at a cost, even if it includes stepping on other people's necks, and word is that they've stepped on several. Janice doesn't just stay quiet, she actively defends Diddy. Imagine the shock when people realize that Janice has allegedly been running the show from the shadows, and her involvement is way deeper than anyone could have imagined. Besides being accused of being the real monster in this story, pulling the strings behind Diddy's questionable actions, artists, insiders, and even former gangsters have come forward to say that she is just as bad as Diddy, if not worse.
You heard about how Diddy mom came out defending him? She made a comment saying that Diddy is not a monster.
Yeah, he not a monster. She is. But I don't want to go there. But she is. She's the fucking monster. Everything in her fucking name. She's the monster. She created that. I don't want to go there. The fucking satanic behind all this shit. It's her. It's her, bro. It's her. She is his. I can't even explain it, bro. She just ain't no, she the devil, bro.
Now this ain't no AI. This ain't no allegedly stuff. This is the horse's mouth. Y'all know who that is from Making of the Band. He the one who said he battles with wanting to unalive himself because of what he experienced. Y'all see the other brother at the beginning, he's saying it's her. It's her. So before I knew that other clip, I was like, okay, Freddie P. I was like, okay, so the dad, before I knew that I don't know, we're doing that Elvis Presley stuff with a grain of salt, right? We like, okay, we go, should study, show yourself approved, but that's grain of salt. So before I knew that, I'm like, okay, if it's an inherited thing from the ancestor, if it's his dad passed it on, then his mom was continuing. But that's why I said at the beginning, when I was playing it and I showed her, I said, this is the devil right here. Because the dad stuff can't be proven because, that story sounds like some crazy stuff. But some things, now the dad with the letter boys and the service and the heroin and all that, that's all facts. All that's facts, okay? And he has something to do with the entertainment industry. And she did too, with Patti LaBelle and them. And that's another story. I think somebody said that, is she really his mom or something? Because that's, they got so many stories. But Freddie P, he got traumatized to the point where, like he said, he battles now with wanting to unalive himself, like the other brother Q. So there's certain things that happened to these individuals that was so bad that destroyed their life. And Freddie P said she is the one. That's why I showed y'all the clip with Wendy Williams, where she said, have you ever went bankrupt? Have you ever had anybody? He said, no, my mom. Diddy said it. Now that was years ago, that Wendy Williams clip. What was that, like 10 years ago? Something? Way before this. Okay? He said, my mom would let that happen. My mom control everything. That was way before. So she's sitting back. She is that's why, and Freddie P is saying she is the devil.
Out defending him, she made a comment saying that Diddy is not a monster.
Yeah, he not a monster. She is. But I don't want to go there. But she is. She's the fucking monster. Everything in her fucking name. She's the monster. She created that. I don't want to go there. The fucking satanic behind all this shit. It's her. It's her, bro. It's her. She is his. I can't even explain it, bro. She just ain't no, she the devil, bro. That's how I see her. She the devil. Janice Combs is the fucking devil. Yeah, man, I don't give a fuck what she talking about. Yeah, you go out there and tell me. Seeing her.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Now we talking firsthand stuff. Get the AI. They had us on the bus before. We ain't on the bus no more. Freddie P. Now remember when Freddie P was saying this stuff years ago, they was calling him crazy, silence. When Gene Deal was talking it, when Freddie P was talking it, when Q was talking it, yeah, Eve, when Q was talking it from the groups, when they was talking, they were saying they're bitter, they're this, they're crazy, they're all that. And now everything come to pass, and Freddie P said she the devil. Facts. And you see he is verbatim. He ain't playing. He mean what he's saying. Look, he can't even put words. That's how you know when somebody tell the truth when they can't even. He said all the satanic stuff, that's her leading it. Now he's complicit in it because that's her son. She groomed him in it from little, right? And you see them. You see him. She could touch the floor and they kissing and dripping and tripping and or whatever, ipping together. He like they. He can't. He like they. He ain't got words to say what they doing. And this about to be over, and then I'm gonna do some Q&A. We ain't gonna close with this stuff. I'm about to, we about to do some Q&A before we close. We're gonna drop some knowledge. Yeah, Cat got his tongue. You know when person tell the truth. I get like that too. You like it, man. You know what I'm talking about. That's when you know stuff is for real, when you can't even get the words out.
She is his. Everything in her fucking name. She's the monster. She created that. I don't want to go there. The fucking satanic behind all this shit. It's her. It's her, bro. It's her. She is his. I can't even explain it, bro. She just ain't no, she the devil, bro. That's how I see her. She the devil. Janice Combs is the fucking devil. Yeah, man, I don't give a fuck what she talking about. Yeah, you go out there and tell me. Seeing her defend Diddy, sit your ass down. You the worst person. You the wrong one to talk. You got somebody that you, that's like R. Kelly coming to talk it up for you. Nigga, shut up. We don't need you. No, Diddy innocent. Let's shut up, Kelly. Not right now. That's her. Shut your ass up.
You had any issues with her?
I don't like her. I ain't ever had no issues with her. I just don't like her. I don't like her.
Why you don't like her? You personally? Why?
Because she got my motherfucking money. That's why. That's why I don't like her. Her son, she right there with it when all of it was going down. There was everybody who watched that man abuse us. I don't like her. Everybody who didn't have the heart to speak up, I don't like her.
First up, let's talk about.
He said, everybody that watched that man abuse us, I don't like him.
Dion D1 Best, a former gangster turned youth coach who used to roll with Diddy back in the day. Best had dropped some major bombshells claiming that Diddy used Janice's name to hide money, publishing rights, and business deals. According to him, everything shady about Bad Boy Records has Janice's fingerprints all over it. Best said on the Daily Mail podcast, The Trial of Diddy, that his company, Finish Line Entertainment, signed artists to Diddy only to have all of their publishing rights mysteriously end up in Janice's name. These weren't just minor deals, we're talking about iconic albums that topped the charts back in the day and generated millions of dollars. But guess who got the lion's share? Allegedly, Janice.
Come on, Yasharallah. Now we understand it with Mace. Now remember, they were saying this stuff 10 years ago. You understand? When everybody thought they was just tripping. Okay? Yes, she's the perfect example, Lanya, why a woman needs a covering. And you know it's nothing worse than when you get a woman dark. Y'all understand that hell have no fury than a dark, uncovered woman. I don't want to say that because it can be misconstrued, but in a certain aspect, women are more powerful, right? I broke that down in scripture before, but I don't want to just say it loosely here for other people that might watch this for the title and stuff and think, they're not understanding what we really teach. But you got to understand the power of women and understand that Hasatan knew that. That's why he went after Eve and not Adayam. He went after Havayah, because he understands that, yes, Hassan's wife. You know what that is. First love, my first love. What's that? Who that? Kiki Shepard and Avant. Hasatan. So after Hasatan got Eve to do that, he walked away singing my first. And then she went and took it to Adam and did all that stuff, So when a woman is in a righteous state, there's nothing stronger. And when she's in an unrighteous state, there's nothing stronger. All right? And Hasatan knew that. He didn't go after Adayam. He went after Hayavah, Eve. You heard? You want to get the man, you get in the family, you want to get the nation, you conquer their woman. That's military. I mean, that's old ancient Babylonian, Assyrian military. Everybody know that. You want to conquer a people, you conquer their woman. All right? So this is so now you're right, inshallah. We know what they were screaming all those years. Mace and Freddie P and all that. And even now listen, this is the dark part. This is how wicked this is. Let's say if Diddy gets life or whatever, and she still get the kingdom. That's crazy. That's a crazy dark stuff.
But guess who got the lion's share? Allegedly, that topped the charts back in the day and generated millions of dollars. But guess who got the lion's share? Allegedly, Janice. And Best isn't stopping there. He's planning to sue Janice directly for what he calls fraudulent and coercive activity. His words, not mine, but it's clear that this lawsuit could blow the lid off of years of shady business practices. But it's not just Dion Best who has beef with Diddy and Janice. Other artists like Mark Curry and Mace have been vocal for years about how they were allegedly exploited by Bad Boy Records. And just like Best, they also said it's Janice who has all the receipts. And it doesn't stop there. Other artists have hinted that Janice wasn't just involved in hiding money, she was allegedly complicit in stealing from the very people who helped build Diddy's empire. Let's not sugarcoat it, this is generational exploitation and it's messy.
I think he played a role in that. I think that even if we don't know our parents, we still have their DNA in us. We have their genes,
We still have their DNA. Generational curses. All right. Well, I could leave. Ooh, not solo. I could leave us. No, that's too big. Akiyama, we all in people's living room. That's way too big. There you go. That's decent. We can live with that one. All right. All right. So let's close out. Y'all know we gotta close out with some word, with something deep. All right. So eat the fruit, spit out Elvis Presley. That's hilarious. Okay. So now, we gonna learn how to transverse this new, because it's coming. It's gonna get so, like, the stuff that AI is doing, because I'm in, with the investment group and the stuff I'm doing with our businesses. AI is on a level that y'all can't even imagine the stuff that AI is able to do nowadays. It's gonna be so crazy that you won't even spit out Elvis Presley. We gotta spit that right on out. right. But yes, so I receive the learning lesson that the Most High have us that to learn from experience, right? And I'm glad we did this together. I'm so glad we had this time. we it's really dope that we got to experience this together. I actually really enjoy that, because we all family, right? 70, 100 of us, we all around the world. All us the assembly and the assembly's extended family. It's so dope that we was all together, right? We was all eating popcorn and we was like, we had the tea, everybody had their cup of tea. We was like, oh my goodness. It was some good stuff. That was some good gossip too, right? Wasn't that? It was some good tea. We were like, ooh, this tea sweet. This tea, what kind? You got cane sugar. What's that sugar? You got that good sugar. What? You're like, I know that. That's that good tea. The expensive teas, y'all know. Y'all of them know. They know those good teas. Y'all like, that's that. Y'all be naming the tea. That's that what's the name tea with the good old cane. That's that. Yeah, some good tea, Maya. We was enjoying it too. That was hilarious. And then all of a sudden, I'm sitting there listening, and I'm like, hold on, bro. It's like, yo, Asha. It's like, Asha, Yasha. Yahusha. It's like I'm feeling something dripping on my leg. Right? I'm like, what is that on my leg? I'm like, is somebody peeing on? They peeing on me, trying to make me think it's raining. We had some good steep tea, right? We had that good, that organic stuff, the good stuff, straight from the herbs. and y'all's like, listen, I'm teaching y'all discernment right now. They're gonna have blue beam, all type of stuff later. You have to discern everything. So I'm glad we did it together. That was really dope. That was fun. It was kind of fun because I'm laughing. I'm like, that was hilarious. It went left, right, and I was like, hold on. And it was so funny because even when I called out the Russell Simmons, this is what was so funny. When I called out the Russell Simmons part, you still had people like, Aunt. They was like, but Aunt, Russell, he's one of them, Russell. And I'm like, but the time, it said the envelope in 1975, sealed. Why would it have? And then I'm trying to make it fit to us. Okay, well, he was 18. Well, maybe when he was managing Curtis Blow, he found it. I'm like, I'm sitting there like, come on, man, this don't make no sense, bro. I'm sitting there like, I'm spitting all this out. It was hilarious. But when I was first back there talking about spit it out, I'm like, once I get quiet, that's how I am. Once I get quiet, I'm like, but I don't say nothing. That's how I am in the world. I'll be digesting and before I say something, because I have to be sure, but I'll get quiet on you. Like in a minute. That's me. I'll get quiet. For those who know me, you'll be able to see when I'm discerning something, because it's like I go into observation. I'm seeing through. I'm just, and it was so funny because I'm just steady. It said the picture of Elvis was, as I went in back into Gracie Mansion and my whole family was there. What? I'm like, that is hilarious. All right, I'm so glad. That was really dope that we got to experience that together. That was really fun. I think that was really fun that we got to experience something. Even when I watch it back, now I'm going to die laughing. That's what's going to be funny. When I watch it back, I'm going to look at the comment chat. That's going to be hilarious to me now. Because they had us going. All of us was going. Every last one of us was going at one time, at another. All of us was going. All right. All right. Hakiyama, you got, give me give me a question. We're gonna do a couple. It's Friday night before we close out. Let's get some word in here. Um, uh, can you find me? What was that brother name too? I forgot his name now. The brother that had all those questions. Give me one of his, and then you can give me some. Pick how you want. That's yeah, it was kind of fun. Like, yeah, that was actually pretty fun. I like stuff like that. We was all duped. I like to get got because usually I never get got. Like I'm one of those like I never. So when people get me, they be like, finally, I'm that type. I was always that type of person. When people be like, finally, you got, and I'll admit it. That's the thing I love about myself. I'm very truthful and honest. I'll admit it. I'm like, yup, I got. Okay. Okay, y'all's jewel question. Yes. Dude, give me y'all's jewel question first. Because it was a great, yes. Thank you, Zayana, for reminding me. And oh man. Uh-oh. Your thing breaking up badly. I heard every other word.
Can you hear me better?
Nah, there you go.
Okay. Yahshua says, Shalom, all praises to the Most High Yah and his son, Hamashiach. Thank you for the lesson. I believe that Cain is the seed of Hasatan. He was also a fallen angel. If you can find a copy of Philip's letter, he mentions this about the relationship between Eve and Hasatan. Shalom and all praises to the Most High Yah.
Now, y'all's jewel, she wrote this question long time ago. Probably like 6 months or something. Time go fast, right? So we log all the questions. Now, the very interesting part, I'm so glad that y'all didn't have me answer this question back then, because back then I didn't have the revelation of Cain and Abel, Cain being the actual seed of the serpent. And it was because of the assembly and me thinking that those who has fallen angel lineage couldn't have repentance. I didn't know that. So the reason why I thought Cain had to only be the spiritual seed of the serpent, because you can either be a physical seed or spiritual, meaning, even though you're not a serpent seed, because there are people that descend. Remember, in Genesis, the seed of the serpent and the seed of the woman will be warring. So there's a seed of the serpent in the earth. We know them. 13 bloodline families, all that blue bloods and stuff. People who mix. Now, so you can be a physical descendant from that lineage or spiritual. The spiritual seed of the serpent means that you reject the Most High and you choose with your free will to serve darkness, to serve the serpent. So you become a son, a spiritual seed. You reject the righteousness of the Most High. You choose to be wicked and evil and unrighteousness with your free will. That's a spiritual son of the serpent. So you can have those in your family, in your blood lineage. Most of us do. Most of us, somewhere in our family line, some of us is our children. You got a spiritual, he's a wicked, evil person. We've seen it. It's in the Diddy. Well, I don't know. Diddy could be, he could be a actual serpent seed. That's another thing. So remember, serpent seed ain't just white. I know people want to get on the white train and thinking they fallen angels are all white. That's the devil's a lie. There was more black fallen angels than it was white, because Eve, the daughters of men that they slept with, was black women back in the ancient times. The fallen angels did not come down to sleep with a white woman. I'm sorry, not sorry. Study and show yourself approved. There was not white women when they came and slept down with the daughters of men. Those were sisters. And Hasatan slept with a sister, Eve. Okay? Now, anyway, so but then you do have tall white. You have they got heads, they got everything. These doggone Nephilim mix. But now, so I used to think that Cain was just the spiritual son, because as Sabaya, Yah's chosen, she said, because the Most High would have received his inheritance. I mean, his, I forgot what it's called, offering, right? Repentance. So I was like, well, if Yah would have received Cain's repentance, then he couldn't have any genetic lineage to the serpent seed. But now later, and I didn't know, I don't read all his books. So in her question, she said, I guess in the extra biblical book of Philippi or something, it says it or something. But I wait till the Most High reveal things to me. I don't just follow all these books and stuff. I don't even know who wrote all this stuff, right? The Rayak Hoyakadas, the Holy Spirit will bring all things to remembrance. And that's in the Mayat in Most High's timing. So everyone, don't try to know all things. Be still and let the Most High reveal things. That's how we get ourselves in trouble, because we read all these books and we seeking all this knowledge. You end up seeking the tree of the knowledge of good and evil when it wasn't the time for you to know something. The Most High has timing for all things. It's called mayads. They call it moeds in the Canaanite Hebrew, but mayads, right? It's the Most High's timing. There's a time to laugh, a time to cry, a time to live, a time to die, a time to this, a time to that. Y'all know that song. A time to relax and a time to chill. To act real like or act real ill. That's an old rap song. There's a time to live, a time to die. But that's scripture. There's a timing for everything. It's called mayad. So the way that I live my life is I allow the Most High to bring me what he wants to bring me when he wants me to receive it. But others get themselves in spiritual trouble by seeking so much information and knowledge, and you take on spirits from all this stuff. So I ain't read all that stuff, so I don't know that. So and another attribute that I want y'all to recognize is also recognize in a man or a woman or child the attribute of when a person is always transparent, meaning when the person doesn't always have to seem like they know everything or always be right. In this question right now, I'm stating I didn't know that then. I just said I'm glad I didn't answer this question back then, because I would have said to her, which I said before, I would have said, no, he's not the physical seed of the serpent, because that Yah wouldn't have received his offering. He couldn't have had repentance, because that's all I knew at that time. So that's what I'm saying. And anybody who you're trying to learn from, anybody who's you think is called to lead you to the Most High, whatever, make sure you see this attribute in that person, that minister, leader, whatever he is. Well, people call themselves prophets and teachers. I'm a servant. You understand? Praise Yah if y'all see an anointing. Praise Yah if y'all see me. Y'all understand my gift, oration, and y'all learn, teach. But I see and with that, you have to always see that the person is not a Mr. Know-it-all or Mrs. Know-it-all. And that when they are wrong, they admit that they were wrong. They held themselves accountable. And that's called emptying a wineskin. That's when you know the Most High is using you. We're not going to all know all things. If you think you know all things, then that means you have the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And that's where people get in trouble. They get in trouble, right? When all these seekers of knowledge, that's actually fallen angel, Greco-Roman. That's why the Greco-Roman, they are the Greeks, they follow all of the knowledge. They want you, that's why it's all about scholarship and degrees, right? PhDs, MBAs, and the higher knowledge you got, the more they place you on a pedestal, right? That's not biblical. That's not of the Most High. We're called to be he who is lower. Not mean we are to be wise as a serpent, but the humility, yes, it's degrees like Masonic. We are called, because there's a tree of life and there's a tree of knowledge of good and evil. And the knowledge of good and evil, he says, what? If you eat from this tree, what will you do? You will know all things. The Most High don't call us to know all things. Less is more. He exists in the stillness, simplicity. All that seeking knowledge is busy. It's confusing. They ever learning, right? And never coming to the fullness of the Most High. You understand? You don't want to be ever Now we all continue. The Most High will give you the things you need when you need it. Keep yourselves light. You keep your bags light. Everybody, my roommates will tell you, I don't seek nothing. The Most High tell me when it comes. And if it was something that I didn't know, and then he gives me revelation, I explain it and I understand. Don't ever follow nobody who think they know it all. That's a clear red flag. Humility and truth. So to Yah's Jewel, you are correct. You're correct. Cain was the physical seed. And she says she got it from the book. Well, praise Yah, however I didn't. I got it from Revelation. And now we understand, because when Yah revealed, it makes sense, because we don't know. There's an innocence in the lineage of blood lineage, meaning I'm an innocent child. I don't know if my great-great-granddad smashed a Canaanite. Do y'all understand? Your great-great-great-granddad, and we're going to do dads because, that's where the blood lineage through the seed of the fathers, right? We just using Bible. We don't know if our great-great-great-granddad was like Judah, who smashed a Canaanite woman. You see, you understand? Like our ancestors. How could they have salvation then? How can the innocence of a child? We don't know in slavery, some slave master, a lot of serpent seeds ran the slavery stuff, then smashed our grandfather, our grandmother, and gave lineage of our grandfather had to smash some, right? They mixed, they crossbreeded, they breeded all through captivities. Our ancestors smashed the Babylonians when they was in captivity, the Assyrians, the Sumerian. They became one with every. So how can the blood lineage be counted for each? So then that means there'd be a lot of innocent children who got no agreement with what happened. So that meant they wouldn't have salvation. So this makes sense. Go ahead, Akiyama.
It's just like in the videos that we've been watching lately of that one young man, I don't know his name, but that actually descends from the lineage, and you can see his repentance. Nathaniel, yes.
And he living it out.
Exact correlation to what you're talking about and how salvation is, given.
And it's for everyone. And praise Most High. Saudi Tay says it must be in Ecclesiastes 12:12. All right? So, with her question, you are correct, Yah's Jewel. I receive. Now I know Cain was the seed of the serpent and the seed of, and Abba Yah. One was Adam's seed, one was Hasatan's seed. Cain was the first killer, murderer, liar, cheater, stealer. Well, not the first. Yeah, because they didn't lie. Nope. Adam and Eve, they told the truth. When he asked Adam what happened, he said, the woman, she did it. And when he asked Eve, she said, the serpent came to me and I did it. They actually told the truth. They didn't lie. I respect that part from them too. They did not lie. Foolish people be like, Adam snitch. Yeah. Yes, he had a chance for repentance. So praise Yah. Now we know, and that's why even those who might have that Rh negative blood, right? Remember, we didn't know that Sister Janelle was like, Unc, I got Rh negative blood. And here we are sitting up, you got people sitting up talking about you ain't got, so what about them? She ain't did nothing? How can a child, if I had Rh negative blood, I ain't did nothing? How am I guilty? That's not the Most High. That might be a God that they make up, or some, how they make up these religions, Jesus God and these other gods. That might be, but I know the Father, the Abba, the one that I call on from the history book or the book of instructions. That's not him. He is just. And he will never, there is no injustice to any, there's no way he would condemn the innocent. Now, there will be curses that have to be fulfilled, but there's not condemnation. Because even when the curses was put on us from our ancestors, because they said, let the blood on our children. Remember, they spoke a covenant. He is an aliyah of covenant. That's where they get Elohim. That's the singularity of the creator, aliyah. It's not Eloah or Elohim. It's alayam and aliyah. He is an aliyah of covenant. So if you make a covenant, that's why you got to be careful what you say to the Most High. Y'all listen clearly. Stop. Don't be too yappy. Be slow to make a promise. Or I don't play with y'all like that. I don't play with my father like that. I've been doing with him for years and years, and I'm very slow. And in sometime when I slip, now this is funny. Y'all know me, I tell y'all true life testimony. I remember years ago, sometimes I would slip and say something. I would be like, literally, I'll be in my house by myself where you might think I'm crazy. I'm like, no, I did not mean that. I'll be like, I take that back, Father. Don't hold me. I didn't, please, don't hold me to a covenant of what I just said, okay? Because when you state something to the Father, right? Okay, let me explain. That's good. That's another question. I'm gonna do that one next. From Mashiana. She got a statement she want to say to y'all. They taught us to say, you know how when we was young, I did it, and used to drink, we get drunk, right? And then after you get drunk, you throwing up, and you be like, God, I'll never drink again, right? Listen, you be drunk, you be like, if you just take this from me, you all in the street laying and throw up and stuff for those who've been there, right? Because in the 80s, we used to drink Old English 800 Young, right? It gets so drunk. That's horrible, bro. You throwing up all your insides to nothing coming up a bile, right? And you like, God, I'll never drink again. If you take this from me, that's a covenant. Do you understand? So imagine if he take that from you right at that moment, and then you drink again, you broke a covenant. Do you understand? And it's that serious. But most don't think it's that serious. Okay? But it is. He don't play with the Father with covenants. Now, I'm not saying don't ask him for things. That's another question, another statement that Mashiana want to teach the ministry. Because I would say it a lot. They got a link, Hakiyama. I would say a lot that I don't ask the Father for much. That doesn't mean that you don't have to act. It's individualistic. Because Mashiana wanted me to explain to everyone, because she didn't want some people to think, okay, Unc don't really ask y'all for stuff. I really don't. I really don't bother my father. I don't. But that y'all are not me. Each of us are individuals. Some people, like Mashiana said, I ask y'all for everything all the time. And when she said it, she was saying, I don't mean to offend you, Unc, but that might confuse some. I said, you're correct. Praise y'all, I'm remembering to say it now in a lie. It's individual. Just because I don't ask y'all for much, don't mean that's just me. We all are individual children of Yah, so we're all different. My thing, and that's because when I grew up, I didn't ask anybody for any. I was raised, I got a lot of trauma that I didn't have a mom and a dad, and I had to get it on my own. So because that's in me, and foolishly, I'll wait until there's till 11:59 and 59 seconds before I'll be like, Father, I need this. That's just me. You don't have to be like that. We're all different. Now, just don't go willy-nilly. This is how I look at it. All right, let me see. How can I say this? Because I don't want Mashiana to be like, you got to be careful with that too. What I'm saying is, don't be the one who just bother y'all all the time for just all type of foolishness. Now, we ought to communicate with him incessantly, but don't be a type to just ask him for things 24/7, right? None of us would imagine if you had a family member or anybody that just asks you for something 24/7. Every time. It's like, it's kind of, you get, of course the Most High don't get tired. He don't, we know that. But yes, I don't want to, y'all ask him. let me, I know yeah, he's not a genie. That's good word. And I know Mashiana like, all right, Unc, you got to reel it back again, Mashiana, right? When she watches back, I'm going to tell her I answered it. She probably sleep now. Now, because some people are in a place where they need to ask them stuff all the time. So again, it's individualistic, okay? So please give a like to this video anyway. I just thought of it anyway. Please, guys. So anyway, I don't want to say this and then some people are in a place where they need to just keep asking them and they say, well, Unc said don't ask her. No, ask them to your heart content. Let me take that back. See, this is what I mean about accountability, about anybody that you're following, anyone, all of y'all, anybody that you're following, make sure that you see these attributes where the person holds themselves, corrects themselves in the moment, catches themselves, self-reflection, self-correction. Okay? Because you can have newer people who are in such a traumatic state, or they're in a state that they just call on the Most High for everything, and they mess around and see the video and be like, well, I can't call on him. And they see accountability. No. If your spirit is telling you to ask him for, then ask him till your heart is content. Ask him for, I'd rather you ask him and be in communication than not and be out of communication and get answers from somewhere else or something. Praise Yah. This is what I mean by accountability for your words and catching yourself. Okay? Now, some of us, we don't ask for much. It doesn't mean it's just we're individualistic. I'm the type, like Lanya said, I really don't bother y'all much. I talk to them all the time, but I really only ask when it gets really bad. The last time I asked them for something, it was a, I don't know, time goes so fast, maybe a month or so ago when these attacks was really bad, bro. And I was like down and out. And I literally said, I said, yeah. I said, Father, you know me. That's how I talk to her. I don't ask you. I really don't try to bother you, but I really need you right now. I know you know, but please help me. Please help me. But you don't have to have that same, you can just ask him all the time. Yes, you have the freedom. He's your father. I take everything back I said. Ask him for everything. I'd rather you ask him for everything than go ask a devil or a foolish person or not have communication. Good word. Good word, Taj. Elder Taj said, ask him in silence because someone else can hear you when you pray out loud. Good word. Internally, ask him in silence. Yeah, good word, Hakyama. Or other than selling your soul for something you could have asked him for. So, yes, children, ask him. Just talk to him, ask him. He doesn't get tired. That's us putting man's image on our Creator. There's no tiring. He understands. He knows the heart. He knows when you're asking from like you rubbing a genie lamp or when you're asking truly from spirit. You can't use the Most High. So yes, ask him. Ask him all the time. Yes. I know Mashiana like, there you go, when she watched this back. Yes. So praise Yah. And she said this months ago. She was like, people come, they know I don't take offense, but, they're disrespectful. She's like, I don't mean no disrespect, but some children can receive that the wrong way. And I'm like, you're right. Because when you've called to teach or to lead, because I am called to lead, that's what I'm doing, but I'm leading you to the Father. I ain't leading you nowhere else. That's why I say watch everything. Don't follow me blindly at all. Watch everything on everybody. Now, with that comes a responsibility, right? And that's what, so I said, no, it's okay, good, thank you. I don't take offense to nothing. Correct, righteously tell me anything. Y'all tell me anything, I'll receive. You heard? And spit out fruit, spit out pits. I'm open, right, to correction. Same way I do righteous correction or open rebuke to others. How can I not be righteously corrected? Or if I'm really get some foolishness openly rebuked? I have no problem with that. If I did some folio, I just don't do too much folio stuff. I'm very analyze. I'm a self-analyzer, which we're called to do. That's a great fruit, to be able to work on yourselves, self-analyze, and you make less errors that way. All right, so I'm glad we got that one out. Yes, all right. And for those who don't call on the Most High for much, it's nothing wrong with that either. We're all different individuals, okay? Some of us might be extreme, that really, like me, I'm an extreme. I don't mess with Yah, right? Now I talk to him, I'm in communication almost 24/7. But far as invocating, asking him for stuff, I really wait until I really, really need something, until it's really bad. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, it just is, And but we're all different individuals. All right, Hakiyama, you got a question? Hold on. Taj dropped another bomb. Taj said, and wait for his answer. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Elder. Elder Taj said, and when you ask, it kicked Takayama out. She'll be back in a minute. And when you ask, wait for his answer. Do not go and do it yourself. Thank you. Do not make it happen. That's the biggest mistake you can make. Thank you, Elder. That's the fruit of it all. When you do, be still and patient. You can't ask the Most High and think He's going to do it on your timing. It's called Mayad. I just told that. In the Canaanite Hebrew, it's called Moed. It's called Mayad. His timing, not yours. Okay? After you ask him, sit down. Right, Donna Yah? Sit your butt down in the stillness and go on with your life knowing that he heard. Now another one. What if he don't answer? Ooh. Oh, that's where you get into trouble. Gonna be trouble. Right? What if he don't answer that? This is when you got to know the power of may your will be done. Come on, y'all. All right. The Holy Spirit's here. Y'all listen clearly. Y'all speaking. The Rayak, the Holy Spirit. When you ask the Father for anything, when you finish asking, say, if it's in your will for me. All in your will. Not my will, because we can ask for something that he doesn't want for us. That's not in his will for us. So you always ask if it's in his will for us to have this thing. And then you be patient and wait. And if it comes to pass, so be it. Thank you. If it doesn't come to pass, so be it. Thank you. Y'all hear that part? So many times I didn't get what I wanted, but I know he has my best interests when I don't even know. So if I don't get a thing that I wanted, that I asked him for, then I know it wasn't for me. It wasn't in my best interest. And you have to be satisfied with that. You understand? Go ahead, Akiyama.
Would there ever be an instance where Yah asks you what you desire?
I would think so.
And why would he do so?
Great question. Great question. I answered that pretty quick. That's a great question. Let me slow down before I answer really too fast. Let me let me think this through, right? Because I answered that really quick. Now, first instinct was for me to say yes. Now, could it be an instance where he will ask you what you desire? Number one, on the first instinct, now that I'm thinking about it, on one aspect, because it could be a test. Because if y'all know the Most High, it's all about tests, not tempting, testing, number one. Number two, this one, that's why I say I got to be still. I might, because it's on the spot. You gave me a stumper, Hakim. I like that. Good job, great job, great job. I like challenges. Y'all learned something about me. I really love challenges, right? That's dope. I love to be like, wow. I love stumpers because I'm not stumped very easily. Like I have a gift from the Father. Now, I'm going to just answer it. Maybe later I might come back and be like, see deeper into it. So I'm just doing the surface right now. Later, because I'm the type, I sit on things in the stillness and let revelation. Just off the surface, right on the spot, I would say that our Father might do something like that. And I'm just, because he loves us and he's graceful and merciful. And sometimes he might just want to give us the desires if it ain't something that could harm us. You know, now I'm just speaking from a fleshly sense. That this ain't got to be. Y'all could be sitting, the Most High could be sitting like, boy, I don't do nothing like that. But, you know, this is just us speaking from flesh, right? I'm just speaking. I would say, because I love my Father so much, and he's so, as much as he's stern, lawful, and strong, he's very kind, gentle, caring, and all of that. It's just, Yah's dope. That's why we got those T-shirts on our that we Yah's dope. I need to buy one of those when the currency is a little better. I'm getting my Yah's dope shirt so y'all can see it, because he is. Right? So anyway, with that, with my Father, with the way I see him, I could see him. Maybe has he ever done it to me? I don't remember. I don't think so, honestly. Because that was a good question. I'm like, because I started to try to think, did he ever do that? Did I ever hear him ask me? I didn't. So I can't remember anyway if I did. But just thinking off the rip, could I see him asking me? Know why I would say yeah? Because I feel, this is how I see Yah, my Father, right? The Creator. I see, and it's your Father too, but I'm speaking singular now, right? Because as much as he's our Father collectively, he's our individual Father as well, right? So the way I see my Father, our Father, my Father, is I can see him loving me so much and seeing how much I try to please him. Meaning, I really live this life. I don't just talk it. I really live it every day, and it's rough. It's hard. It's really hard. So it's hard because the world is dark and there's money and there's all type of temptations, and I live this to the detriment of what I could be having, right? And I can see, if he wanted to, my Father coming to me and saying, tell me, what you desire. Maybe. I don't know. I really have to think that one through. I'm going to read some script. But anyway, now not giving me something if I said, I desire a 55 bedroom mansion with gold toilets and like foolish stuff. But if my desire is something that aligns with his will, him fulfilling it. That's just his love for his children, man. And the ayadah, the work we put in, and I could see the heart of my father doing something like that. Does it happen? I don't know. I don't know that one. Y'all dropping scripture, so let's see. Ah, there it goes. Ayana wrote Psalms 37:4. Delight thyself also in Yah, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. So he'll give it to you, but that was no question. The question was, will he ask you what your desires are? Remember, because he knows all things. So I don't know about that one. Maybe. Let me see the other scripts. Somebody put something else further up. Mark, let me see. Zayana put Mark. Mark 10:51. And Yahyashua the Messiah answered and said unto him, What wilt thou that I should do unto thee? The blind man said unto him, Master, that I might receive my sight. So she's saying, Mashiach, the Messiah, asked the man, what's your desire? What do you want? And he went around doing that a lot and fulfilling it. And we know he's in the image of our Father, right? But everything he did he's one with Yah, but he ain't Yah. So I could see that as well. Great script. First Kings, Zayana with the scripts. First Kings 3:5. In Gibeon, the Most High Yah appeared to Solomon in a dream by night, and Yah said, Ask what I shall give thee. Bingo. Come on, Zayana. Chop one for Zayana. And Yah said, Ask what I shall give. That's somewhere. Now you just put that's other places in the scripture too. Now that you put that script. I'm like, it's other places. The Lord Shah said, Yah said he would grant you the desires of your heart. All right. Let me scroll down. Lord Yah said that was for their faith, right? All right, praise Yah. So without me knowing those scripts, I was just going off the attributes of the Creator. And Yah, our Father is really dope. Yeah, that is a mic drop, that First Kings. So praise Yah. Go ahead, Hakiyama. What did you want to, if you wanted to add something to that? That was a great question.
Oh, no, that's all. But or did you want to go to another one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this one is, and I found the ones you're talking about from the other brother. This one right now is from Sabaya. She asks, Yah told Cain that if he had done well, he would have accepted it, his offering, proving he had a chance of repentance. In one of the books of the Apocrypha, it said that Cain is Hashachan's child. But my question is, if Yah didn't receive the Watcher's children, why would he receive Hashachan's son?
All right. Now, that came out in the Revelation. I thought that he didn't receive the Watcher's children, right? But they get judged. Listen, Sabaya, nobody is in the lake of fire or eternity outside his presence until after the judgment. So if he didn't receive that, if they didn't have a chance for repentance, then there would be no judgment for them. But everything, the judgment, everyone's awaiting the judgment. Even those that are chained under the earth, right? The fallen angels. They're there awaiting the judgment. There would be no need for a judgment if you're already judged. No one exempt. So what are you being judged on? What are you doing? So there is, I think it's an extra biblical, but I also have revelation from Yah. That was another time that he gave me revelation that there are fallen angels that have repented. Some of them that, what was that? We saw that in probably on one of our Tuesday Bible studies. I think it was in the Apocrypha somewhere, that some of the Malaks was repenting, the ones that are chained somewhere. And in that hell where they're at, waiting the judgment, they're repented. And that happened in the Apocrypha in one of the heavens when Enoch went up to one of the 7 heavens, one of the heavens, 10 heavens, and some of the Malaks that had fell, remember what was they called? The Gibbors or something in the book of Enoch? I think that was that was one of the books. I forgot which apocryphal book. And they had repented for their transgression. The fallen in the heavens, they have repented. We just read that not too long ago. So no one is exempt now, y'all, like you said, from judgment. And so Sabaya, I thought that they were just damned. I didn't know, right? Praise the Most High for learning. And when he showed, and now it makes all the sense, that repentance, Mashiach came, so his blood was for all blood. All blood has a chance at repentance. So that would mean some of the innocent children, like that brother Nathaniel Reynolds and stuff, who got this blood lineage back to Nimrod and Nephilim and stuff. What about all these innocent children that got nothing to do with it? It's the same thing as us that don't got that blood lineage, that got the actual blood children of Yah, order, lawful here, that we can choose to be wicked and evil. Same thing, because remember, all angels have free will. Everything with free will has a chance at repentance. Now, the difference is when those fallen angels, when the fallen angels slept with the daughters of men, their children, the Nephilim, they don't go to Abraham's bosom. And they don't go to Sheol because that's not their place of holding. Their place of holding is this world. So their spirits roam until the judgment. The bad spirits become demons. That's what demons are. But guess what? Within that revelation, what about the repentant ones? Wouldn't that be good spirits? So the bad spirits would be the demon. It would be the opposite. It would be an actual spirit roaming that would be trying to help and do good because they're repentant for what their ancestors did, like that brother Nathan Reynolds and anybody else. So they're not rejected. Everybody at the judgment, because if that was the case, they would already be judged. There would be no reason for them to be at no judgment if it's no reason to go before the judge if you're already sentenced. You're already done. It's condemnation. So that, praise y'all for that, because it's a lot of innocence. None of us know if we got Nephilim blood. None of us know. How can we know that? Billions and billions of people on this earth. How could we know? We don't know who our great-great-grand, what happened to them, who they smashed in Babylon. I mean, you got to go through Assyrian captivity, Persian captivity, Babylonian captivity. I mean, how many Mitzrayim? I mean, we've been mixing, our seeds been mixed with fallen angels so much. Remember, through the Bible, right? What did y'all tell? Every time they went, they were smashing the Canaanites. Right or wrong? Every time you turn around. I see so mixed. If that was the case, we all damned. Right? If that's the case, then everybody screwed. All right, praise the Most High. All right. So continue, Hakyama.
With Shelpas, I think that's how you say it.
Say it again.
Shelba, the one that has, like the
bunch
good
of questions.
Yeah.
Now, how you say his name? Shabella? Something. I forgot it now. Spell it for me.
Shabela. Shabella.
Shabella. Yeah, Shabella. Okay.
Okay. So a different one. I wanted his.
Yeah, Donna, yeah, that's why these foolish Israelites run around thinking they know you can know who's who. I'm like, boy, that's the stupidest doctrine in the world. You do not know who your great-great-grandfather, great-great-great-great-grandmother got raped by or something, who you have zero idea. It's foolish. Thousands and thousands of years, all are mixing and the kingdoms, and it's ridiculous. All right, go ahead, Hakim. Lanya has a question above too. I'll do hers after this one, depending on what this is, if it ain't gonna take me too long.
Yeah, is the Shabella one correct?
Yes.
Okay, one of his says, do you believe race plays a part when it comes to being led to the way?
Do I believe race plays a
race.
part when it comes to being led to the way, the truth? That's what he means. No.
Yes.
No, race is a concoction. Race is a concoction of people that made up. Do I believe nationality? That's the difference between race. The Bible speaks of nations of people. No. Those who seek the Father's face will diligently seek him no matter what. Some of the other nations that's not natural branch in the Bible, he said they seek him harder than we do, than the natural branch. He said faith like theirs, he ain't seen in all the children of Israel, Yasharah. That's all through the scripture. He told Ezekiel, if I sent you to the other nations, they would have listened to you. But I'm sending you to the Israelites, so good luck. Right? So, no, that's a haughty spirit. You got other nations of people that will seek the Most High just as hard as you. I don't care if they black, white, brown, Hispanic, whatever. They'll seek the Most High just as hard as you, in spirit and in truth. They'll be just as dedicated. Some of them be more dedicated than the natural branch. I know y'all don't like it, but the Bible says it. I read what Yah says. I believe what the scripture says when it speaks literal too, when it's talking about what happened and what the Messiah saw. I mean, it's happened all through the Bible. Okay? So they'll seek him harder. They'll hold on stronger. When your own black will be like, what you done for me lately? Look at the wilderness coming out of Egypt. And some of them will cleave to us to their own detriment. That's why we have so much accountability, natural branch. You know what happened to the other nations that came out of Egypt with the Israelites? When they started worshiping the gold, they got killed right along with them. I wish I could have told them, don't cleave to these idiots. These is idiots, bro. Don't follow them or what they call the blind into the ditch. Follow, but for the Gentiles, the other nations of people on the earth. You can follow the righteous natural branch, but keep your eye on them. Make sure they don't go left field. They've been and went into some Ephah. They've been and pulled you into some African ancestral worship. And you'll be like, but they the natural branch. Yeah, you'll follow them to a natural branch to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. You better know. But once you find the righteous, but don't take your eye off them. Black people, natural branch, same thing. You follow a natural branch leader or something, keep your eye on him. Don't follow him to the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. You've been and followed him to Baal. Okay? All right. She said they will be in trouble for that, right? Who, the natural branch for leading them? Absolutely. 7 times you get punished more We get punished 7 times more. Facts. Much is given, much is required. That's why the wilderness is so wicked. I mean, the awakening, the fakening is so wicked. Because the natural branches worshiping themselves, their flesh. Boy, you get them, see, they don't understand. They don't know. They want to be worshipers of flesh. They don't want to really know what the scripture says and to take our rightful election to lead the other nations. Okay? Yes, Donna Yard. Yes, you are. Absolutely. You in Yah's name, King. You ain't no Gentile no more. You're grafted into the house of Yasha'al. You're grafted into the house of Ya'ada, actually, because you're in Mashiach assembly. This house is the house of Ya'ada, Judah. Yeah, absolutely. I would tell you, do not call yourself a Gentile anymore. That's a heathen. Don't call yourself that no more. Sometime I had to say that to some of our other family brothers. Young Wyatt one time called me. I said, are you a Gentile? He said, oh, yeah, you're right. Yes. Start to receive the ayadah, the work you put in. You come in Yah's name. You righteously seeking his face. You trying to keep his statute, laws, and commandments. You grafted in as if blood born Yasha'ah. Don't let these fools. That's Bible. That's what Yah said. That's the Bible. You heard? I don't care about man. Man going, they want to be worshiping they want to call you a whatever. The devil's a lie. Don't you let nobody speak that crap over you. That's why when that young brother was telling the Diddy testimony, when he said they told him he got bipolar and schizophrenia, I was rebuking all. I wish I could reach that young singer traumatized by Diddy. I rebuke bipolar, the devil bipolar. Go back to whence you come. The devil schizophrenia. The devil, I rebuke you. That's a principality, bro. It's dark Sabbath. Boy, don't receive that, young bro. Stop the pharmakeia. Stop it. Rebuke all of that. All right, praise the Most High. May the Most High cover and bless you all. For those Gentiles who haven't been grafted in yet, stay on the path of righteousness. You'll know when you know. And for those who are grafted in, you are my brother, as if blood born. You heard? My brother or my sister, as if blood born. And I don't care who don't like it. That's why I'm shadow. That's why half of the awakening don't really like Mashiach assembly, because we do what the Bible says. We're not favorites of men. The Bible don't call it. The Bible calls us to serve. It says a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people will stand before the Messiah in white robes at the end. Hold on. It said every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. A remnant. So that meant I am supposed to receive a remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. So how can I reject one of Yah's children because they're not of this fold? Hold on, Hakyama. Didn't the Bible say, I got children which are not of this fold? What fold? The natural branch. Shalom, Mikey Hammer. Welcome to the house of Yah. Okay? I got children which are not of this fold. But they want to be worshipers of themselves. That's what got our ancestors. I'm talking to the blacks, the natural. They got them cursed in the first place. Got you running around, don't even know who you are, calling yourself a Gentile. Boy, our people duped. People destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Okay? May the Most High cover and bless you all. There you go. Revelation 5 and 9. Let me put it on the screen so people can understand. We ain't just speaking on our own accord. And they sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book and open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain and hast redeemed us by Yah, us to Yah, by the blood, out of every, that's ain't even the scripture I was talking about, that's another one. Here we go. Out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation. That wasn't even the scripture I was talking about. I was talking about when we said they're going to stand before him in white robes. You see, it's in there a couple of times. That's even better, Hakiyama. You gave me another, a precept. You heard? That's to the Hebrews. Precepts of every, of every kindred. That's every kind. Of every tongue. That's every language. Of every people. See, they're so thorough. And nation. So just so you don't get that twisted. And the other scripture says a remnant. Revelation 5:9. Read your Bible. Okay? Roberta said, Hayazak says, I think it's in Romans 2. Okay? All right. We're healed in this house. That's trauma teaching. Those people are still in trauma from slavery and the curses. You don't want to follow someone that's traumatized trying to teach you the manuscript. How can you become a servant if you traumatized? They want, we are kings. Everybody gonna be my slave. Serve me. Kiss my feet. It says he who will be raised and lowered in the earth will be raised in the kingdom. We got to be a servant. How you gonna be a servant? It's about kiss my feet and all this stupid stuff. This is same wicked natural branch that got us cursed in the first place. This is a house of healing. Welcome to the house of Yah. The children who are healed in spirit. No trauma teaching. Ain't no trauma bonded. Ain't no familiar spirits here. Okay? All right. Go ahead, Hakiyama. What was the question? Oh, that was his question. Now, what was, who they said? Lanya. You got her question? Somebody said she wrote a question. And then we're going to do another one after that. I'm going to do some questions tonight.
I'm lagging super bad. Is it choppy?
Nope, I hear you clearly. Let me read Revelations. Look at this, children. Revelation 7:9. After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number. Hold on. Of all nations, kindreds, and people, and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Messiah, the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hand. Hold on. A great multitude, of which no man could number, of all nations, kindreds, people, and tongues. Do you understand? That's the remnant. Okay? That's in the kingdom. So you go out here and be trying to reject people because of the color of their skin and talking about you are this and they are that and all that. And you're going to see what's going to happen to you at that judgment. You're going to answer to every bit of that. Every bit of that. All right. Go ahead. Yeah, sure enough, there ain't going to be no service. Not what they're talking about. They talking about slaves in the new kingdom. All right. Oh, Nadia L got it. You see it, Hakiyama? Put it on the screen. Does each of us, you want to read it? Go ahead, I'll let you read it. They be wanting to hear your voice anyway, especially Brother Andre. Where Andre? Stop. I know Hakiyama like, do not do that. Stop. All right, I'm gonna stop. I'll stop. Bad up. Y'all know I'm funny. Why'd you? If you, oh, she went on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. We hear you clearly. Hold on.
No, my computer's being funky. Sorry.
Oh, okay. But we can hear you, so you can still say the thing. I thought you like, I'm about to get off. So if you are interested or try to come at any of the sisters in our ministry, they follow the Most High law. So there's a process to it. You have to reach out to me, and if there's a courtship process that happens, and it takes a while. We are actually lawful ministry, okay? So there are single men and women in our ministry. But if you're interested, then it is a courtship process. And that courtship will take about a year. So don't think, and there'll be no touching, no kissing, none of that. And it'll be, so if you willing, if you want a righteous daughter or son, then you need to work on your righteousness. And that courtship process is y'all's protection. That's lawful and order. So within that time, y'all know, you'll know who these people really are. All right? So just, I understand. A lot of us are lonely in the awakening. Okay? And for others, a lot of you don't know that your husband and wife will come later, but you don't know it. It could come in the wilderness, or it could come later in these homesteads. It could be patient. Work on yourself and your righteousness. But if you are ever interested, you have to reach out to me. All right? This house is covered. All right? And there's a courtship process that will be done. The sons and daughters in this house are covered in Yah's name and in spirit and in truth. This ain't spooky. This is Bible. We actually live this. This ain't church. This ain't Israelite with these camps. This house is actually a righteous house. Okay? And that's, so no disrespect to nobody, right? I just like to make jokes because a lot of people be like, we like her voice and, and all that. But all right, so anyway, go ahead, Hakiyama. What Naya wrote? Oh, it's on the screen.
Yes. Lanya asks, Unc, does each of us have our own spirit guide? Sorry, not sure how to speak Raya.
Does each of us have our own spirit guide? Well, yes, but the spirit, let me see how because she said spirit guide. Those are two different things, okay? So each of us have the Raya Hayakadash that will guide us, right? The Holy Spirit, and bring all things to remembrance and speak to us. And we need to make sure we listen and hear and form that relationship and our righteousness. But we do have spirit guides too, meaning sometimes we have malaks, angels assigned. They call it guardian angel stuff, right? That's a guide is someone that's called, that's part of my prayer. So part of my prayers is I say, Father, some of my prayers that I say, verbal prayers, I say, can you, all in your will, can you, Tayada, can you lead me, guide me, cover me, protect me, right? And then I say, can you send your malaks, your angels, and your saba'af, your heavenly hosts, to guide and cover me and protect me and lead me? I ask that in my prayer. Right, whenever I say a verbal prayer like that, invocating prayer, because I'm asking for something. Prayer is just communication as well. So I talk to him all the time. I pray without ceasing. I'm always in my Father's presence unless I, get out of it for a second or something. But I pray without ceasing all the time. That means I'm in communication with Father. I'm always like, thank you, y'all. This, I'm always. But invocating, asking them for something, those kind of prayers, asking them for covering, that's invocation. When I invocate a prayer to my Father, I always include, can he send his malaks? Oh, in your dreams, before you go to sleep. For those who having those problems, that's the invocating prayer you ask. You ask him, can you send his malaks, his angels, or in his sabayafs, to fight for your behalf in the spirit realm, to cover you in the spirit realm. You can ask that. So those are spirit guides, meaning to guide and lead me. So that's what I say too. Can you, in this earth, one of my prayers is, can you send your malaks to guide me in my decision making, right? Guide you and lead, because you want to be covered, right? When, some girl come up to you, you meet someone in the grocery store, you know what I mean? So she might look good, but you like, man, I need a covering. Father, could you, right? Maybe they can block some of these people. Someone, us trying to send a girl your way and bing, a mala come and bump her shopping cart to the other aisle. Spirit guides. Now, these ain't dead relatives, though. They taught us that our guardian angels was your dead. That's a lie. Don't that's witchcraft and sorcery. The dead they ain't guiding you nowhere. You don't want no dead people guiding you nowhere. Okay? Send that back to when did it come. The only thing that guides you are malaks, right? And some of them can take on earthly form. And that's why you gotta be careful who you entertain. So they can guide you. It should be part of your prayer. So she said, do each of us have our own spirit guide? Yes, when you call on them. As far as a spirit guide, meaning Yah assigning an angel to each of us individually, I'm speaking a little above my pay grade. I'm not speaking in absolute because I don't know that, right? I ain't the Most High. But I would say no, just because we have Makayal. So each of us collect his job, Michael, what they call Michael in the Bible, the warrior Malayak, angel. His job is to cover the remnant, Yasha'ar. Okay? That's his position. So we all have him collectively, the righteous fighting on our behalf, even when we don't know. That's his position. Okay? I don't know where it says, it could, somewhere could find in the Bible where it says Yah assigned each of us an individual malak. I didn't see that nowhere. I haven't seen it, and he haven't said it to me. So for that, I would say no, but until it's proven otherwise, then I'll be like, okay, cool. I didn't know that, right? I don't know all things. I'm not the Most High. So for far as I know, and in what the Holy Spirit spoke to me, no, we don't have individual spirit guides. We have the Raya Kayakadash, but we all have that collectively, right? If you in your righteousness, and you know, and then you can call on malaks. You can call on guides. You can call on them. Facts. And Yah will send them. But we all have Makayah, Michael, fighting on our behalf, even when you don't know it. He fights. That's his position for Neshamayah. So that's a protector, guider. But a guide and protector is two different things, because guide is the one that's leading you somewhere. A guide is a path. So I think that one we have to call on, because I do say that in my prayer, because I need guidance. I need guidance, right? Because the path, that's the Gamayah. The path is very important, where you leading, where you're guided to. So you can ask Yah, and yes, and you can call on. And that's an interesting one. Maybe in the assembly, we can find Hakyama, maybe on a Tuesday study, which Rayak has a position as the guider, as the Gamayah.
The Aliyah,
The Aliyah?
isn't it?
You mean the Aliyah, well, the Gamayah, oh, you mean the Aliyah, the lead? You mean the, from the Aleph
the
Bayat,
leader.
Aliyah? Yes.
Or are you
Yes.
asking for a different
Hold on.
Raya?
No, hold on. Because you answered that quick. Hold on, give me a second. You know, I got to be still for a minute. Give me a second. Let me be still. Give me a second. Y'all give me a second. I got to hear from Raya. See, Yah is in the stillness. This is how you got to do, guys. Whenever you want to hear from Yah, you have to be still. Yes. Yes. That's interesting. You know why? Because what I was thinking of, she said the Lama Yad. Very interested. See, now y'all talking to Habara. Yeah. For those who don't know, I'm sorry, we're going over people's head now. All right, hold on. Let me break it down for the babies. What we're speaking now, guys, is our original tongue. Those are our languages. Our adiyats is letters. The aliyaf is the first adiyat letter, what they call what you call, that's an alphabet. They call what they call them in the Canaanite Hebrew, Aleph or something. That's not our tongue. That's Canaanite. The Aliyah. So the Aliyah is first, but the Lama Yad is the guider, right? But the Aliyah leads all of them. So it's like, but go ahead, Haki. I'm gonna see where you're going.
You remember Tuesday?
Ah, absolutely, absolutely. And part of the Lama Yad's function is leading and golden. But you're correct. That's why I said you are correct, because the Aliyah is the leader.
It's just
right?
broad. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it is the leader. It's the leader of it all, right? And the Lama Yad has the function of it, but you're correct. And remember the Aliyah with the 2 oxen, right? The 2 oxen yoke, and the older oxen leads, right? The equally yoked. That's the Aliyah.
So it's
Sorry,
like
guys.
the elders, semblance of the elders.
Who lead.
And the elders
yes.
had failed us in the past.
And they failed it and led us into the ditch. Exactly. That's why I say praise y'all for the righteous elders. So Brother Chuck, it's probably time it might be time to send me an email, Brother Chuck, because I see you've been coming kind of regular now, and you said you want to find info for your studies, then y'all might be telling you it's time to join the house. Ain't no money, ain't got no, we don't do nothing about no money. It's just you send me an email and I'll send you the link, and that's where your info for the study. It's where you learn. You might as well. I think y'all's telling you to come on in the house. Come on in the house. All right. That's where it's at. It's in the house. All right. So what she broke down, guys, was that when she said the Aliyah and the Zayana said the Lamayah, those are our letters in our language that was taken at the Tower of Babel, and they're spirits, they're rayaks. Okay, each Adiyah is a rock, and they have a function and a purpose, right? The Gamayal is the path, the Daliyah is the door. Okay, so that the reason why they have that election able to do that, and I need to break it down easy because of what Brother Chuck is talking about. In the house on two, we study, we grow, we learn. So when y'all see us come together live on the lives, we already, what's today? Friday. So yesterday in the investment group, when I close out, I say, see y'all on the battlefield, because we call this the battlefield. The reason why we call the live stream the battlefield is because that's when we come together to go live, because we got to battle darkness together as one body, because the Most High is sending his children like Chuck, right? Like Zazayah, like Sister Phyllis Richards, like Sister Haya Zak. I'm trying to say something like Brother Mikey Hammer, like Donna Yah, all from over the world, Germany, United Kingdom, Africa. And so we come together every Wednesday and Friday. So before the Wednesday study, we do the Tuesday private Zoom, and we together, and I'll be like, see y'all on the battlefield. And we all come together to serve all of y'all. You understand? Worldwide. And Most High sending his children one by one. But you got to heed the call. So when you hear the election, leads one in the past or right? Yes, absolutely. And Aliyah is the big leader. So that's why Hakiyama says it's kind of broad, because it's a whole nother level to it too. It's levels to it, right? So in the smaller, in the micro scale, it's the Lama Yad. His purpose is to lead and goad, the shepherd's staff, okay? To lead and gird. But the overall, it's the Aliyah leading the whole path. But so that election, the things that they're saying like that, and we discuss, that's what says, it's going over people. Let me break it down for people to watch this later. I have no idea what they're talking about. This is where the house studies and we learn, and Most High reveals things and understanding the language and the tongue. And that's why people don't understand our Bible, because they don't understand our language. They don't understand that these spirit rayaks are spirits, and they have a function and purpose, each one. And they don't know that. Go ahead, Hakim.
And in Alayaf is Lamayad, and also in Alayaf is Payah, from which the word is spoken.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Praise Yah. All right. So, yes, the Habariyah is alive. All the letters work. What it said? Sorry, I just lost it. She said all the letters work for together. They're brother. They're Hayad one. But all right. So let's go to let's do another one. And then it's about two, maybe do one or maybe two and close out. I just wanted to get some fruit in because we did the whole exposing Diddy's darkness. Let's get some get some light. Okay.
Would you like to do another one of Shelba's or a different one?
I'll probably do a different one. Do somebody else. I don't want to keep because we got a lot. So do somebody else. And the reason, you got it? Hold on. The reason why, guys, the Most High has us doing this, because this is what the righteous are supposed to do. In religion, they teach us they don't answer our questions, right? You can't ask just in church. You can't stand up in church and be like, all right, Pastor, Pastor Pork Chop. We can't, 6 hours time difference. We can't do, we got Q&A, Pastor, Pastor Pork Belly. Yeah, Q&A. What you think this is? Okay. Oh, thank you, Naya. Let me take it down. Right? But we are called to answer the children's questions. That's how we learn and grow. You can't learn and grow not answering questions. And the Bible has to be discerned and deciphered. And that's where the elders failed us, what Hakyama said. Praise Yah for the righteous elders. And for those new who find us, I'm an elder. I know I might not look it all the time. Sometimes if I ain't got no sleep, I look kind of elderish. But I look young because my temple is purified. I eat no manner of flesh and no manner of blood for over 40 years. Okay? I slipped up once a couple of years ago. Okay? And ate some red meat, which y'all think is clean. Ain't none of that clean. No manner of flesh. So my temple is purified. And then I try to work out. I ain't go the whole last week. I'm going to go this weekend. I feel kind of, my chest is all flat, right? Got to work out, take care of your temple. But, so I'm an elder in age, all right? Been on this earth over half a century. I'm an elder. I'm a righteous elder. And praise Yah for that. I didn't understand what that really meant until now I'm in my election and understanding that in the scriptures, y'all, they wrote it last time, it's something about the righteous elders. It's a very Shemaic, heavenly power. But when the elders get it wrong, it's very dark. It's as high as the righteous will be light, it's as dark as the unrighteous elders will be dark. And they failed us. All right, go ahead, Hakyama.
Okay, I found two very good ones.
All right.
Do you want me to just do one?
One at a time.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So Ayasha asks, what is veganism and what is eating from the garden? What are their similarities and differences? Also, are products like honey allowed since we eat from the garden, and why?
All right. First of all, Donnie Yaz said, it's 8 a.m. in Germany right now. It's a beautiful morning. Love to stay up with y'all through the night. So he's been rocking through the night. That's the time zone. That's the dedication of eating the fruit of Yah. And we've been going, I don't know how many hours I'm live now. 4.5. Okay. Almost 5 hours. All right. And praise Yah that we actually have Yah's given us an internet, that we can reach our brothers and sisters all over the world, and we can be together one and different, because it's 2 o'clock in the morning here, you know what I mean? And different time zones, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 over there in the UK, you know what I mean? All right. So she said, what is the difference? First of all, y'all should know that already. Okay, you've been here long enough. And we didn't ask that question plenty of times, but it's okay. She said, what's the difference between vegan and what else? Eating from the garden?
Yes, that's the first part.
Okay. The difference between being a vegan and us saying that we're going back to the garden of righteousness, Adon, that's called Adayan in the original Hebrew tongue. In Genesis, page day 1 to day 7, the Most High never told us to eat no manner of flesh with no flesh and blood. He said the herbs of the field and the fruits of the trees. That's what he created us for, a diet. It wasn't until after the transgression and sin and killing, when we got out of his presence, after Cain started eating flesh and blood. And then the Most High made compromising laws to stop us from degrading further to where we've been eating each other. Y'all got to understand the scripture. He never, that's why in the scripture he said, would I eat any manner of flesh and blood? No, so be it not. He was like, he said himself, he would never eat no manner of flesh and blood. You think the Most High want for us something that he don't want for himself? Come on, bro, that's foolish. That's unrighteous. Hakyama might find that script if she can and put it up. He said, no, forbid. He will never eat no manner of flesh and blood. He's like, I don't delight in your fat beasts and your offering killing. I'm doing this compromising for your sin. You willful. I'm compromising my original covenant law for your wickedness because there's a remnant. That's what y'all don't understand. There's a remnant who's going to see the truth and come back to my law. Day 1 to day 7. Now, Ayashia, ain't no vegan in the garden of Adayan, Eden. The Most High did not say, in day 6, and you will be vegan. Vegan is a made-up word. I stopped eating flesh and blood 30, 40 years ago when there was no such word as vegan. They used to call it vegetarians. So they make up these terminologies. And just because you don't eat no manner of flesh and blood don't mean you are righteous. So you got vegans, right, with this new term, who don't eat no flesh and blood, right? And they do it because they want to believe in preserving the animals and they think it's an unrighteous act, which it is, okay? But I know y'all think it's not, but it is. Read day 1 to day 7. You don't see no manner of flesh and blood being eaten till after the sin and transgression, the mark of the beast. Okay? Now, you got people who are vegan, all nationalities, but they are you got vegan witches, vegan warlocks, vegan Satan worshipers, vegan Ifa, Santeria and voodoo and vegan. You got all type of vegan. You got vegan atheists, vegans who do not believe in the Most High at all, in the Creator at all, but they vegan. That has nothing to do with us trying to keep the law of the Most High that He created us from day one. His original law. 6 laws from day 1 to day 7. Read Genesis first page. Okay? All right? She put one of them up. He said, to what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me? I'm full of your burnt offerings of rams and a fat of fed beasts, and delight not in the blood. He's full of it. In the blood of bullocks or of lambs or of goats. Nah, that's not the one. I was talking about the one where he said, I won't eat it. Will I eat it? It's in the same, I think it's in Yashiyaha. That's not the one though. I think it's right above this or after this, somewhere in here. Or it might be somewhere else where he said, will I eat? He says something, behold not, he will not eat it. But that's the one where he said he's full of their, but then y'all think there's a contradiction, right? Where you'll say, but didn't he say that they had the atonement law? That was a compromising for our sin. The Most High put compromising laws in place because if not, we were going to keep going, falling darker and darker. We'd be eating people. That's why, look, what's her name? Watchmen and Deborah talking about eating pigeons. See, if you don't stop them, they'll be eating each other. So you had to put some kind of laws. That's why he told Noah the animals would dread you. The animals weren't supposed to dread us. They weren't dreading them on the ark. Because the Most High knows they're going to start eating manners of flesh and blood. So those compromising laws, and that's why he's saying, so this looked like a contradiction, but no, he did not, he's tired of it. That's why he said your solemn assemblies, all that. I don't want none of that. I want you to follow my day 1 to day 7, bro. All right, so now that's the difference between trying to go back to the garden of Adayan, meaning his presence. So in Hebrew, the word Adayan, Eden, is his presence. Adam and Eve got kicked out of his presence for transgressing, and they transgressed his laws, and then later everybody's eating flesh and blood and killing and lying and cheating and stealing. So back in his presence, there's no murder, there's no killing. The animals didn't kill one another. They got cursed from our sin. They didn't eat one another. What did he say the food for the animals will be? Herbs of the field. He did not say that the animals would eat one another and kill one another. No. So going back to the garden means going back to the Most High's original law when he created us. The Father's law, day 1 to day 7. No manner of flesh with no manner of blood. And in those dietary laws, you don't know he said that. But then, so that's a will with it. It's like a trick. It's like something you can't do, just like the 613 laws, something you can't fulfill, literally. It's like you can't keep them all. And they haven't kept them all. You understand? Because that's not his will anyway. He gave you 6. You want to do 613 and 1,000 because your flesh wants you to. That's to fulfill the flesh, sin. His laws, day 1 to day 7, there's no sin. When you live day 1 to day 7, there is no sin and transgression and iniquity. You're in his presence, Adayan, the garden. That's not veganism. You can not eat flesh and blood all you want and be the most heathen, wicked person. That vegan word probably comes from some fallen angel word anyway. And then she said something about the honey. Honey is a byproduct of the bee. It is not eating flesh and blood. There's no flesh and blood in the honey's byproduct that the bee produces. It is a byproduct. It is a healer. It is not flesh and blood. There's no manner of flesh and no manner of blood in the bee's production of honey. Okay? So that's the difference between it. You're not eating the bee. You didn't kill the bee and eat the flesh of the bee. And there's no blood in honey. Okay. All right. So let me get that one off the screen. There it go. It's in Psalms. Thank you, Yesharallah. And put that on the screen. Psalms 50 and 13. Will I eat the flesh of bulls or drink the blood of goats? Thank you. No. And if the rest, he said no. Okay? Oh, they don't put blood in the milk down there, y'all. Blood is in the milk. In milk is pus and blood. It's coming from the animal. So milk is full of pus and blood. Milk is disgusting. The milk of the beast is full of pus and blood. So is any flesh got blood, eggs, all of it. You can't separate the blood from the flesh. You can't. That's why the minute you cook steak, the blood comes up. The minute you cook chicken, the blood comes up. The minute you cook a hamburger, the blood comes up. You see it in the grocery store. Go in the grocery store and look. You see the blood dripping all in the steak. It's nasty. They try to say, that ain't blood. The devil's a lie. You will cut my flesh up and then package it up and it's sitting there in blood. You're about, that ain't blood. It's red juice, I guess. All right. So, yes. All right. So, that is Psalms 50 and 13. The Most High said, will I eat the flesh of bulls or drink the blood of goats? And he answered, of course not. So, yes, it's all through the scripture. All right? And then that ties into Isaiah. He says he's fed up with your burnt offerings of rams and fat beasts and sacrifice and all that. The Most High gets fed up with our foolishness, bro. His laws in the original covenant, day 1 to day 7, was very good. Day 6, very good. 7th, complete. The Sabbath day, that's tonight. The 7th day. And I know others be like, well, to follow the moon. You want to follow the moon? Follow the moon. Run around and changing your Sabbaths. I can count 7 days. Everything is kept spiritually now anyway. I'm answering a question I ain't even get asked because I know people be coming with that. You got your moon chasers run around. It ain't the Sabbath. This week, the Sabbath is on Tuesday. Next week is on this one. Next week, you run around chasing the moon. We don't chase the moon. Yeah. We don't chase nothing. We count. And day 1, right? And day 2, and day 3. Now we know the Gregorian calendar, they change the dates and times. We know that. Everything is kept spiritually now anyway. According to the laws of the land that we're in. What is script? Give Caesar what's Caesar, right? According to the dates and times and the laws of the land we're in, what day is that? This evening to evening. 7th day started at evening. It's that simple. I'm not running around chasing no moon and sun. That's what our wicked ancestors did. That's when you start going into witchcraft, astrology and stuff, running around chasing. We understand the simplicity. You're going wrong anyway. You got people running around trying to trace, right? Now you got 7-year Sabbaths. You got so much. We don't chase the moon. And the earth is flat. I like that. Ty Size is a fool. Ty, that's hilarious. Ty said, we don't chase the moon, and by the way, the earth is flat. Now take that with you. That's hilarious. There we go. That's the other one. Good one, Lavia. He that killeth an ox is after you slew a man. He that sacrificed a lamb as you cut off a dog's neck. He that offered oblations is after you offered something like witchcraft. I forgot what it said after that. But anyway, all right. So praise y'all. I'm not telling y'all, I'm telling y'all stop, slow down on eating flesh and blood. You should work on not having no death in your temple. How you going to be the light and life and you got a dead thing in your belly? There's no death in this temple. You will never I will never come before you and teach you the word and try to lead you to my Father with a dead thing crying out with the blood of the beast, a slain beast crying out from my belly. Do y'all not know the life is in the blood? That's why he said, don't eat no manner of flesh with no manner of blood. So there's nothing crying out from my belly. I eat from the garden as instructed, as the manufacturer created me to eat. No manner of flesh, no manner of blood. Fruits of the herbs of the field and fruits I eat from the earth, which I come. I come from the earth. I didn't come from a cow. Okay? I came from the earth, from the dust of the ground. Everything that's in the earth is in my temple, every mineral and nutrient. And he gave it to sustain this temple, and the body returns back to that earth. It's the sustenance. The Most High, it's within itself. It's actually Bible. But the world has taught us to follow flesh. That's to keep us to curse ourselves. Thank you. That one kills me, Donna, y'all. Literally, thou shalt not kill. But then you're going to eat something dead. You're going to kill it. It's just ridiculous. It's just the contradictions. Now, he did make compromising laws for the sins of our wicked ancestors. You don't have to make a compromising law. Let me explain something to you. If they made a law today, this should be an easy way to explain it. The laws that I'm in, the land that we live in now can make a law tomorrow and say, all right, because of Diddy, we're going to make a new law that you can't do this to a little boy from this age to do this and do that, right? Now, they need that law. And who is that law for? Hakiyama, could you give me Timothy 1:9 right now so we can know who the law is for, who they'll die to, right? Now, if the Babylon, the world today made a law talking about you can't do this to this because of what's happening in the world, right? because they have to make laws because the world gets darker and darker and fall to more debauchery. So they make a law saying, you know, okay, the new law is you can't do this to children, you can't do that, you can't do that. The law applies to everybody, but it ain't for me. It's not talking to me because I'm not doing that anyway. Do y'all understand it? So that law wasn't written for me. It was written for those who are breaking, those who need that law to stop them from themselves. That's why I don't need zeet seats. I don't need a zeet seat on my clothing because I don't need something to remind me to remember the scripture. That's what the zeet seats were created for. To remind them of a cowbell on their clothing. So when it moves, they'd be like, oh, remember the Most High, remember the scripture, remember the law, right? The Bible's written on my inward part. Why do I need a zeet seat hanging on my clothes to remind? If I needed that, I'm in trouble. But for those who need it, put a zeet seat on everything. Fringes, yes, thank you, Larry, because somebody be like, what's a zeet seat? A fringes. Put a fringe on your hat. Hang fringes from your locks. Right? So every time you turn your head, the Bible, the Most High, the law of the Most High, follow, right? Put it on your coat, put it on your hat if you wear hats, put it on your headband, put it on your garments, blue, borders of blue, because our wicked ancestors kept sinning and transgression. It wasn't made for the righteous. That's made for the unrighteous. I don't need no doggone ZC. I don't need no fringes. The Lord written in my inward parts. I'm living the word. I'm the walking, living word. We're called to be the word. Come on, bro. That's because they just reading the Bible and they're not living the word. Okay? All right. So, yeah. So the law is actually made for the unrighteous, the sinner. She'll put it. She'll post the scripture. That's what it was made for. The unrighteous. Not for me. I don't need those laws. You know why? Because I'm in, go ahead, it's there. I'm in Ayadan. I'm day one. As long as you fulfill day 1 to day 7, none of those apply to you. Because I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't steal, I don't fornicate, I don't commit adultery, I don't eat no manner of flesh with no manner of blood, I don't covet my neighbor's wife, I don't do none of it. And if I did make a mistake and said a cuss word, I'll repent, rebuke it, and keep it moving and try not to do it again. Right? If you're in the area that you still coming along in your righteousness and you slipped up and masturbated, just repent and try to work on it and try to master it and repent, cleanse yourself. All right, Father, I'm working through this, and He know your heart. All right? All right. Now, if you want to put a fringe on your shirt because you want to look stylish, okay? I was told that was a lie. That is a lie, Chuck. Fringes are made for the unrighteous. Just like that law of Moses. Okay? Listen, Brother Chuck. Those were wicked Israelites. They needed fringes, laws, all this stuff because they kept sin, they kept committing. So the Most High said, we broke it down. Well, she don't got to find it. But on Chuck, on our video channel, she might do it for you. She's studious. On our channel, there's a video. It's called Fringes and ZC, and I break it down with the Bible, and it tells you what fringes are for. Then you had the converse. They put straps around their arms and square boxes on their forehead, and all this is to remember the Bible. Remember the if you need all that, well, for the people who need it, strap a box to your forehead, straps all around your arm, fringes, and walk around looking crazy. Right? But if that's what you need, I'd rather you have that than be in sin. Yeah, phylacteries. Thank you. Phylacteries. Okay? Yeah, outward things made to be seen by man, but come on. And now this is the funny part. This is the crazy part. Most of the people who wearing the fringes, ain't they wicked? almost like 90, probably, because you know the other percent who don't know no better. I remember when I wanted to wear fringes when I first awoke. The most I said, it was so funny. He was like, pop you right in your head. I'm like, what you talk about? I'm like, the fringes, Hebrew garments. And he immediately opened my Bible. Open that Bible. The most I be talking to me. He never let me do no foolishness. And he showed me, and I'm like, oh my goodness. He said, now teach. I'm like, they gonna hate me. How you keep showing me this stuff, y'all? This is years ago. I'm going against everything, the whole awakening. Now I'm about to tell them they fringes. It's wicked. It's for the come on, y'all. You just gonna make me. And then Mashiach. That's what I would hear years ago. I could hear Mashiach in the distance. They hated me. They will hate you too. It was like stuff used to make me laugh. You understand? So I'm sitting there like, I'm like, come on, y'all, because I was going back and y'all, come on, y'all. Man, I'm trying to get them to like me before they know me. Ain't nobody gonna like me. Then I hear from the distance, they didn't like me. They're not gonna like you too. I just laugh. Mashiach somewhere in the distance in the Shamayas. Oh my goodness. But I know what I gotta do. Right? They're gonna hate you for righteous sake. But tell the truth because the remnant will receive. There you go, right here, Brother Chuck. She put it up for you. So you click that link. Are fringes wicked? Are Z-seats cursed? Expose it all. Look, I said, ask Uncle Yahshua trigger alert because I know it's going to happen. They're going to hate me. They're not going to like it. It's going to trigger you. But it's the Bible. And it's broken down. Okay? All right. Praise the Most High. I said fringes like sagging your pants. And it's so funny because most of the people that wear it, these wicked Israelites, and the others, they wear it because for a lack of knowledge. All right. And if you need it, it's there. If you find yourself, you can't remember to follow Yah and you just keep sinning and well, maybe it's a cowbell. It's a dog collar, right? It's something to remind you. So the reason why he put them on them, so when it moves, when they walk, and it's like, remember, don't sin. Remember, don't sin. Remember, that's just for those who don't got the word written in their inward parts. You're not one with the word. I don't need no dog bell. I don't need no ZC. That wasn't made for me. It's made for the unrighteous. All right. And where it said, I think I broke that down in the study. For others who be like, they do the false translation. She took the woman grabbed on the garment, the border of Mashiach's garment. That is not Z-seats. Mashiach ain't never. That's ridiculous. Boy, they be saying some blasphemous stuff saying a Messiah. Guys, all of your clothes have borders. I got a shirt on right now. Let me show you. Let me show you the border of this shirt. You see that? That's the border. You know how they got a little stitch around the border? You got it like at the bottom of your pants too. You got a hem. You got a border. So this is the border. So when it says she pulled on the border of his garment, she tugged on the end of his shirt. His hem. Ain't no Z-seat hanging from this. So when it says put borders of blue, they put a blue strip across here. That's just letting you know that that's the border. They put a blue strip across here, and then the Z-seats hung down. You get it? So when she grabbed on the border, she just grabbed at the end of his shirt. My shuck ain't need no Z-seats. About as bad as y'all thinking he ate some fish. He ate a dead thing in his belly. All right. Yeah, I would have had a bunch of. I remember I was ready to get, and they was too expensive. So the fringes, they be costing a lot, but they had some nice looking ones. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm about to get that. The most I was like, I will pop you. He didn't say that, but that's how I felt. He like, if you don't sit your little rabbit butt down, sit down, open the book, open the book. I'm like, what are you doing to me now? Open the book. And showed me, I said, oh my goodness, they is not gonna like me. All right. There you go. Numbers 15:38. Y'all go watch the scripture. All right? He told them, these same wicked Israelites, he told them all this stuff. Same wicked Israelites. All right. We're gonna close out. Last one. You said she's frozen. Look how she's frozen on the screen. All right, she unfrozen. Now you can hit me. You got one more. Okay, I'm closing. I remember you said you had two. So I answered that the vegan, no more vegan stuff. So we lost like 6 people once we started. I thought about that when you start saying, I'm like, oh my goodness. It was like 62, 63, 4 of us. It dropped down to 55 real quick. Oh boy. Talking about my chicken and my steak. Time to go. They're like, I'm so glad we had this time together, but you are not taking my flesh and blood away from me. You can substitute it, guy. I just ate a dope black bean burger yesterday for dinner. Oh, it's great. And the Yakata made she made a dope sauce. She gonna have to start telling y'all with this sauce. I'll be trying, bro, you need to take pictures because she got her cooking game on. She made like a sauce to go over the black bean burger. Oh, smack my mama. That's some smack your mama stuff. You know what I mean? And it tastes so good, I didn't even need a vegan cheese on it. I just had lettuce on it and the burger, and it tastes like a hamburger from heaven. Ain't no flesh and blood, but it tastes like it. And then that special sauce she put on it. Oh my goodness, bro. I'm gonna show y'all the next time she make lasagna. I told her to take a video of it, and I'm gonna make a video of me with I'm gonna show y'all the lasagna. All from the garden. Come on, there's no excuse. Like literally. Now, when I wasn't eating when I started, it was none of that. I was starving. It was a sacrifice. 35, 40 years ago, it was none of that. Only thing they had was a health food store. The little stores, they had the stinking stuff in there. That stuff was crazy. You eat that stuff, it was no substitute for nothing. All right. Now they got substitute for everything. You can make everything. Like, this morning, a breakfast burrito, and it had like scrambled eggs and potatoes but the scrambled eggs come from I think chickpea, but it tastes like scrambled eggs. Oh, it was so good, bro. I wish y'all could. And she didn't think I would like it because they be trying to make me a test dummy, and I'm little Mikey. I don't eat anybody food, so they be like, we made a. They think it's funny, like I'm Mikey, right? And I be saying no to everything. I made a burrito or such and such. I'm like, I don't know burrito, fadito, manito, meat. No, I don't no. I'm always no. Then I'm working, and then later I was working long. Then she came in here, and she's like, just try it. I think you really like it's really good. And I looked at it, and I'm still saying no now. Yeah, I say no to anything. No. And I'm like, what is that? And she said, my scrambled eggs. And I know her scrambled eggs is my favorite. They taste good. I said, okay, well, since that's it, I don't like all that other stuff in it. I see red things, green things. She's like, that's potato. I don't know all that crap. Right? Why didn't you just put the scrambled egg in there? And so then like, try it. So I just bit it. And I was like, ooh. Because when I first taste, I'm like, Mikey, I taste it. I'm like, my face be all twisted up. Right? I'm like, then your face calm down. It's like, right? Like, ooh. And I try to smell like, oh, this is good. That thing was popping. Right? But no flesh or no manner of flesh with no manner of blood. Ain't no egg yolk. Ain't no egg fetus. Everything, they trick her. They don't have to make none of this stuff with flesh and blood. Everything that they make in your restaurant when you go to eat, they can make it from vegetables, but they choose to give us flesh and blood. Do you understand? As a disrespect to the Most High, day 1 to day 7. That's what that is. Oh, thank you, Sister Bird. She said, I've been to the Pinterest page. You got some good recipes there. Yeah, I got a sweet tooth. I calm mine down. Oh, she just made Oh my goodness. I should have showed y'all. I gotta tell. She made a chocolate, all vegan chocolate cupcakes, and then made the chocolate on chocolate. I don't know chocolate on chocolate. It's too much chocolate for me. Too much, right? But all, and it tastes, and she said she made the chocolate cupcake. You make it with applesauce. See, this crazy stuff that y'all don't understand. Everything that you can make with eggs and milk, you can make it, and it was the fluffiest. I'm like, bro, I wish we could sell this stuff. This thing, it was so soft. See, Hakiyama said it makes it soft. It was the softest thing in the world. I bit it, and it tastes like I paid $50 from some cupcake store. You know what I mean? And it was so fluffy, and so I was like, oh my goodness, bro. No, from the garden, guys. No manner of flesh with no manner of blood. You just have to learn the skill set. We're going to start doing it. That's one of our businesses anyway. We're going to be, but praise y'all. All right, sorry. Let me get to the last question. I'm just enjoying kicking it with y'all now. Excuse me. Last question. Well, this is good because we did all this Diddy crap. We got Diddy. That is so funny. We almost got Diddy. He was trying to catch us. Diddy was trying to say, take that. He trying to drive us to a freak off. We all jumped out that bus. Right? And Elvis over there, and this Elvis like I don't know where Elvis at. Hopefully he in Abraham's bosom. I don't know where Elvis probably like, that ain't me, guys. If he's in Abraham's bosom. That ain't me. That's Diddy. Don't go. Oh, that's hilarious. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Akiyama. What's the last one?
Before I read that, Natyal asked me to read the scripture. He said, Psalms 51:16. This is David speaking, I believe. For thou desire not sacrifice, else I would give it. Thou desire not in burnt offerings.
Facts. David said, you don't desire sacrifices and burnt offerings. So why? Why did he allow our wicked ancestors? Because he was giving them over to their own delusion. Do y'all not see? The problem, guys, is they don't teach us the Father. When you understand it, it will lead you to not understand why they be like, why? He said, I give you over to a strong delusion. I'll give you over to the wiles of your effect, to your desire. Like he'll give you over it. He'll put a strong delusion. He sent a spirit to be a lying tongue in a prophet's mouth. The Most High does things according to the will of the people. Free will. Come on, he had the flesh and blood come out of their nostrils in the wilderness for the lust of their belly till it killed them all. But they're saying, but he wants us to eat flesh and blood. Why? If he wants you to eat, what was that? Quail. The quail is clean. So then why did he kill them all till it came out of their nostrils? He gave them bread, manna, but they wanted flesh and blood. This is Cain. This is the seed of the serpent. After Genesis 3:6, Cain was the first to eat flesh and blood. The fallen Cain. Hasatan's seed was the first on earth to eat a dead thing, to kill and eat. The first killer, the first to eat, killed, the first children of Cain, followers. The Most High compromised with all those wicked laws because of our wicked ancestors. It's like you making laws because the people in your neighborhood keep getting more and more wicked. It's like having a stop sign in your neighborhood. Imagine you have a neighborhood and everybody drove slow and careful. Everybody was cognizant and watching when children are playing or crossing. There will be no need for a stop sign because everybody's what? Observant, responsible, conscious, and lawful. But then when you have people riding through, flying, breaking, not paying attention, drinking, smoking, tech, doing all this stuff, then you need to make a new law. It ain't for the one who is righteous, it's for the unrighteous. It's so simple. But the Most High has given them over to their vile affection, strong delusions. Yes, because they was eating all that flesh and blood in Egypt. So they was desiring it. And he gave them manna, Moloch food. And they didn't like it. All right. Go ahead. Last question. So start to wean yourself from the flesh and blood, guys. Just cleanse your temple. Cleanse your temple. There'll come a time, you better be preparing for the collapse, because there's going to come a time where there ain't going to be no flesh. What you going to do then? Prepare yourself now. But go ahead, Hakiyama. Last question.
The last question, I'm going to keep it anonymous because I asked to do it on the Tuesday, but it's very edifying and it can probably help some other people. Okay. So Anonymous says, this COVID jab also makes me concerned about getting married to any Elamite Indian woman who took the jab and does not know who Yah is. Will y'all not remember me if this happens? I guess marriage is something I can give up in this life.
No. Okay, great question. Okay, I know who is answering it, but all right. So say it one more time. I gotta go slowly. The Jim Jones juice. So taking the shot, right? I know it's okay. They lax on the. It's not as bad as it was before. We're the instant strike. So they took the Jim Jones juice, right, from that fake disease, right? So go ahead. What did he say again?
The jab also makes me concerned about getting married to any Elamite Indian woman who took the jab. Does not know who Yah is.
Okay. So taking the jab does not, there is, even though it changes their DNA and stuff, how can I say this? So first of all, it's any woman, not just an Elamite woman, right? If you are an Elamite and you're trying to marry in your own nation, that's probably what the brother's trying to do, right? He receives, he descends from the Elamite, which is Shemitic people, and he's trying, I guess, marrying in the Elamite nation. So it matters for all nations of people, women, right? So because someone took the mark of the beast, one of the marks of the beast, because that's what that is. It's definitely one of the marks. Because somebody took the jab, you first have to find out, were they in covenant with it? You get it? It's the spirit behind it. First thing you have to find out is what spirit, did they do it for fear of keeping their job? Did they do it for a lack of knowledge? Or was they a proponent and telling everybody you need to take it and all that, knew all the darkness, all of the Luciferus in it? It's the mRNA the stuff that changes. Like, remember, it's always the spirit behind the person, no matter who you marry and no matter what it is. You're looking for the spirit behind every man, woman, and child, no matter who and whose they are. Okay? So now, so that's first and foremost. But for him, if you're looking, thinking you're going to marry an Elamite from your nation of people, then if you found one and she took the jab, as you would do in courtship, remember, courtship, for that year of courtship, you will know what spirit she was in when she took it. You'll know whether it was an accident or fear or anything. And there's repentance for that. Okay? There's repentance for that. All right. Now, because we're held accountable for all the things and what we willfully did, right? And then what was the next one after that? What did he say next? And that's for everybody. If you're trying to find a woman or a man and they might have took the jab. Go ahead. Sorry, Hakim.
Will y'all not remember me if this happens?
That's what came right after that? Read the whole thing again from the top.
This job also makes me concerned about getting married to an Elamite Indian woman who took the jab and does not know who Yah is.
That's what you left off. She took the jab and that. See, that's two separate things. So you shouldn't be married. Let me explain this. You shouldn't be marrying no Elamite woman who does not know what Yah is. You can court an Elamite woman or any woman or man who does not know who Yah is, but you shouldn't marry them. Let me explain. That's why the courtship is at least a year. No touching, no sex, no none of that. That's when you are getting to know within that year of courtship, she should know the most. You get it? Because you don't marry someone that's not equally yoked. You understand? That's what the courtship is for. It's protection, covering. So you can meet someone and she don't have a relationship with the Most High. And within that courtship for that year, if she rejects the Most High after a year, you should know that ain't your wife. That means you looking at, what are you looking at? What is the booty or the beauty? It got to be the booty or something, or the beauty, because it sure enough ain't her relationship with the Most High. The funny thing is, they taught us in the world backwards. We should be marrying someone because we love their relationship with the Most High. That should be the highest, a precursor, that's the wrong word. Highest, what do they call that thing you're trying to attain? The highest goal, the of them all is I love his relationship with the Father, or I love her relationship with the Father. And that makes me love her because she loves your relationship with the Father. You love her relationship with the Father. Now you two are equally yoked. And that is what's going to cover your union when time get rough. Oh, when it become that time of the month and she on her menstrual and things ain't, it's the love of the Father that's going to keep you covered when she start getting on the crazy bus for some time, right? And she start getting in it's the love of the Father that's going to keep you right when he all in his feelings. The Yah is supposed, come on, Donna Yah. Yah is supposed to be the first love, the Most High. And that is the love, the Father first. And with the Father first, there's an accountability and responsibility of your righteousness to the Father that I won't do you wrong. I won't cheat on you. I won't commit adultery. I won't do these things because of my love for the Father. I'll rightly correct myself because you are his child and I got to treat you a certain way because of his love, how he treated you. You get it? And then my love of the Father, I'm the responsibility. That's what's covering you. So you shouldn't be married. I don't give a crap if she Jim Joe's juice or not. You shouldn't be marrying her if she don't know the Father anyway. That's what the courtship is for. See? If after a year, she like, I need you to come follow Shekinah. I want you to come follow, one of them Hindu gods or one of them Elamite gods or some, or whatever, Ishmaelite gods. And you like, well, that ain't your wife. And now you like, well, thank you, Unc, for the courtship, but that ain't the one. All right. Start it over from the beginning again, Hakiyama. Great question. That's for everybody. Man and woman. Go ahead.
This job also makes me concerned about getting married to an Elamite Indian woman who took the jab and does not know Yah. Will Yah not remember me if this happens?
Mm-hmm.
I guess marriage is something I can give up in this life.
Pause. You doing way too much. You already given up. It's like, slow down. You do it way too much too fast. Now, he said, will Yah not forgive you something, whatever. You're going to have to read how he said that again. Now, you're going to be held. Let's say, this is funny. Let's say if you married a woman who took the jab juice and don't know the Most High. So you don't, and apparently you don't know, I don't know why you're marrying this woman, first of all, because she don't know the Most High and you love and serving the Most High, you got a problem, right? But that meant you ain't did courtships. You probably don't even know why you could be following a woman who is a proponent of all of the, pharmakeia, right? She's a proponent of medications and Jim Jones. She could be a whole, and don't know the Most High, and you done married her. It ain't that y'all forgot you. You did that to yourself. Do you understand? That's the thing. They put it on y'all. Y'all gave us free will. The Most High gave us free will. You did that to yourself. That's what courtship and stuff is. That's what his instructions is about. Yeah, with your own free will. You put yourself in that mess. Like me going to the strip club and go marry a stripper. I'm in love with a stripper, right? And I go marry a doggone stripper, right? I just sung that song. Y'all were like, oh my goodness, somebody soundbite you up. Right? Right? They soundbite me, you know they're going to really have a problem. Soundbite me all you want. You're going to get a bite, all right? You know, all right? So it's like, I can go down here, right, Brother Chuck, and be like, well, I'm a man of Yah. I'm anointed. And go down here to Magic. What they call that strip club in Atlanta? Magic, not Magic. What? I wouldn't say Magic Kingdom. That's a Disney World strip club. Magic something. Magic City. There you go. I go in Atlanta. I go into Magic City. They got strip clubs here too. I used to pick them up when I used to do Uber, and they stink. Strip clubs stink. The people smell like the strip. It got a smell. I stopped taking the rides because the strip, whoever come out of there, it's got my car smelling like the strip. It got a smell to all of them. It stinks in there. It stinks. They come, the girls they stink. Everybody stink. I'm like, I stopped picking them up. So I never did strip clubs back in the days either. I didn't like it. It's like being hungry and can't eat the food. That don't make no sense to me. I'm cut from a different cloth. I'm sitting up there hungry. It's like you waving food all in my face and tell you can't eat it. I'm starving. That devil's a lie. I'm like, well, I'm going to go torture myself. I'm going to pay money to go torture myself. That's the stupidest thing in them. But to each his own. But anyway, so it's like me going to a strip club, and I'm like, well, I'm anointed. I can, she bad. She gorgeous and marry her. And then later talking about, did y'all forget me? Y'all ain't did nothing. He ain't got nothing to do with none of my stupidness. I did this with my free will. Okay? All right. So read. Oh, then he said, then he then he said, well, young king, you did way in this. You did gave up on marriage and everything. You see that? Yeah. He did threw in the towel and everything. I'm like, bro, how you just do all that in one sentence? You got to slow down, young king. Slow down. You're moving way too fast. You're doing too much, right? So read it one more time and watch how at the end, guys, he just throwing the towel. He's like, well, listen, I ain't gonna marry nobody. What? So go ahead. So read it one more time.
From the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
This job also makes me concerned about getting married to any Elamite Indian woman who took the jab and does not know Yah. Will Yah not remember me if...
Hold on. He said this job. I got it. So he said this job. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Because I said the C word earlier.
Okay. So this Jib Joe's jab juice. All right. So taking a jab, read it one more time. Sorry, I thought he said his job.
This jab also makes me concerned about getting married to any Elamite Indian woman who also took the jab and does not know who Yah is. Will Yah not remember me if this happens? I guess marriage is something I can give up in this life.
Why are you throwing it? So only person left is an Indian Elamite woman that took the jab and don't know Yah? That's crazy work, bro. You're doing... guys, don't have that spirit. Don't never have the spirit of defeatism. Like it's a given. It's like what? What about all the other women? First of all, it ain't got to be an Elamite, okay? Unless that's just your preference, right? But if it is, I'm quite sure you can find if it's in his will, you could find an Elamite woman. He's an Elamite man, guys. For everybody else, people be like, all right, grafted in, right? He's striving to be grafted into the house of Yasha'ah. Now, and that's Shemitic, still Shem. It's a Hebrew still, but it's Ishmael. Now, if I'm correct, I gotta, is Elam not, that's still Ishmael, right? That's not Isaac. Because I know it's Shem, but I think that's Ishmael. I'm sorry, I know it. Well, I don't want to put it in writing yet. I think it's Ishmael. I'll have to look through, But anyway, so I'm quite sure, King, if it's in the Most High will, you could find you an Elamite woman who took the jab and after a year of courtship and getting to know you, might want to receive your Aliyah, right? Might want to receive your creator. Or an Elamite woman who didn't take the jab and might want to receive your creator, okay? Or this ain't advisable, but this is Bible. Also, if she's willing to respect your relationship, that's not advisable. But because I would not agree with that. That's too unequal. But because they say that if you already got married, and the woman or man is respecting your relationship with your creator, yeah. So I know Elam is from Shem, but not Ishmael. So it went from Shem and just went off to somewhere it's just Shemitic. Okay.
Yes, because it's Isaac and Ishmael.
Yeah, I know the two from Yaakov, right? But all right, so Elam, because I know we did that when we broke down Aram, Aphaxad, Asher, Shem's, yeah, and then the Elam was over here, right? So I know who he is, but what do you call that? Just Shemitic, right? It's not Hebrew though. All right, so Elamites, I would have to do. I need to. He probably got all that info. I'm gonna ask him because he be all in. he be all into that lineage. He know that. So anyway, I'm quite sure you could find. So don't just throw in the towel. Don't we come from a Faxad? Yes, I think. Yes, I think we do come from a Faxad. That's another one. That's good. Maybe we need to do that one time too. But I think we do come from a Faxad. Yeah. Todd said they have the African appearance. Yeah. And we know the Elamites. Shout out to Elam. All right. So yeah, just for everyone, don't throw away if you desire to have a husband or a wife. The courtship is your covering. It's hard to find someone initially, but if you do have an interest and they have an interest in you, just contact me and then we can start the courtship process. That's the proving ground, whether it's your wife or husband. I request at least a year. Now you've had people, I'm speaking from firsthand knowledge, who didn't listen to me, and they did it outside of what I was teaching, and they caused all kind of mess. And I know, because I sit back, I'm like, okay, that the courtship is to stop all of that. But you get people who get together and be like, well, Unc, right? We know, we ready, no, bro. The reason why It's almost like I request at least a year. If you want to speed roll it at 6 months, anything under 6 months, you tripping. But I request at least a year. That's what at least a year of courtship, of speaking and no touching, no kissing and all that. Yes, I marry people. And you could marry and I could teach. Well, yeah, if you wanted to get a marriage for your family, yes, I will marry. I marry people. But the real marriage, Trent, is between you and your wife and the Most High. And I teach you how to do that. It's between you and her. No one marries you. You marry your wife. You see? It's you, your wife, and the father. And you do it outside in the sun or under the stars or outside alone. I got that lesson on our channel about how to marriage. Hakiyama's probably going to post it for y'all because she dope. That's the real marriage under the Most High. But if you want to have a ceremony, it's ceremonial. Look at the word. Because of what we picked up, then I will officiate a ceremony. Absolutely. And I'll put on a suit. I can play the part in front of your family because we know traditions of men. Some people still have traditions of their parents and their family, and they want to have a ceremony in front of their parent. But the funny thing is you already be married before that happened. That's just a ceremony. So everybody else would think y'all are getting married, but you two had already got married to the Most High, according to the way the Most High created. There was no, when Yah created the union of marriage, there was nobody officiating it. There was no person with them. It's between you and the Father, you and your wife. The man marries the wife. You officiate it. Go ahead. And go ahead, Akiyama. And if you want to draw up a contract, now later they became contracts. You can draw up a contract if you're marrying a wife and she just feel better having a contract. You could get it done on expensive paper. You can get it done with parchment. You can get it done with calligraphy. You could frame it. You could all the bells and whistles, but don't go marry the beast. Don't go down and marry the state and she marry the state. That's outside of y'all. That's not marriage. That's a covenant you just made. You ain't married her. You married the state and she married the state. Facts. That's why you just can't divorce her either. But if your wife wants a contract, which our ancestors did, then you draw up a contract and you state vows. You could do whatever you want. That's just tradition of men, cultural. And you draw it up and that make her feel better. You give your declaration and she got a marriage contract. Babylon, the beast ain't create marriage. It's the Most High's union. But praise Yah, yes, and I will officiate. I will. If you somewhere out of state and stuff, then you're gonna have to take care of that. I remember about a couple of years ago, this sister and brother, we got people around the world who watch us I never meet. They just emailed me out of the blue and wanted me to officiate their wedding, and they live far. They was gonna pay for the plane ticket, pay for me to stay up in a hotel, and I was willing to do it. I was like, okay. I didn't even know. I never met them or nothing. And then it was a long, you know how they get the marriage supposed to be a year later or something, and I don't know what happened. I didn't, people in awakening, they went somewhere. I never heard from them again or something for a while. People, but yes. Yeah, that's why you got to go to them to get divorced, because you didn't marry your wife, you married the state. You got to get permission. It's just what it is. You ain't signed a contract. You signed a contract with the state and you paid for it. You paid them. It's crazy. The beast system is a nut. It's nuts. All right. Did I finish it? Did you have your hand up or something? Go ahead. I knew it was something. Go ahead.
Which one did you want me to find? And then I have another thing I want to say.
Oh, the marriage video. How do we get married or something?
Okay, I'll try to find that. But it might be just me and my way of thinking things, but if one was to marry or seek to marry a person, a son or daughter of Yah, I do think that it shouldn't be so spontaneous just to act on your emotions alone, than rather your observance of the person first. Because you are not just marrying, this person as a soul entity. You are marrying someone who's bonded to the Most High Yah. Therefore, as a servant of the Most High Yah, you should see their works.
You should see their fruits.
You should see their fruits. You should be observant of their mannerisms, how they carry themselves, and even some faults or setbacks or intermingling that they have with each other, possibly even before you approach them to tell them that you would like to court them. Your observance starts far before the courtship. That's just me. That's just how I think.
That's correct.
Of the person. If you are come to like them, if you are come to love them, acting on your emotions is one of the most fastest ways to get yourself into some spiritual mess.
Yeah, I know that's right. Through emotions, because you know we'll come through emotion. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to break this down. Todd said he did a wedding via Zoom. That's dope. I could facilitate that too. I didn't even think about that. People doing that stuff through Zoom. That save you from having to fly someone out and all that. I hope I don't lose it because it was very important what you dropped and I had something for it. She said, you should, thank you, y'all. Let's close out with this. Listen to this, children. There was a brother who wanted to marry, too, a sister in our ministry. When she watches back, she going to laugh. I ain't going to call out. I ain't going to say who it is, right? He wanted to marry a sister in our ministry. Now, this ministry is no joke. We are a family. We are one. We've been years together. Y'all see us live. Y'all think I'm alone? I ain't alone. We family. And we children of Yah one. Okay? So we got elders, young, all colored nations that were grafted in. We are a body of Yah house. So this brother been pursuing this girl for like 10, 15 years. Listen clearly. Way before she got to the ministry. She been at the ministry maybe like 3-4 years now, 4 years or something. So he been pursuing her back when she was in college and stuff, and she a fly girl, right? She's a pretty girl, right? Black girls, right? She's a pretty black girl, right? So I understand, as brothers, I understand. I know how brothers is. I know they see her. They're like, oh man. So when she told me about it, I'm like, okay. So she's like, yeah, he been pursuing me forever, right? So now he's the type that's persistent. Persistence go a long way, brothers. I ain't telling y'all to do that. I've never had persistence. I'm type. Once I say something and you reject me, I'll never prove like I'm done. I probably ain't gonna kick it because I don't like rejection, period. But I wish I wasn't like that. Most men are stronger than me in that area. That's one of my weaknesses, right? But anyway, so he this was within last 2024. He, I guess, saw her somewhere. They live in the same city and stuff, right? So he ain't seen her in about a year, 2 years since the last time he tried to kick it. So now he saw her again. And he on it. And she's like, Unc, he was always so nice, always so respectful, always so this. Oh, I just wasn't interested because she liked the bad boys. To her, he was, a little too nice, a little too, you know how we all get in our foolishness, right? A little too nice, a little too, right? And I'm like, okay. So she's like, but now, because she's been in the house, she's been built up, she's not the same woman no more. So now what she probably couldn't see before, she's looking at certain attributes like, you know what? I might give him a try, right? Because now I don't just like the bad boy no more. I don't like the, now I'm willing to take a good boy. You know what I mean? And she said he wasn't really her type, but when I seen him, he was pretty handsome. Diesel, long locks. I thought he's honestly, I thought he's gonna be kind of ugly. No disrespect to nobody that's ugly or nothing. I wish everybody was just, I wish Most High. Well, that's the Most High. I wish everybody just look one look, no more pretty, no ugly. Everybody just. I wish, but that's my wish. I'm Fulio. I don't know nothing. Let y'all do his thing, right? But anyway, I thought he was gonna look crazy. I seen him. I'm like, this dude, girl. Now I'm like, girl, what's wrong with you? But everybody got types, right? But he was a handsome looking dude, right? So I'm like, okay, big diesel dude, right? Owned a gym. Oh, he got a bag and everything. A gym owner, owned his own gym, right? So he diesel, right? Locks long. I swear I thought I was gonna look somebody. He was. I said, oh, okay. And I'm looking at her like, what's wrong with you, girl? She's like, everybody got a type, right? So now she comes to me, she says, Unc, she told me the whole story. He been pursuing me for years, back when I was, every time. So now he came back again. I ran into him. He pursuing me now. Now I'm a different woman. She a woman the Most High. She part of the house. So now she like, guess what, Unc? He pursuing me now. He in the awakening. Uh-oh. You hear me? He awakened. So he's pursuing her, and she noticed something like he says something like "Yah" or something. It slipped or something, and she like, hold up. Did you just say "Yah"? Oh yeah. What you know? And she like, now she in the house, Mashiach Assembly. Praise the Most High. We have a high election. We really awakened. We ain't woke. We are awake. There's a big difference. Most of these fools in this world is woke. Y'all know this woke culture, right? I'm closing out with this. This is the marriage thing that can help y'all. So she now that right there, you have something in common, equally yoked. So now that's going to really make her catch her interest. Okay. Like, so then that's why she contacted me. Unc, I got somebody pursuing me. I think I might want to start a courtship. But I said, okay, so she told me about it. How long he's pursuing her. Yeah, well, I said, for real? She said, yeah. He got a study group. He always reading his Bible. He called on Yah. He doing all this stuff. I'm like, okay, that's all good. It sounds good. She said, yeah, he pursuing me. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, okay. So she said, I told him that I'm part of this ministry in our house and everything. So I invited him to come to the house, the ministry, so he can, see, what I'm learning, where I'm at. Now listen, guys. That's where the problem started. Now this is what you're talking about, Hakyama. And I talked to this fool. I'm gonna call him a fool. Because you had this woman. He's a fool. You could have married this. This woman could be your wife. Because it's almost probably by now. And instead of him doing what Hakyama said, trying to learn the woman, she invited him. She like, I'm part of this ministry, and these are my brothers and sisters. This is my house. I would like for you, if you're going to court me, then you need to know where I'm at, right? Come on, Hakyama, right? Does that mean?
Especially as a husband.
Come on, bro. How you gonna marry her and she belongs somewhere, and that should be your first instinct. Well, would you mind if I logged in sometime and see what you're learning and see, right? Because you want to marry her, right? So I was like, okay, cool, that's good. She invited him and everything. She said, all right, I set him up with you. He wants to do a call with you, right? I set it up like, you got to meet Unc. That's what she said. She like, I just need you to understand we are family and we're tight, right? It's like, right? So she says she set it up. She's like, okay. He's like, okay, cool. So she sent them. She said, before we do this, I'm gonna send you the link to the channel. That's hilarious. You might want to watch some of the videos first, because you might want to know who Unc is, right? Don't that make me sound like the crazy uncle? Y'all know Uncle Ray Ray or something? You like, oh, you might want to, I'm going to bring you to the house, but Uncle Ray Ray is like, he raw and uncut, so you might want to be prepared for Uncle Ray Ray. So I laughed at it. I said, oh, you just treat me like I'm Uncle. She's like, come on, Unc. Like, come on, I'm laughing at it because it's hilarious. It's the truth. Because if you coming at one of my sisters, you're coming to marry one of my sisters. I love my sisters and brothers in this house. I love them. The Most High gave me family, and I'm protective over family. Man, she been here for 4 years. These are my sisters, bro. Y'all tripping. You tripping. It's like you are really tripping if you understand. You're going to get all type of smoke. Man, I die for my children, y'all children, man. We family. Y'all just don't understand. We really family, right? So I'm laughing because she making jokes because she's like, I got to prepare him. I got to let him know he can't, if he come at you wrong, I don't want something like, so I said, well, that's smart. Right? You definitely I got to be warm to the taste. I know I'm rough. Come on, bro. You just can't shoot me. I'm raw and uncut. You just can't shoot me raw. You need some chaser, right? Honestly, I'm being real. You got to give me some chaser. That's why when people say they want to send people videos, I'll be like, hold on. We got to send them the right video. You understand? I send them a safety video. Depending on what they're working with, I'm like, send them a video. We talk about drug addiction, or send them something like a safety video. Just don't send them anything. You lose people. They're like, oh my goodness, what was that? This dude crazy. So she sent him the links, and she said, all right, he watched it, right? So she said he watched it. She said, but Unc, he came after he watched it. I don't know what spirit I got back. And I'm like, oh boy, here we go. I'm like, what? She said, I don't know, Unc. I'll let you decide when you speak to him. But it felt like he was like trying to compete with you or something. And I'm like, I didn't send you the link. I didn't send them the link to what, like, and I'm like, oh, okay. I said, I'll handle it because I know how to deal with men. Right? I get it. He see me, he diesel. I got a little size. He got locks. He probably think, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, okay, I got it. I'll handle it when we do our call. Right? Because after that, we have to set up a call. You got to meet me. And so then I set it up for Zoom because this is not a call on the phone. You're talking marriage. I need to see you. Do you understand? You're trying to marry one of my sisters. I don't need to hear you. I need to see you because I need to see what spirit I see. Come on, Hagiyama. I need to see what spirit. I need to discern what spirit. I need to know, right? So, no. Zoom. So I set up the Zoom. We set it up. Bang. We do the call. He get on the screen. That's why I said I found out he was a handsome dude, right? To me, anyway. Handsome looking, long, locks like mine, long. Like these short ones is front. His was long. Oh, I cut them and they braided. But they were long like mine. So he like, Dad, how long you had your locks, right? And he was decent. He bigger than me. He on the gym. Like one of them short, I guess stocky. I don't know if he's short, but So I'm like, okay. I'm like, bro, okay, all right. And then I'm wondering, like, why she talking about she don't like his look? Girl, right? Like, that boy look okay. That boy, it's a good looking young man, right? Probably, I think he's in his 40s, right? I think she in the 30s or something like that. Sorry if I'm wrong. Don't beat me up. So anyway, we get on the screen and he like, hey, right, and everything. You know me, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to immediately make you feel comfortable. That's just how I'm used to that in the street. So I'm making him feel comfortable. But he kept from the first time he started, he just want to go. He's like, this is so funny. He's like, I got Bibles. I got Bibles everywhere. I'm in my Bible room. I got Bibles. I got 10 Bibles in this room, 15 Bibles in the other room. I'm like, oh my goodness. So immediately I'm like, oh, please, bro. Right? I ain't saying it, but I'm like, okay, bro, stop. I'm regular. I'm not super religious, spiritual Jesus dude. I don't care that you got 99,000 Bibles. Honestly, that means nothing to me. Actually, it'd be more impressive if you said the Bible is written in my inward parts and such, right? But I'm okay because I understand he's nervous and he watched the videos. He know we got a ministry. He looking like she's been learning for years from me. So he's trying to flex. Yeah. So he's like, so he said, hold on, I'm gonna go get, and I'm like, yo, I'm trying to talk to him. He went to go get another Bible, and I'm like, oh my goodness, bro. So I'm like, okay, but so I need to know about you, right? I'm not trying to know about your Bible. I need to know you. So I'm starting to ask questions. He telling me everything is relating to how many times he pray. I get up at 4 in the morning, and I go into my prayer room and I pray for, hours. And then I go do this and I come back for a walk and I run. I come back and I pray for this and I do, all the stuff. And I'm just like, okay, that's all good, but I'm still trying to get to know you, right? So I'm cutting through and everything. So I listened to him. He got his Bibles, found out his dad was a preacher. Makes sense. His dad was, now that makes sense, right? And all this. And he got a group that he's praying with and all that. I'm like, cool, you don't got I don't have to follow no ministry. I got my Bible and I got, not that he talk like that. I don't got this and I got that. And I got some brothers that we do a little weekly Bible prayer reading or something, whatever. It's all cool. So that let him know about our ministry in the house. I'm like, well, and he, I told him about how she told me, how much you pursuing and everything. And she been here for years. He's like, yeah, I didn't even know she was awake. And I'm like, yeah, such and such. And I'm like, well, we're a family. So it's, I'm just Unc. I'm like, that's like my sister. You know what I mean? So that's, let him know this is, but there's a courtship process here. We followed so I broke everything down and I'm like, but I would love for you to, to come to one of the study, right? Because I think the next one was Tuesday. And I'm like, I said, it would be good because at least you could see who she's around, right? Because the first step is to get to know her. You're trying to marry her, right? The courtship will last for such and such. And I explained how everything will go and all that. And he like, oh, okay. I'm like, yeah. I said, and by the way, because he was quoting all these scriptures, he Bible versed, some of them, they know all the Strongs, H23, and he can say verses from memory. You know what I mean? Y'all know what I'm talking about. He's a Bible. I'm like, well, we can use a good, strong brother. Y'all see, guys, I'm looking at gaining a brother. So I'm like, man, you versed in the Bible, you a young elder, I'm like, man, we could use another strong brother. I'm saying we also go live, man. I'm like, if you wanted to, you can also help us on the live study. You can read and break down scripture. We add in. I'm like, we can use somebody, a man, And so, he receiving and everything. And so then we set it up, everything. It went okay. I understand, he was nervous and trying to impress me and all that stuff. I'm used to that. I handled it well. And then we finished. And so then the next day she hit me up. How'd it go? So I did a call with her and I'm like, it went good. I explained. She said, I know. He get all the best and it went good. I said, girl, that's a handsome dude. I'm like, what's wrong with you? Nah, but I was into another type of dude, a pretty, swagger. And I'm like, oh, girl, I'm glad you. She said, yeah, that's why, I'm giving her. So everything's going good. So she told him, so she started smart. She started testing him. She said, this is what I'm going to do, Unc. I need to see. I got to give him tests. I asked him to watch this, this, this. She sent him things to watch. She's like testing him to see if he's going to do it because he's pursuing her, Hakyama. What are you pursuing me for? Do you want me? Do you want the beauty or the booty? Or do you want the daughter of the Most High? Right? So she sent them on tests to see if he will do the things. Right? Because I know if she said, I know if I send him something to do in the flesh, he's going to do it. He wants to send me roses to the job and do all this stuff. All I want you to do is take some time and watch this lesson so that me and you can have a discussion on it. Come on, Hakyama. She said, I sent him one, he didn't do it. She said, that's a red flag already. And she said, I don't understand it because I wanted him to watch the study so that we can discourse, so I can get his view, so I can get to know him spiritually. You hear? But he didn't watch it. And I said, okay, well, I know you, well, try to watch it, but he watched other things. You get it? He's watching all type of other stuff, other video channels, Watchman Deborah, stuff right here, the Awakening or Faking It. So he's watching, Hebrew Nation building or something. And she's like, but I'm here and you want to marry me. Why wouldn't you want? So I said, okay. She said, I don't. That's one red flag. I'm like, okay. All right. Yeah, shorter videos, but not even that. He's spending a lot of time. Remember, he spends all day in Bibles, like he's one of those. So no, he's waking up from the time 4 in the, he's one of those, 4 a.m. and I'm reading the Bible for 2 hours, praying for 2 hours. He's one of those. I'm praying for 2 hours. 2 hours, right? Oh my goodness. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not praying for 2 hours. I just want you to know nothing wrong with that. For those who, because I don't know how you praying for. I don't get that. What are you doing for 2 hours? I don't know what that is. What you saying? Father, I love you, Father. How could you do that for 2 hours? I don't understand. I'm sorry. It's just not no disrespect to anybody who prays for hours and hours. I just don't understand that. I didn't know you were still here, soulfully sowing seeds. Yo, I don't understand it, soulfully sowing seeds. It's no disrespect. I just don't know what they're doing for 2 or 3 hours. How are you praying for that long? That's insane to me, right? So anyway, so that's him, Hakyama. He's telling me, right? So it's not the long videos. He's in these spaces for, once he finished that, he watched another one he's in it all day, right? He got routines and stuff. So anyway, so he's supposed to come to the Tuesday. So he comes. Did he come? He comes. So he came to the study. I ain't tell nobody who it was. He came to the study. I think he came on screen too. Y'all just thought it was a new person. Y'all ain't know it was somebody trying to marry your sister. I ain't tell, we don't tell nobody business yet. So they're going to have to do a year courtship. So he come to the study. Let him in. I was glad to see him. I'm like, good job. I'm glad he showed up. Because she was already like, he better show up. Because she had already started to make a promise to her and not keep it. Right? So she's testing him like you're supposed to do. Okay? She said, I'm listening. I went to sleep and woke back up. I know, we still long. We going long. I'm about to close out. I'm like, close out, boys. So I got to go to work. So she's still testing him. Right? But he's failing tests without me. You understand that? This ain't got nothing to do with me. Shout out to War Ready Yasharallah. So she's testing him for things that he's saying he's going to come here and do this. And then she made a mistake and went to dinner, but she didn't know. And I got on her. I said, what? She said, I said, you can't go to dinner with this fool. Courtship. You can't be alone. I'm sorry, Uncle. I forgot. I'm new to this. I'm like, girl, there's no more that's not courtship. There's no alone. That's dating. No. There's a time and a process for that. You don't get to that stage yet when you're going to be alone with this man. He coming trying to pick you up for lunch and take you to lunch and take you. That's worldly. She's like, oh, I'm sorry, Uncle. I didn't. Yes, tell him no more. And I said, all right, I'll tell them next time. I got to give y'all the rules of engagement of courtship. The Most High got order. It's structured for you. It's to protect you for your union. That's why we all be getting married in these bad unions and stuff for 95% of people. You understand? All my unions was horrible. Messing around. So yes. So it's it's Zoom calls, it's phone calls, but you get to the phone. So okay, let me explain this first part. The courtship process at the beginning is chaperoned. So the phone calls, the first like 2 or 3, I'm on the we're getting to know. So I gotta get to know him or her. It's chaperoned, right? For the first 2 or 3 calls. Then by the time we did those calls, there's a comfortability. Then you can do unchaperoned calls, phone calls, not Zoom calls. You shouldn't be looking into her eyes and she look. No Zoom calls. That's later. This is a process. The courtship you need to slow down. It's going to be about a year. So slow down. It's a process, a journey, not a race. There's no Zoom calls because then she looking in your eyes, you looking at, see, that's all these transferring the spirits. It's when you get to the phone call without the chaperone first, then you at that point, and it's just phone calls. Y'all could call each other, wake up, hello, you're courting. It's okay. Ain't no touching, ain't no all looking, all looksies and eyes, googly eyes, all that. That's why ain't no Zoom yet. Then if you want, by the time, probably it could be about a couple of weeks, maybe a month for that, couple of weeks. Then if you want to have a meetup date, that's chaperoned. If you're out of state and you want to do it correctly, then you have to fly me out. I've done it before, but they was in state. So they went on a date and I was there. But they didn't touch, but they got to meet, be around. And it's, I give you space to talk. You don't walk and hold hands. It's no touch. You don't touch her. She don't touch you. There's no transferring of spirits at all. No touching. But I'll give you the space. You know what I mean? I'll go around. Y'all can talk and, chaperone date. You can do that a couple of times. By the time you chaperone date, if you did that early, then you could do a Zoom. But there's no physical touching. And, and then every once a month, or if you needed more, you have a chaperone call. Or if y'all doing the Zoom, then you're doing the chaperone Zoom. But it's counseling. So you do a call, we find how it's going and everything, right? And everything. But I'm still having calls with him. You're working on each other, your union. I'm about to close out, guys. All right? So yes, it's all secure. Nothing is uncovered. It's all covered. This is Bible. The Most High structured this. It's the sin and iniquity that have us doing everything outside of it. It's a fully covered. Larry, y'all said 7 hours later. Y'all foolish shit. Zayana, Larry, y'all stop. Both of y'all. Foolios. All right. So anyway, I'm gonna try to hurry up and close this out. So anyway, let me close this out. Let me get this story done with. So so he came to the study, right? And cool. He was at the Zoom. So she was happy about that. So she's like, okay, cool. At least he showed up. I'm like, all right, cool. He showed up. He trying, right? So then he's supposed to come back because the woman that you're pursuing, she belongs to a house and a ministry. If this is supposed to be your wife, why wouldn't you want to be there with her? You see, Hakiyama? This part, so he was supposed to come back Tuesday, and she was excited about it a little. She was like, I think, she said he apologized for breaking his word for something else outside. And she said he's promised he's learning, because that's what the courtship is about. I said, no more seeing each other, because he's supposed to meet her somewhere. I like, So she said, but he apologized. He was busy with his business because he owned a gym and this happened and everything. And she let him know, like, I'm a woman of my word. You have to let me know if you can't keep your word and such and such. He's like, okay. That's what the courtship is about, learning. See, that's what the courtship covers, is you'll learn all this, like Hakyama said before. As you in the courtship, you learn all this. You'll learn how this woman is, how she think, her things she hold important, things that are her pet peeves, things that are right each other. That's what the courtship is for. That's how you'll learn whether you really want to marry this man or woman by the time 6, 7 months. 6 months, you'll be like, you know what, Unc? I think I'm good. You see? The Yah covered you. The courtship covered you. Okay? So, go ahead, Hakim.
And that made me think for women, when courting a man, you need to make sure you keep in mind that the walk that he's trying to take with the Most High, if you're willing to follow down that path with him, whatever purpose that may be, because it's different for everyone. Though we're serving the Most High, it's specific to him, and you're associating to him as his rib.
Mm-hmm. You're becoming one with him. So you got to understand, and that's why the courtship has a length to it.
Submittance.
Mm-hmm. It can't be rushed. It's not fast because you won't know who they really are, because everyone has a persona, or what you call it, a representative. When you first meet them, it's called a meeting a representative. Give it a year later. They say that in the world. It's 1 year at least until you get to know your husband and wife, even when you're living together. Okay, that's a worldly thing. It's a fact. Okay, now, so so he came. So she was like, okay, this is this might could work. I was like, yeah, I like the brother. The brother know the Bible. He sold out to the Most High. The brother really, he want to marry her. He been pursuing her for years. Very patient. I told him that, man, I wish I had that. That persistence paid off. She willing to give, and I let him know. I gave him the insight. I'm like, very strong. She got her own, she got her own business, own house, own job, good job, business, a studious young woman, all that. I'm like, bro, you straight. You actually in there. So it came next Tuesday. He didn't show up. He didn't come to the study. But I'm like, okay, maybe he'll come in. Now I'm looking for him, guys, because I'm rooting for him. Because now she like, Dad, now you on his side. Now you, because I was rooting for him, right? Because he is strong, I'm like, good, we got another. Because the awakening, guys, I told him, I said, bro, we reach, we reach a decent amount of people worldwide. We get hundreds of people, right? And all over the world. And we could need another strong brother that knows the scripture, right? I could need another brother any day. You know what I mean? I was happy for him. I'm like, I'm rooting for him, bro. I'm team them, right? And she like, I'm still working through it. Don't get all. I said, no, I'm, it's the courtship gonna stand, but I'm rooting for you. I said, no, that's good. That's good. I'm rooting for him. So he didn't show up to the Tuesday study. So I'm like, and I was looking for him. I'm like, all right, come on, man, you got to show up. Because I know she testing him, Akyama. She testing him. Because she said, I want you, please, I need you there. If you want to pursue me, I want you to know my family. It's like someone trying to marry you and you invite them to your family's house to meet your family and they reject. How you gonna, I need you to meet my family. My family is close-knit. We love each other. And I want them to receive you. And they want to receive you. So he didn't show up. So then I said, all right, he'll be there next week. So she talked to me like, yeah, he gave some excuse. She's like, I didn't like the excuse. It was really lame. But whatever, I'm going to give him the next Tuesday. He didn't show up again. And I'm like, okay, bro, all right. So I'm like, I need to make another call with him. So, because I'm rooting for him. I need to tell him, bro, you dropping the ball, bro. Bro, she want to see you Like brothers is sharing on our Tuesday studies. Everybody shares, guys. The brother, it's just me and Hakyama and stuff here, and sometimes Yasha read. But on our Tuesday studies, Don, Hakyama, Mashiana, everybody, they be unmuting themselves. People be on the screen, like everybody's showing they study, and we break the word down, bro. And she want to be proud of you, right? The man that's pursuing her for marriage, he's a biblical scholar. He's right. She want to see you come and break down, like meet your brothers, become. And I'm looking for you too. And so then she went to set up. She tried to set up the next call. Sorry guys, it's been a little minute. And he like, I don't know. He made some kind of, well, I got to get up at this time, and if he want to call, I got to do it this and that, like something like. And she told me, she's like, Unc, yeah, it's going left. And I was like, nah, don't give up yet. Like, because she said, but Unc, man, he I don't know, he coming at you. I feel like he coming at you sideways. And she like we family. Don't like, bro, don't come and disrespect my family. Like, and I'm like, nah. And she said, all right. So I kind of talk her out of it. And so then the next time I ain't hear nothing. So I'm like, okay, I'm waiting a week. He never came back. He didn't come back. And I knew that next week he didn't come. I said, oh, you screwed, bro. How you want to pursue this woman? You want to date her like the world. Oh, you think this is the Israelite awakening. You think you think this is just, you could just find the girl in a camp on Facebook or something and just date her because no. Welcome to the house of Yah. This before we even had the name. This for sure. We are for real about this Bible. Y'all don't understand. So I'm like, he rubbed me wrong with that because you want to pursue my sister, but you can't show up and cover her in the house. She looking for you to make her proud and stand up and seeing you come on the lives and preach the word to people worldwide so she can be proud of you, fool. She want to see you come on the thing and you got all this Bible knowledge. You wake up praying for 5 hours a day and reading 9,000 Bibles. You got the Sefer and this one and that one and that. You got 9,000 Bible room, prayer rooms. So you missed the Bible, man. And here we are trying to administer the word to people live all over the world, worldwide, and you can't show up on the battlefield. She want to be proud of you, fool. Now you making me upset. Trying to pursue my sister, and you can't even stand up. And now you making me upset because I wanted you to come teach come serve with me to serve these people around the world. People around the world, bro, young, old. I need help. Come on, bro. Come on, guys. Dolores Shaw. Han y'all soulfully sowing seeds. I need as much help as I can get. You know this Bible, and you're a Bible scholar. You memorize all the words. I don't know the Bible like you, but it's written. I know I can know the word, but you quoting Bible. See, this is the difference, right? You could quote the Bible like a parrot. I live the word, but I need your help. Each one teach one. Iron sharpens iron, steel sharpens steel. You come amongst us, you get it? But and so now you're offending me, right? Because you're still pursuing my sister. Oh, no, bro. You tripping now. Now you about to see, you about to get the different Unc. You understand? This ain't the world, bro. So I ain't hear nothing for like 2 weeks from her. So I'm in the gym and I said, hold up. I ain't heard nothing about 2-3 weeks. So I text her, little girl. Whenever I text little girl, she ain't no little girl, but when I do that, that's Unc. That mean I'm on one. Just so y'all know, that's how I am. If I ever say little girl, that means Unc on one. I'm in war ready mode. Listen to war ready, Yeshua. So I said, little girl, where are you and what's going on with this dude? Because now I'm like, what are y'all what's going on? We ain't have no courtship call. You ain't say nothing to me. He ain't come to none of the Tuesday studies, but he pursuing my little girl, where you at? And what's going on? And then she wrote me back laughing, ain't nothing going on. I said, what do you mean ain't nothing going? What's going on with the dude? And she said, I deaded him. I said, what? What happened? She said, he got the nerve. I asked him to please watch these videos so that we can converse about the video so I can get his scholarship, his elect. He's trying to marry me, trying to pursue me, right? So so every time he ain't watched nothing I asked him to watch, he stopped coming to the Tuesday. Said, Unc, how this man gonna try to marry me? I'm trying to get him to introduce him to my family so he can know you and Yasha and Taj and Yadon and Yahakanan. And it's a lot of us, guys. His brothers, right? So he can know, right? The brothers and get and he won't, how he gonna marry me? Yeah, congratulations, War Ready. How you gonna pursue me, but don't wanna? And she said, but that ain't it, Unc. You know what the topper was? He got the nerve. I just sat back and watched his fruit. I wanted to see how he was navigating this, right? So she said, I'm testing him the whole time. So he broke his word here and there on certain little things, right? But that's nothing. But then one day, he tell me, he want to call and have like a Bible study with me. So I said, okay, you know what? I didn't want to do it. I'm paraphrasing something. And so whatever, sorry, it's been so long. She probably like, that ain't how it happened, Unc. But let me just paraphrase. I'm sorry, it's been a minute. But anyway, so she tested him or something and they get on the phone and he start comparing himself to me. He said something to her like, oh, so Unc, so you think like something like, so you think Unc know more of the Bible than me? Whoa. First of all, bro, I'm not on that time. But if you would have listened to the woman that you want to marry, you would have got to know me and understand I'm not religious. I'm Unc. I don't play religiosity. I'm not on that time. You understand? Like, I don't do one uppance and all. I'm trying to gain a brother. Whether y'all courtship work or not, I'm hoping I could gain a brother. You get it? Because we need more men of the Most High as we teach this word to his children. But he's trying to compete. You think Unc know the Bible more than me? And she like, so she said, I kept my mouth, right? I've been in the study long enough. I've been in the house. I tried to explain, it's not about right. It's not about Unc ain't like that. And I know this and I've been teaching this and my daddy was a minister and we teach this, we got this little 4 people that do this little Zoom, right? They just on the phone or something. They do prayers for hours and this and that and this and that. And she like, yeah, but this ain't about Unc. This is about me and you, right? We trying to get to know one another and everything. And then he had a problem with, so then he started calling out things he got a problem with. This is crazy. Too early. See, this is why the courtship will protect y'all guys. You hear me? This is what courtship is for. Before at the surface, everything was cool. Yeah, he's calling on Yana. You know what he had a problem with? He had a problem with zeet seats. You think I'm lying? He like, I got a problem with him talking about zeet seats and and then he had a problem with, what else was it? It was one of the other ones, a good one. It wasn't flesh and blood. It was not the Sabbath. I mean, not the Passover. I don't know. I would have to ask her. She'll remember. I'll give y'all another update. It was something, and she said, but that's why I asked you to come to the studies on Tuesday. She said, the reason why I sent you the links but you didn't watch the video. You get it? So he's watching from an adversary point. He see the title, and then, nope, he wasn't in the camp or nothing. He was at home, don't believe in the camps, never belong, safe, one of the safer ones, right? So he would see a title and watch a little bit of it and then cut it off. And she said, okay, that video, if it was the Passover, she said, that video is 4 hours. Did you watch all 4 hours? He said, no, I watched like 25 minutes. She said, so how can you get the understanding? She said, that's why I invited you to come to this Tuesday so you could get to know and you can ask questions and we break down scriptures and we open Bible, but so you think he know the Bible more than me? And she's like, and I'm like, she said, well, thank you, Unc, but nah. And I'm like, this dude cut his own throat. You've been pursuing this woman for like 10, 15 years. She's willing to receive you. She's in the house. She's studying short support. Only thing she asks you to do is join, learn what she's learning, meet her family members. You don't have to agree, but and all you could do is now kind of disrespect. And he was already trying to take her out of that. Now he don't study in no ministry or nothing. Yes, understand her, Hakim. I brought it up because that's what you spoke. That's what made me, as soon as you spoke it, I said, what you spoke is exactly, if a man is pursuing a woman, then you need, and to make her your wife. Listen, men, your first job is to learn her. If she's in a ministry, find out where she's at, what they teaching, who the man is, who the people are there, sit in, all of it. If the woman doesn't want you to sit in, then that ain't your wife. Do you understand? If she doesn't, if you're not invited, women, same thing. Find out where he's at. He could be in some doggone camp talking about kill Whitey, and you're like, oh, he's awakened. You know what I mean? You know these camps. Sorry, I'm like, you just said that on the thing. I didn't mean that. I said unalive. White of the whites. You know how they, right? Yes, you need to meet the entire family, and we are loving family. Come on, God, look at us. We got people all over the world we never met, and we love on everybody. Man, we could have had a big brother. I'm like, bro, man, you tripping, bro. And you want to sit up here trying to pursue this woman. Sisters, find out where that man is. Go sit watch the studies. Watch what he's receiving. Find out the leader he's under, because you're becoming one with that man. That's what a courtship is for. Do y'all understand how important courtship is? Because after about 6 months to 7, 8 months, all the fluffy goes away. You know, the frills, all the frillies. Give it about 6, 8 months. All the frillies gets knocked off, right? He ain't smashed nothing. Y'all ain't, it's like, okay, the real people come out. You heard? Give it a year. Oh, you'll really know who she is. But listen to the opposite. In that time, between 8 to a year, the two, y'all will be so one. If everything is going, y'all will be strong. Y'all will know each other spiritually. Y'all will be spiritually ahayad. You understand? Strong. We've been courting for a year. Nobody touched nobody, nothing. We on the phone. We build. Y'all will be one. Y'all will be able. Boy, y'all be so on one accord. Then y'all be like, Unc, I think it's time. You will know. Uriah will know. That's my husband. Uriah will know. That's my wife. It's earned. You will know who they are. You understand? Because Yah doesn't believe in divorce. He doesn't like it. That's why patience is that virtue. That's what the courtship was about. It's the covering. That last thing you did, Hakiyama, made us do another hour and a half. But it's so important. That's why I took the time. It's so important. Because everybody's desiring, I know it's lonely, and most people are desiring, older and younger, they're desiring a helpmeet or a mate or your rib. You see? They're desiring a rib or a helpmeet. But it's the correct way to do it is covered. And the Most High gave instructions. And as long as we follow the manufacturer's instructions, you'll be covered. You won't make a mistake. Go ahead, Hakim. Praise Yah for covering.
Praise Yah. Sabria was wondering, was that all just for young people or for everyone?
No, that's everybody. I don't care if you're 95 years old. You 95 and he 94. Or you 95 and he 34. Okay, don't get that twisted either, as long as he an adult. Now, if you're 95 and he 21, that's a little crazy, but in the laws of the land, it's still legal. Okay? But I ain't talking about an age thing. It's a thing. Okay? Long as they're adults. 20 and up is adult in the scripture. All right? We're lawful. Okay? Long as they're adult in the scripture, 20 and up. I don't give a crap if you 80 and he 50. Sister, you 90, you 80 years old and you got you a 45-year-old young strapper, right? He ain't strapping nothing until that courtship is complete. You know what I'm saying? We'll know who they are through that. It doesn't matter. Everything is the same. I don't give a crap that you 65 and he's 70 and he think, I got to do courtship. Yeah. I'm treated the same way. Ain't no difference. If you're going to feel uncomfortable going on a courtship date with a chaperone, then don't get married. That ain't according to the Most High. The Most High ain't got that. It's not age specific. It's a covering. Okay? All right? I already answered that, Rohan. Did you? He wasn't even here for his question. Rohan, what did you do? You came in and came back out. We answered your question. I don't even think he was here. But I'm going to answer that part right now just to close out. But I think we touched on this when he was here. So, yes, guys, the courtship. Same, all rules apply. No matter how old you are. And that's new. I never thought of that. I don't know. I think you got to be 20 and up to be married. An adult. The legal age in the Bible for adulthood is 20 years. So if you 18 and that, well, y'all got 2 years of courtship. I don't know if that's fact, because they got married younger before, right? But I don't know, because I know they got married really young. This ain't 2,000 years ago, though, right? Right? The legal age is what? 18 with the parent. I don't know. I'm following Rayok. I'm about to answer Rohan, then we're gonna close. I'm just saying that he's still saying it now. He's still saying it now. See, I go off Rayok. I don't go off nothing else. Sorry, guys. He's still saying, I'm still hearing it. That's what it be. It's like, nope, 20 and up. So if you're 18 and she 19 or you said, then y'all got, that's how many years of courtship. Y'all should be able to wait it out. What are you in a rush for? 20 and up. So in America, yeah, but so legal is 18, but you can be younger with parental consent. Yep. My right, God's saying no. 20 and up. You'll be courtshipping until you get to 20. What you in a rush for? Ain't no rush. If you 18 and she 17, you 18 and she 19, well, then y'all got a year. You got a year anyway. Just a little longer. What are you in a rush for? Where you going? Praise Yah. Go ahead, Akiama.
Oh, that reminded me of the once one comes of age to where they're spiritually, legally accountable for their own actions. That makes sense to me regarding what you're saying, because I think it is 20 in the scripture.
It is 20.
Because you're accountable for yourself, your spouse, your house,
your
and
salvation.
whatever.
If y'all have children, come on, Hakim. Thank you. That's what I've been talking about, guys. We're a spirit-led, Rayak-led ministry. That's why I say I hear. Y'all see it real time sometimes. He just kept saying 20, no, 20, no. I just keep 20, no. And I'm trying to find like different, because I'm like, well, they got married 20, no. I'm just here like, no. And now that's what always happens. You're correct, because that means now you're legal. Now you are yeah, we answered your question too, Rohan. Your question, we got a long answer to your question, and you was even here. It's on this thing. You have to rewind that too. But I'm gonna answer a little bit of it before we close, just a quick. But you have to rewind and watch your answer. Oh, I said well, they know who you are. Anybody gonna know, because it was an Elamite woman. We answered your question tonight. So thank you, Hakyama. That makes sense, because y'all are saying the man, how you going to marry the woman if you're not responsible for your own salvation? 20 and up. That don't even make no sense. You're still under your parents.
You're supposed to be leading to salvation, your family.
How you going to lead this woman to Yah and cover the house when you are, nah. Hey, thank you, Hakyama. Praise Yah. But I knew. He kept saying 20. I'm like, well, y'all can get mad at me, or you want 20. My father said 20 is 20 and up. Now that makes sense. All right, I'm going to say this really quick, because we closing out. Could I discuss more about courtship via email, being very sheltered? No, you could, let me see. Give me a second. Could I discuss more about courtship via email, being very sheltered? My views on these type of stuff is limited with my own bias, and I can't really talk to my parents with this. Since that, you can do it on our Tuesday too. You can do it if you wanted to do it, because email me and I'm gonna have to write back. And if you really wanted to, Hanya, if you didn't want to do it on a Tuesday study, then I could try to set up a ministry call sometime, because you haven't had one yet, and I could do that. But it's hard for me to do a ministry call, because I don't know my sleep pattern is just insane. All right, like today I had 2 hours, hour and a half, but yesterday I got 10. And then today for this study, I got an hour and a half. So it's just crazy, bro. It's not okay. And then the other day, remember I didn't do the I got a lot. I think, was that when I got the 10? Yeah, because I was just, thank you. Yeah, I got 10 hours and I needed it. Praise y'all. And then today I tried, and then I get one. I'm like, come on, bro. This is just insane. But anyway, so yeah, you can bring it up on a Tuesday, and if we have to, I could try to figure out a way to do a ministry call. But you can bring it up on Tuesday. It's fine. All right. So Rohan said, soulfully said, it took counseling and frequent meetings with my dad before I got married. Planning went stressful for me. We went to the Justice of Peace. Legal is 18. Okay, let me see. What did he say? Something about, we answered that. If it's something we already answered, he's just going to have to rewind the thing. He said, what if my wife does not believe in Yah and is of Hinduism, but makes my parents happy in the past? Yeah, I answered it. So, Rohan, you have to go back in this live, because it was only like a half an hour ago, right, Hakyama? Because we answered them right now. So go back, rewind in this live when we finish, and we answered your whole question about the jab juice, the Elamite wife, all that. So go back and watch. All right? Brother War already said, me and my wife were mentored by a 93-year-old woman before we got married. Praise y'all for covering. All right. That's it. Now we can close. My goodness, I went to 4 o'clock, but it's okay. That's important, because marriage is a very important topic, because a lot of the children are lonely. It gets lonely in the awakening, because it's really hard to find the righteous men and women. And even in the awakening, you can you can get with someone just more wicked than in the world. that the courtship is the covering. All right? And I'll cover anybody in courtship. Okay? Zion. Zion said I was right 7 hours later. All right. Praise y'all. So, may the Most High, we did almost 7 hours too. All right. The first, how many hours we did with Diddy foolishness? All right. So, may the Most High cover and bless you all. Praise y'all. We did a couple of questions. So, we had some study. And Diddy is the devil. And Mama is the devil. These are devils. We hope that they can repent for all their transgression, but they are mounting up high levels of dark transgressions. The amount of souls that have been scarred. That little boy Q, at the beginning, that was the most traumatizing thing. That little boy is so broke. His eyes are not even the same. You'll see him. If you see his earlier pictures, they preyed on him and they destroyed him. And he said they was laughing while they were doing it. And he said they're all guilty. It's the most darkest stuff in the world. That breaks my heart, bro. Because even though he was young, 18, 19, trying innocence, you could see the innocence. He still has it. Because he said, all I want is an apology. And he was still praying. He said he needs prayer. He still, even though, and that breaks my heart, bro. It really does. I'm really, really hurt by stuff like that. And it's not weak, that's strength. That's real man strength. That I can see another young brother or another brother hurt, destroyed like that, and I want to cover and protect him. That's what we're called to do. We're called to cover and protect one another. And I wish I could cover and protect that young man. I really do. I wish we could heal that young man. And let him know no one would ever hurt him again. You know, that's the kind of man I am. Is I would love to just be able to let him know no one will ever hurt you again. Ever. And try to give him love and healing. So many have been broken by these devils, bro. Cover your family members, men, women, and children. Stop seeking celebrity, famous. Don't never let them be in the presence of no males or females alone. All that spending the night over people's houses and dropping them off at this thing. No, man. In the comment section, a lot of them people was right. They were saying, I never understood why my mother was so overprotective of my dad. But because of all this stuff coming out with this Diddy trial, I've been calling them and thanking them. You got people in the comment section said, I was mad at my childhood that my mom and dad were so overprotective. But now I just called my dad the other day and said, thank you. I called my mom and said, I'm sorry I didn't understand. Thank you for being overprotective and covering me. Cover your children, man. Cover one another. Wow, we did a long one tonight. Oh, man, I'm tired. May the Most High cover and bless each of you as you go forth on the Shabbat day tomorrow. Y'all get y'all some rest. Reflect. The seventh day is a day of reflection on your sin and iniquity. Go forth and be the light. Protect your uncles, your cousins, your little brothers, your friends, your neighbors. Protect your children. The world is getting darker and darker, and these devils, man. May you go forth and be the light in the darkness, children of the Most High. May the Most High cover and bless you all. From the house of Yah to all of you, we love you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Taj Balaya and Yanapa, for your covering. Thank you, Yashiyaha and Ahavaya, for your covering. Thank you to everybody in the house for your covering and your words and welcoming the newer people who came, and may the Most High cover and bless you all. We live again on Wednesday, but y'all know we got our Tuesday study. I might go do something Monday. I might do the investment class this Monday. I'll let y'all know. I'm figuring out something. I'm trying to work on something. All right? Go ahead, Akim.
And please read the last text message I sent you. It's about the shofar group.
Okay. I got you. I'll read as soon as we end this study. All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shabbat means Sabbath day. Shalom means peace and the blessings of the Most High. From the house of Yah to you all worldwide, Shabbat Shalom. We love you all. Go forth and be the light in the darkness, guys. Be the light. Be righteous. For righteous sake. In the name of the Most High. All right. Shabbat Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise
Hallelujah.
Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds